Yeah, that works. Where is everybody? Nice name, Frodo and Aragorn, huh? Well, hello, Donovan. You're like the only person here. Boo me! I didn't promise any cake. Well, hello, Lamar. No one else is here yet. It's literally just to me. It's just to me. It'll be okay. It's just to me. Well, I guess you all get to watch me for a little while or something. I don't know how this works. But yes, it's a mess. I'm cleaning it up. Been needing to do this for a while. Hmm. Yes, you can blame Cartridge Canuck for that when he gets back. If he gets back. That's so funny. Well, that's annoying. Hi, everyone. Yes, you get to watch me figure out how to clean my lap, which it already looks better. So, yay. Yay for mine looking better. As you can see, I'm very distracted. Mm, mm. Oh, that's perfectly fine. I hope no one's sleeping. Well, 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 well. I'm gonna mute this for a moment. You love you some drilling, huh? Doesn't sound right. Are you sure you're not giving the drill bit a bit too much credit there? Ow. Dirty-minded heathen. Well, sorry, can't help that. Crap, I can like almost see my desk again. That's a horrible joke. I can't do that. Are you telling me to make a career out of like filming this desk or something? Yoshi. Oh, great! No one's gonna come in and talk to me. You're just all gonna watch, huh? That's working in here. Looks like Donovan lucked out. I have to drill some more. More hooks. Do we get? I have boxes everywhere that they have to go. I'm hoarding too many boxes. I always do it. Oh, now you're trying to guess my height, huh? I'll tell you one thing. I'm definitely not 5'3". Definitely too short. I'm gonna have to move that soon. It's finally like I'm able to work at it again. Yay! That's a diet. That's got all I don't know. I don't even know. It's kind of a test. The 15 hour? Okay. The hole in the roof, huh? Oh. Hey, look, it's a cartridge Canuck. Oh, jeez. This shelf fly. Oh. Yes, welcome to my life in real time. It's not very entertaining. Dusting the easy way. I have hair duster. And it's that. Then the duck. Yes, you did, because no one wants to join me. No one. Well, my desk is finally clean. Yay. So is anybody gonna actually like join me, or am I like? Yeah. I am not reading The Hobbit. I don't even have The Hobbit. Yes, the wall got drilled. Yay. Cap kits. I know, it's a lot of light. Oh. Nope. What was I doing? I use the hole in the ceiling so I don't hit my head into this all the time because it gets annoying. Oh yeah, that needs readjusted. Whoa. Yep. Yeah. You don't need to be there, buddy. Actually, no, I haven't. I've been really busy with school. Well, at least he buggered off. So, this is a watch me fix it day, huh? Yeah. No, I haven't bothered to fix any of it yet. I haven't got there. Hey. It's not something you should play with. Well, I got this that needs fixed. Ew. Yep, yes it is. Don't know how well that'll show up, but crusty soundboard. Let's hope that cleans up. Did Mars really go to RedTube? If he did, that's haha funny, haha. Yes, sure. Scientific research, Lamar. Scientific research. Scientific research. Those. It's funny. I get to pull all that stuff I just put away. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Oh, jeez. This isn't going to be a very good angle, but. Twin ASIC. My voltage circuitry for the get an inductor, big ass cat, another cat. Well, might as well take it apart. And I don't care about the screen on this or on this thing because I have more. I'm gonna replace that anyway. I'm probably only going to get 2 removing caps on this thing tonight because it needs cleaned. Jerk screw. There we go. Oh yeah, this one's crusty. Okay. I'm not sure if that's going to show up, but does that show up? It might. That looks crusty. Whole side looks crusty, actually. Screen looks okay now, but this side looks pretty bad too. So I'm just going to go through and strip it. First. No. Perfect. No, I gotta clean that off. Alright. I wonder what kind of music I can put on without causing Cartridge Connect to have a copyright claim. Break all the glue. Alright, you said 600? Yeah, that's okay. I really don't think it's that fascinating to watch me work in real time. I might backlight mod this, but for now I'm just going to recap it and replace the lens on That's lovely, but oh boy, that's real lovely. The D-pad's in two pieces. Luckily, I think I have a spare. Actually, I know I have a spare, so it's okay. Those all needed to come out anyway. I don't care if it is cold outside. I'd rather have the door open than inhale all this stuff. Ouch. I don't even know how many people are watching this. Or why. Ouch. Well, it's pretty much you guys, so. Yeah, I'm just going to snip them off and go through and clean it. It'll be quicker and safer. That's nice, Bug. Oh, jeez. Whatever creams your twinkle. Oh boy. Creams your twinkle. That's a new one. And instead of fluxing this one and trying to get it, I'm just gonna spray it all down and clean it. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna spray this board down and clean it and let it hang overnight. Spray out from underneath these chips because some of these pads are really nasty looking, and I'd rather just clean it up. Can I do splits? No, I can't. I can't do splits. So I'm gonna go clean this. I'll be back. Hey, look at this one. I missed the cap. Yes, I had to spray the board down and scrub it. Yeah, that cleaned it up real nice. So yeah, that cleaned it up real nice. It's had an open Game Gear and a soldering iron. I wish I could find chicks that would come over here. I'm probably just not looking hard enough. I'm sure that's what it is. Yeah, this floor is pretty much ready now. Bleh, bleh. Can't speak right. I'm gonna have to clean the screen off, but that's okay. Other than that, I just gotta go through, clean all these out, and put new caps on. But that's gonna wait till tomorrow because this needs to hang and dry. Just set it aside. Is anyone ever gonna like come in here and join me and like actually talk? Luckily, none of these traces are gone. Yeah, so no biggie. Can always fix that. No idea. It just seems this has turned into a watch Yoshi do stuff stream. That's nasty looking. I almost died there. Best to keep Yoshi hanging. You guys are mean. That's okay. Let's see how well that'll focus. Is that focused? Yeah. That's a lot of crust. All that crust. Yep. Time to go spray it down. Try and scrub that off a little bit. I'm probably not going to do actually any repair to this tonight other than just strip it. Strip it and clean it. Probably do the same as the other one I have sitting here. Strip it and clean it. Oh, jeez. You know what, Mars? I don't even want to know why. I don't even want to know. Don't worry, I'll be here. I just have to go clean stuff off. And I gotta go over here because there's like a sink in there. Because water's only bad for electronics when they're on. And when they got cat goo and stuff on them, you're better off cleaning them off. So, it's better off cleaning it off and then like, yeah, take the camera with me. It's my whole laptop. You want me to take my whole laptop with me? That's not going to be easy. I have nowhere in there to put it. Take the camera with you. Word fry doesn't need it, but it's going to get recapped anyway. Off. Yeah, you're a little crusty, so I might as well clean you too. First, let's suck off some caps. The problem is I can't hold the laptop, which is like cable tethered to the unit to the ceiling here, and do stuff at the same time. It's okay. Let's see. Right there. Very useful stuff. Lasts forever. Laptop selfie sticks. I know. And like none of you want to join me, which makes me very, very sad. It's like literally like 2 hours of me. And like I don't well, at least Mars is honest about it. Don't get it. It's supposed to be 820 microfarads. Let's see what it's actually at. Too high for this meter to measure. So let's check this meter. That's lovely. So now 814 microfarads. This cap's like spot on still. So this guy's okay. That's going in the parts bin because I'm still going to replace it. I pretty much just keep all the extra stuff I get, all the extra caps. They're like, so I might as well put new ones in it and keep these for like experiments and stuff that don't matter. This guy's supposed to be 22 mic. This isn't a proper LCR meter, but it works. I do like these little mini grabbers. 22.73, still spot on. 20 years later. We're at this 100 mic. I'm just gonna assume they're good. $122. Senpai robot lady friends? I don't think so. I mean, a body pillow is just kind of like something you just like, it's a giant hug pillow. No, I don't have one. Bummer, man. We could possibly super glue that back together. Because there's the D-pad out of this one. Just scrub this one down too. Though it doesn't really need it. But, I'll give them all the same treatment. So is anybody going to join me? Or am I just... Sure, Mars. Shy. Yeah, shy. Mars is shy. Does anybody here believe that Mars is shy? I could do the other one, but meh. Then I'll have way too much crap cluttering my desk. Again, I just cleaned it. Which doesn't mean I haven't been productive. It just means I cleaned it. Actually, that is productive, because I cleaned it. And I just like cleaned it like 5 or 6 times. Damn it, me. Where's that? Oh, taped to the side of the monitor. That's funny. Oh boy. So I guess I better watch out for Mars then, huh? Don't want him to hump my leg. I'll fiddle with this more tomorrow. In the meantime, yay! Woo. It's Scopy time. Because I'm bored and I want to play with this thing. Hey!
Hello.
How's it going?
Done torturing you.
I finally have someone to talk to.
Yeah. What
Hey, Rocket Sauce.
are you going to show us with this oscilloscope?
Nothing. I'm just playing with waveforms.
Oh, and look who just showed up.
What's up?
Trouble.
It's a sine wave.
Yeah.
Oh, what do I do now?
Your goddamn ketchup.
I'm wearing my ketchup shirt, though, see?
What does it say?
I put ketchup on my ketchup.
Gross.
It's made by Heinz, too.
Mm.
Well, I would, I believe you when you say it's gross because I've had your ketchup before,
I've never been a fan.
Have you
I
tried
don't know.
American ketchup ever, though?
I don't know.
If I ever head up towards Toronto again, I'm bringing you at least a couple packets so you can at least try it.
What's wrong with Canadian ketchup?
Well, according to that email that Mars sent me yesterday, I had it before, and I knew it didn't taste the same when I was up in Canada. To me, it did taste more vinegary, but according to that blog or something, it says it's more sweet.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, maybe they use, a different... Because there is vinegar in ketchup. It's just maybe they use more of an apple cider. I don't know. I don't know the recipe. So.
There's different kinds too. The two biggest companies are Heinz and French's.
I think it's Hunt's in the States is the second one, but Hunt's is one of my least favorite ketchup out of all of them. I'll take Roundy's brand. Roundy's is your chain, grocery store brand ketchup. But I'll take that over Hunt's any day because I don't know, something about Hunt's is just kind of plain.
You sound like a real ketchup connoisseur.
I love it. It's good stuff, man. It makes everything taste better. It's like
I wouldn't say that, not at all.
Did you ever see that movie Waiting? That Ryan Reynolds restaurant movie?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the guy says nothing brings out the flavor of a nice cooked steak like ketchup,
Oh no. Let's not get into the steak conversation.
No, I'm not bringing up steak. I was just saying because there's it brings out, and because that's like a real spit in the face to any chef who if you eat a steak with ketchup. But granted, I'll do it if I get a Ponderosa. If do they have Ponderosas up by you by chance or?
They used to. They're gone now.
Yeah, most of them are closed down here too.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. But if I ever got a Ponderosa steak, I would eat that with ketchup because those were always frozen hockey puck steaks and whatnot,
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just showing waveforms at the moment.
Oh, a digital pattern right there.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
You got that tennis game on there?
Tennis for two?
Yeah.
No.
Well, you couldn't play it if you did. So how are the Brewers doing tonight?
They're off tonight. They have one of those because they play in St. Louis, so they have one of those because it was opening day for St. Louis yesterday. Sorry, I'm fixing this headset. But it was opening day in St. Louis, and if you're in an outdoor stadium now, you do that day on, day off in case of a rain out for opening day.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Don't have to worry about that in Toronto. We got a nice roof.
Oh, same in Milwaukee.
Just close it up.
Does yours open? Yours opens up, right?
Yeah. Ours was the first.
Yeah.
Do that.
Too bad ours is the best.
Maybe. Probably is better than Skydome or Rogers Center, whatever they're calling it now.
Well, you got a hotel in yours, but
Big deal.
1 megahertz. All this thing can do is, or my generator can do is really sine wave.
Did you are the Blue Jays playing tonight?
Yeah, they're playing against the Yankees, the lovable Yankees.
So do you get a lot of Yankee fans that come up there for?
Oh yeah, I can't stand them. Especially when the I don't know about now, but for years when the Jays weren't doing well, it would be 2/3 of the crowd would be Yankees fans.
Is there a lot of transplants, or does people drive or fly up for it, or?
Well, they can't get tickets to Yankee Stadium, right? So Like we're really close to like Buffalo and all that, so people come up from that area and that too. Then there's other people that just follow them around.
Yeah. I mean, we get it bad here for the Cubs, and we get it bad here for the Cardinals. And Twins fans actually come down for us too.
Other people just follow them around. I can hear myself 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, like that. They're trying to open the chat here.
Yeah, you got to mute the YouTube channel, no camera. Is that Mrs. Q-Dog?
Yeah.
10 seconds ago. Oh no. Mute the YouTube. There we go.
Yeah,
excellent. Thank you, no camera.
I can hear you breathing. Yoshi's gone.
Oh, I'm still here.
Oh, Yoshi carried the whole conversation for the first hour of the show.
I know.
He was the star.
Just checking here. See what's going on with the whole all around the leagues of Major League Baseball right here. Just see what's going on.
Jays are tied 2-2 right now. It's Yankees. Now, let me ask you, do like people freak out in Milwaukee when the Brewers aren't doing well? Like, do they just lose their minds?
Yeah. Well, depends on expectation years too. Like this year, I don't expect people to freak out this year because everyone expects them to like. I expect them to be lucky to win like 70 games this year. I don't. It is like almost like looking at that. You ever see Major League?
Yeah.
Where they look at the roster. I mean, with the exception of like a couple of guys like Braun or maybe Lucroy and a couple of pitchers, I have no idea who some of these guys are on this team this year.
Right.
I know that they got a lot of these guys from the Astros organization because the guy that they hired to be their GM this year was the assistant for the Astros, so he picked up a lot of their scraps. And I mean, they're fighting, so they're gonna be fighters for Craig Counsell this year. But I don't know who half this roster is basically for this team right now. So I think when there are years like this, the reaction isn't bad. But like I would say in 2011, when we got to the playoffs, there's a point in time where they had a slump in August, and I want to say another slump in maybe June where they lost like 6 or 7 games in a row.
Yeah.
And everyone was freaking out. 08 was, I think, even worse because we were like 25 years from making the playoffs or something like that, and it came down to like the last day or something like that when CC pitched a complete game or something like that to get them into the playoffs. That was an incredible game to be at. Now you have your Jose Bautista call and everything too, but what's it called? When Braun hit that home run in the bottom of the 8th inning or something like that, that place, I never heard the place erupt like that before too.
Yeah.
So,
I was just wondering if it's just a Toronto thing or if it's like that everywhere. Like it seems like it's like that in Boston, New York too. Like we get a lot of New York and Boston local television here.
You guys are probably freaking out because what's it called? Your expectations are pretty much the World Series this year.
Yeah.
So
well, at least win the division, and then their start. I mean, it's only the first. We're in the second week of the season, I guess now. We're just starting the second week, and people are already freaking out because they don't have a perfect record, and it's like, calm down. Like it's only. I don't even start looking at the standings until May 30th. Because there's really no point until then.
And the thing is, I always remember every year, like people are like, last year, people still had kind of hopes. I didn't have much hopes last year because how they epically collapsed 2 years ago. My expectations were low because I thought the manager needed to get fired. I thought he should have been fired for that awful collapse. He lost control of the team, but they figured, we have the same kind of players, and they missed the playoffs by like 2 games the year previous to last season. And what's it called? So everyone's like, we have to get off to a hot start. That's the one we know because that's like everyone's like reaction is we have to get off to a hot start, and if you don't, people freak out. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I've learned from watching baseball that you just gotta take it as is. I don't worry about it if your team's in contention until at least July. You just kind of want to be around 500 at that point. So
last year at the All-Star break, the Jays had a losing record.
Yeah.
And then they go on and win the division. So Anything can happen.
I think in 11 when the Brewers won the division and then lost in the National League Division or Championship Series to the Cardinals, they were right around 500. But then in August they lost like no games. They won like everything but 2 games in August, and then in September they won like 13 in a row or something close to that, like 10 in a row. So they were pretty well set off at that point in time. It's just that I think if they wanted I think the Phillies still had like a better record than the Brewers because the Phillies were still really good at that point. But it's like the Phillies had like a 1 game ahead of us record, but whatever. It was just that we wanted to win the division so bad. That's the thing too. So you can't sweat it, until September is when it's really fun. Your team's in contention.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But then if like around here when the Brewers are bad, like coming at the end of August, it's like football prep and this entire state loves the Packers, basically.
Yeah.
So.
The Leafs run Toronto. Like there's no competing with the Leafs. Even when the Leafs are at their worst, they could have the worst team and they're still the most popular team.
Well, football's king in the States right now. And it's mostly I think because of fantasy football and gambling and whatnot. But
yeah, especially all those college games and all that. That's absolutely run by gambling.
I mean, if you go to Madison, which is like an hour west of me, it's completely different from the rest of the state. It's all everywhere you go is red because of the Badgers. Everyone loves the Badgers in Madison, but I'm not the biggest Badger fan. Actually, I hate the Badgers. I always kind of root against the Badgers because if you root for anything else, like I don't really care for college sports too much. To me, it's like watching amateur sports. I want to watch the professionals. I want to watch the best do what they do.
Right.
I don't hate it, but it's one thing. But I hate the people that never like. Well, let's just take examples because the NCAA tournament was a couple weeks ago and the Badgers were in it. They got pretty far in it. And when that happens, all these people put on their Badger gear and they go to like the bars and everything, and they pretend like they went to that school, and it drives me nuts. That really just, they get so heartbeat. I'm like, did you even go to the school, or do you have like family? Because no, most of them don't, basically.
Right.
It drives me nuts. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it because they're the biggest snobs too. Badger fans are huge snobs. Huge.
Yeah.
So. Like if you root for Marquette here in Milwaukee, they'll give you the business. So it's like I really don't like the Badgers.
I don't even know who the Badgers are.
It's just like
I imagine they're a football team.
They're a college that has like basketball, football. They have like all the sports, but every college in the States here has like basketball's huge, and so is college football, but like people love Ohio State, people love
that
Michigan.
That definitely seems to be an American thing. In Canada, it's not a big deal at all.
Yeah.
College sports, nobody seems to really care.
That's the way I take it basically. I only want to watch the professionals because if I'm paying money, I want to watch the best people do their thing. If you ever watch like college baseball, it's mostly this like wild pitches and
Yeah.
It's like with the exception of a couple of like players who actually will get drafted, it's you're mostly watching garbage. So I even have a hard time watching like minor league baseball. Do you have any like minor league affiliates around you or?
No. Ottawa used to have a team.
Mm-hmm.
They're still a 5-hour drive away. Well, in Buffalo has the Jays AAA team.
Okay.
But there's nothing like that around anymore.
Because we have the Brewers single A about 2 hours north of Milwaukee in Appleton, and like occasionally they'll do stuff like they'll bring in Paul Molitor or something like that to come and sign autographs for free, or like I'll go for that basically because it's like $5 a ticket and you get to meet Paul Molitor, which is the guy like I grew up basically. Like, it's heartbroken when he went to Toronto, But
it's good for me. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Good times.
I mean, I was glad he won because that was my guy, But like they'll do like $1 hot dog and $1 beer night, at those places. But if you go to watch the baseball game, it's really hard to watch because it's the same exact thing.
Single A is like they don't even really care if they win or lose. It's all just about getting players to try different pitches or whatever.
try to develop a little bit more and everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some people really like it, but I don't know. They try to tell you it's more pure, but
I don't know about that.
yeah. So how's that Friday the 13th coming along?
Good. I think I watched the last one I watched was Freddy vs. Jason. So all I have left is the remake now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I heard Tarantino was supposed to be attached to that remake for at one point in time, and then that fell through.
Really?
Yeah, I would have thought that would have been more interesting, but whatever. You know, I don't know. That's not my favorites. I think the remakes, even like the Freddy remake of the Nightmare on Elm Street, I don't really care for it that much.
Haven't seen that either. I haven't watched any Nightmare on Elm Street movies.
You never seen those?
Nope.
Ugh.
No, the only one I saw, I don't know which, like I caught a bit of it on TV, and it was like Freddy was a paper cutout.
Yeah.
And he was chasing people who were paper cutouts, and I was like, what is this? And
That might be like number 3 or 4.
I'm not sure. It was on TV, and I was like,
The first one, I still like. I watch that one like every like Halloween or something. I think the first one is really good. That's like that one's really good. For dumb fun. Three's okay, and I really like watching Freddy's Dead for dumb fun because I think there's just at that point in time I think that's just Freddy talks. He doesn't even talk in the first movie. He just he just kind of goes like ha or something. Like he doesn't say anything. But
I wish I would have watched them before I watched Freddy vs. Jason because it seems like that movie was more of a Nightmare on Elm Street movie than a Friday the 13th movie.
I could see that. I can it is more of a Freddy movie, I would say, probably.
What else are you gonna do? I mean, Jason doesn't talk.
Yeah, and that's kind of Freddy's thing by the end of like the Freddy movies is that he talks basically. Like that kind of came around in the third movie because people are like talking to Freddy, telling about like he's just somebody that no one really knows about that's killing people in their sleep.
Right.
That's kind of what the plot of the first movie is. And the parents are all like try to pretend like it doesn't happen.
Right.
What's up, Musty?
How's it going?
Hey.
It's working.
Different location.
No, same location.
Oh.
Just use laptoping it up.
This one is not mounted to a tripod, so I may want to elevate this or something. My ceilings are boring. Yeah. Almost as boring as my walls.
It can't be as boring as like watching me clean my electronics dust for like an hour and a half to 2 hours.
No, that was exciting, man. That was good times. I enjoyed it.
I think you were good, like poking fun at me as I was doing it.
No, nobody was. No, you're just being self-conscious. Hey, so why is this called Frodo and Aragorn? Does anyone know?
Ask Cartridge Canuck.
All right, forget it then.
There's a name for this one?
Yeah. It has to do with our. So we posted a picture from the MGC this weekend, and it was, and then Paul decided to post a picture of Sam of Frodo and Aragorn. So.
Oh.
Because he's Musty Hobbit, he's a Hobbit.
Right.
Which prompted me to then post my old picture of me in that costume for one of the first times. Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just pulling out the chat box real quick. Sorry.
I'm just watching the Jays.
So, you guys see that one picture I posted of my scope on Twitter today? It was a picture of a waveform. It was I ordered some cheap-ass power adapters for Genesis off of eBay. And let's just say I got them, and they caused a wavy horizontal line to appear on my PVM from the Genesis, and it scrolled from the bottom to the top, and then it hit the top, and it started at the bottom and do it again. And there'd be like 2 of them sometimes, and 3 of them sometimes, and I'm just like, okay, it's the AC adapter, so I scope it out. Sure enough, it's got the 9 volts DC, but on top of the 9 volts DC, there's like a 2 volt peak-to-peak AC waveform.
Whatever that means, yeah. That sucks.
And it means there's an AC signal laid on top of the DC signal, which is what's causing the wavy lines on my screen. And the seller says, oh, I've sold hundreds of them with no problems, and no one's ever complained before. And I'm like, Well, I guess no one had good enough eyes and good enough equipment to see the problem then. They must have just been using like Genesis hooked up to RF. Or they're just people who don't care anywhere. Like, hey, my Genesis works again. I can play Sonic now.
Well, that's most people these days, though.
And then Yoshi dropped the mic.
Yeah,
So-
I like it doesn't work. So the guy's like, okay, I'll take them back. Yay, thank you. Give me my money back. I'll try some other methods of getting AC adapters for them. Probably hack together my own. Hopefully, well, I ordered some two cheap ones that cost like half the price that I paid for these. Because I can hack adapter plugs on them. And if these are decent quality, the ones I'm getting, and they scope out nice, I'll probably just start like doing Genesis 1 AC adapters and stuff like that for people if they need it. That actually work right and actually do as they're supposed to do. Because there's a giant issue where like they're all crap. All the aftermarket Genesis power adapters are horrible. All of them.
I'm sorry to hear that, Yoshi.
Sorry, mini ran over.
Hey, Melissa.
Hey guys.
How you
How's it
doing?
going? Good. Good.
So you Ericless today?
Yeah, he actually he texted me an hour ago and said you're on your own for dinner and putting the kids to bed.
Oh,
So-
what's he out doing?
He's at work, so I guess something came up.
Oh,
I don't know. He didn't tell me what it was, so. And he was
I thought he was on travel, though.
He's traveling Saturday. He goes out Saturday. So, and he'll be back Tuesday. And I can't remember what time he gets in. I think, I don't remember what time he's going to get in. Maybe around 6-ish our time. So we might not be here next week because I'll go pick him up.
You can just do it from your phone, though, can't you?
Yeah, I could, but I don't have enough data. We don't have that much data. I mean, we have limited, so.
To sign on to that airport Wi-Fi and whatnot.
Yeah. Sitting here at the airport, my 3 kids will want to get in on it too. Yeah, so.
Uh-huh.
Thanks for the shout out in the in your video.
Well, welcome to the club.
Yeah, I lucked out. Normally I don't stay up that late on Thursday, but
Yeah.
it rolls out at 11 o'clock for me. So.
Well, it was about an hour early, like hour to maybe even an hour and a half earlier than it normally rolls out early.
Gotcha.
So, because it was like 8 something here, and it's usually about 9:30, quarter to 10 here. So, yeah, so it worked out.
Well, they sounded like they were scrambling too, so I'm kind of surprised that they released early on top of that, you know.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know why it releases that early. What they do, but it's fine for me. So.
Yeah.
well, I guess Joe just posts it when he's done because you can't. It's not like YouTube where you can schedule it to go at a certain time. So.
Okay.
I don't know why he swapped it, changed it to because it was it was early on Friday, right? Now it's really early on Friday.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's like just after midnight or something, I guess.
Your time?
No, like Eastern.
Oh,
Because it's
So
like if
probably,
it's
what,
like
10
around
o'clock?
9:30 here, it's like 12:30ish Eastern, right? So.
yeah. I don't think you can schedule a date or a time.
For Podbean.
I don't think so.
Podbean you can. I don't know about Podomatic, but everybody's on Podbean now, aren't they? Fandango, SDC.
Mhm.
Because I know, like on Podbean, we can say what time, what zone, I believe. Mac tried to schedule one, and then he said that he accidentally just pressed upload at the time. So, but I believe you can set it to that.
Well, Maybe he. Yeah, because I can't see Joe being up doing it like that late. You know, like saying, "Oh, I'm gonna do it."
I guess I can log
You
in.
know, stay up and just post it.
But
Oh yeah, okay, you can.
you can? Okay.
All right.
But that's for people with predictable podcasts. That's not ours.
Yeah, when's the
Yours
next
isn't
one coming up, Paul?
Enzi's had it for like 3 weeks, and I think he's just really busy with school, right?
It's that time of the semester when everything just goes nuts.
Yeah, I just had midterm a couple weeks ago, so.
Oh, you just had midterm?
2 weeks
I'm
ago.
like 3 or 4 weeks away from finals.
Yeah, I end in the middle of May, so that's coming up too.
Like, the first week or two. I think my finals are like the first week of May, generally. So, it should be interesting.
I haven't had a midterm in 18 years.
Must be nice, Mars.
Boy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm over the hill, man. I am so old.
How old is he?
You do the math. I'll let you do the math.
No, you don't have like a Rodney Dangerfield joke or something with that, or?
No, I don't. No.
Oh, no.
Got to
I
pull
got
him.
no respect.
Yeah.
Where's the name of this chat here, or this Hangout? I want to see.
What's what?
Where's the name of this? Like, I want to see this.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. You'll see the title.
It's sort of a tribute to you and Musty.
Oh.
Because I anticipated hearing your escapades.
I don't know if we should wait for more people to get on or what, you know.
Yeah. Well, you want the biggest audience.
I've been watching the first few hours of this. Yeah, I've been watching the first few hours of this.
Yeah, I watched a little bit. It was you just cleaning your room or something, right?
Yeah. And nobody wanted to join me.
Oh, I brought some Canadian treats here.
Rocket? What's that?
Yeah.
Rocket? It's like Smarties? It looks like Smarties.
Oh yeah, it looks like Smarties.
Yeah, it's what you Americans call Smarties.
No, I have Smarties.
Actually, I don't know why they're called Smarties. Those are like the dumbest candies ever. I don't know. I'm not a fan.
They're all like pasty and chalky. And
Yeah.
I mean, when I was a kid, I didn't care. Any candy was good candy.
Well, why do you guys call them Rockets then?
Because they're not Smarties.
Yeah, these are Smarties.
Those are Smarties.
Smarties.
Those
Yeah,
look like-
Smarties. Say it right.
What's the name of those candies that's, no. No, I know it is Smarties, but that's not Smarties. Looks like jelly beans. Jelly bellies are like...
They're like M&Ms. They're chocolate.
Do you have a chocolate that says otherwise? Because I have one right here. Prove me wrong.
Rockets.
Rockets, yep. All I need is some sauce.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
So what is like scribe? Or am I entering into another Paul Vortex by
Oh yeah, I asked
What
that
is
too.
I try not to create intentional vortexes anymore. I've learned my lesson.
Didn't J-Rock come up with that?
Yeah, that was a J-Rock. Well, like he referenced it during his stream on Schizophrenic, his buddy's YouTube channel.
Oh, okay.
They just started. They didn't. You know, it was kind of annoying to say like, comment, subscribe, and a lot of hassle. So I guess it's I don't know.
Gotcha. Like and subscribe.
Yeah, it's a cheeky way of saying like, comment, subscribe without having to say it, but
Oh
still
no,
saying it.
no. You had another thing for like comment.
Oh yeah, Shorement or
I think
Yeah.
there was a couple different variations of it. And all of them were wrong.
let's just say it got very J-Rock very quickly. So like scribe was one thing, and then there was hashtag beef rings, and it went downhill from there.
It was beef
Gotcha.
ring?
It was fun though. It was a good stream. Him and his buddy Schizo there doing some Nintendo Wii U streaming. So I gotta catch up on some podcasts here. I'm about 2/3 of the way through the Fandango, and that seems like it's going to be almost 2 weeks now, right? Or a week?
Huh?
It's been out.
It just came out a couple hours ago.
Which one are you talking about? Yeah, there's a new one.
Oh, there's a new one. Oh, sorry, I'm still on the. I've just been
Let's
busy.
check the old iTunes here to see if the new one popped up here.
Are you on the P in the Pod episode? Pod episode?
Yeah, I think so.
Can you guys hear me okay or what?
Yep.
Gotcha.
All right.
Then there's a Cartridge Club episode, and everybody's.
You're going to be sick of me then.
That's what Eric said too.
On my hour drive back and forth to school every day.
Yeah.
Every other day.
Commutes. Was that the Mighty Q Dog alarm? I was like 5 minutes up. Got to wrap her up.
we both have Samsungs, and that's my alarm to go check dinner.
Oh.
So yeah, he's.
I thought we had to hang up now. That's it. We're done. Cut off.
Yeah. That's over. See ya. Have a good night.
All right.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Don't show anything until I get back.
Oh no, we won't.
Midwest boys.
Oh, okay. So this doesn't count. Yeah, this is kind of stupid.
I got something I need to clean.
Yeah, you gotta clean. Those
No, I'm done cleaning. Well, other than a bunch of boxes, but.
So Yoshi, were you modding another Game Gear?
I was cleaning. I was stripping the old caps out and cleaning the board. Now I gotta wait and let it sit for like a day or two so it can dry out real well.
Was that the Game Gear from Canadian Retro?
Yes, it was. So. Try to get that thing working again.
The Canadian Retro send you those PS3s or?
Yeah, they're sitting over there. I took a video of me taking all the stuff out of the box, but like I have like 3 or 4 videos that I could edit together and do, but college. And then after I get done with that, I'm like, I don't feel like doing anything. Yeah, I'm just gonna like lay here and watch TV. Or watch videos on YouTube about electronics. Which you'd think after going to school for electronics and coming home and tinkering them, I wouldn't want to watch videos on it. But nope, watching videos on electronics.
What are you majoring in again?
Electronics.
Oh, okay. Is there a lot of math involved in that? And you and Eric were like going into another dimension today with your math, like
I told him like
cheat sheet.
No, like I told him like, wait, you mean the thing I did with vintage, or like the thing I was asking
Eric, yeah.
Eric on last night?
Yeah, maybe that was. I just saw it today, so.
His
And then
I asked him to help me on a transistor problem, which it's funny. I brought it up in class, and the professor's like, "Yeah, I didn't mean to give you that one. Sorry." He went over it, and he's like, "They didn't give you the most important thing here. They didn't tell you what beta is, and without beta, it's really hard to figure this out without making a bunch of assumptions that are pretty much wrong."
Hey Mars, wasn't Steven Eider supposed to be on this Pee-wee episode, or?
No. No, we have him scheduled to come on, I think sometime in June.
Oh. I always thought you kept teasing him saying we're only watching the first one.
No, because every time it's like, you didn't, like Friday if we do Friday the 13th, you didn't mention like the Friday the 13th cereal that came out in the 80s, or you didn't mention this, or you didn't mention that. It's like I try to explain to him like when we do a franchise, it doesn't make any sense for us to go into things that we have no opinion on, right?
Yeah.
So if I have no opinion on the third movie, or both Vox and I really don't feel like there's really nothing to say, right? Or if we haven't played whatever video game, like what are we gonna say? Yeah, there was a RoboCop video game that came out on the NES. Then there's nothing else to say, right? But he feels like as if we should at least mention it or something. But so I tried to explain it to him like so many different ways. So now I just tell him like, we're only doing the first movie. That's it. So he understands that we're not going to be talking about Big Top Kiwi or the newest one.
Talking about Big Top Pee-wee.
Well, I don't know. I asked the guys, should we?
The quintessential movie of all time.
That movie sucks.
They
I
said,
love Pee-wee.
That's what they said.
Oh.
I still think the original like kid show was fun to watch. It's I think of your like need just like background noise. I think it's a great show for that basically. I always think it was kind of lame when they would do like the penny cartoons because the penny cartoons were always like 1930s like cartoons or something like that.
Yeah, there were there was no royalties for them, whatever we call it.
But I always thought the show was. The music coming from.
Got some music now. Is that Game Boy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just replace the battery.
Are you using it for a flashlight or?
No. I just replaced the battery on a Game Boy game.
Okay, I'm just
It
busting
really
on.
interrupted you guys a lot more than I expected.
I'm busting on Donnie because he's in the chat. Him and his torch.
Oh, is he still there? He said he was going to go to bed like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah, he said that too. He's like, I said bye like 2 hours ago.
Rilo Ken tweeted out, 1 like and I'll kill my dad. Pretty good. It's
I
pretty
thought I
good.
already did that.
Spoilers.
Uh-oh.
Spoilers.
Hi. Like, nobody doesn't already know that.
Spoilers.
You know that already. It's not
All
a
the people watching.
All the people who made it through 2 hours of Yoshi cleaning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched a good hour and a half of that. I was quite interested in, how he lives his normal life. And,
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. It was a day in the life of Yoshi right there. It was great.
Watching the Yoshi in his natural habitat.
Yoshi usually clean up before guests arrive, though, not film it while they're...
He was so proud of that desk, too, how clean it was.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's a complete mess already.
Took about 15 minutes.
Took him no time.
What it was. So, that's always good.
Yeah, where's Finn at? Spoiler man.
Don't know.
Don't know.
Probably had something better to do.
Yeah.
What could there possibly be that's better to do?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Don't
he's on the
start.
chat, man.
Right now I'm watching the Blue Jays break my heart slowly.
Oh, I'm not watching them right now.
Russell Martin is mouthing off to the umpire right now. It's good times.
What's going on right now? Just bad pitching for them, or what's?
Yeah, the umpire is like anything close, he's calling it a ball. So Russell's giving him the business. But Stat Tracker shows it as he's shown that it's all balls. So the umpire's not wrong. That should be a strike, and it is. All right, it's good. I could do it.
Your team's built on offense, and they're not hitting right now. Looks like.
Yeah.
Is Tulo just a bum right now, or what's going on with Tulo?
No. Tulo's fine. He'll be fine.
No, I'm saying, what's he doing right now? He's just not doing anything right now, or?
Hanging out,
Well, he's at shortstop. He's waiting for the next play.
Well, wasn't he hurt though, like to start the season though, like in spring training, or?
No,
Yeah, I mean he's not hitting that well right now, but he'll be fine. His defense still stellar. There you go. He's right. He's covering third base right now. Do you want me to do a play-by-play?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Because I just got the score here.
I got here just in time for sports.
Swing and a drive.
2 outs. We're at the top of the 8th. Yankees have runners on first and third. The right-hander is going to throw. I'm not sure who's pitching right now. And the ball is outside. Chavez. Guy at the plate is Starlin Castro.
What?
Former Cub.
He's hitting 409 right now. You know,
he's had to get away from that shitty team in Chicago.
Hey.
Oh, that's right.
Watch it.
And he just fouled it off. Counts now 1-1. I could get in trouble by Major League Baseball.
Oh, yeah, you're supposed to say all this is copyright.
Yeah, I'm
unless approval by Major League Baseball.
It's funny because some people will call into the they'll call into the Blue Jays call-in show at the end of the game, and they'll want to know like what the Yankee score is and that. And the guy has to tell them like, I can't tell you what it is. Because technically he'd be rebroadcasting what like they have a sponsored segment where they give all the scores, like, but he can't like tell them what the score is off the television.
Without the express consent of Major League Baseball, as they say every hour, I think on the top of the hour or something like that. Or at least I think for Milwaukee they do.
No, they only do it once a game. Here.
Yeah, at the end of the game, or
at some point.
Broadcast. Pause for station identification.
But you're in Canada. They won't care.
I don't know. We got a baseball team here. They might care.
Canada's team.
Was there a big rivalry back in the day for the Expos, or?
Not really. They used to do like this thing during spring training. Like they would wrap up spring training with like a little 3-game series. I think it was. I can't remember what it was called. It was like the something cup or something like that. But none of the spring training games really mattered anyways. And the Blue Jays and Expos never played against each other until interleague play started up. But by that time, like the Expos were so mismanaged, you know. Like they always had like a really crappy team.
I'm trying to remember. I used to remember the name of that where they used to play was called
Olympic Stadium.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
The thing is like a giant toilet bowl. Foul. Yes, foul. Yeah, I was like sitting in a giant toilet bowl. They had like this.
So I met. That sounds like you attended it. Then you've been there.
Yeah, I did. And like the main problem with that place, I think it's at like 80,000 people. It was built for the Olympics, right? So you put 20, 30,000 people in there, and it looks empty. Looks like nobody's there. And they had like this. They wanted to beat the Sky Dome to have like the very first retractable roof. So they put like this weird tarp over the opening at the top of the stadium. And after a while, it wouldn't come up anymore. So they had to just leave it like down.
They like sucked up into that piece, right?
Yeah. It would get sucked up into there, but it didn't work after like 2 or 3 years. So they would just leave it down, and then it started getting like it started to rip and tear, and there'd be like big holes in it. So when it would rain, there'd be like water falling down into the stadium. And it looked like you were sitting in a giant toilet bowl. It was awful. Terrible stadium. And they played a couple spring training games there against Boston. Finally.
Did Paul put the game on his screen here?
Of course he did.
Great. Here we go.
Oh, there we go. Now we're in trouble.
I'm trying to see this game here. It looks like it's just paused on his screen here.
You thought Rocco was going to get us in trouble.
Well, it's just going to get Paul in trouble. It ain't going to get us in trouble.
That's true.
So
Yeah, I may be kicked off of YouTube by this time.
Oh, we're coming to get you.
Oh, now Greg Zahn is he's gonna come over
Just
there.
put on present. Put yourself on present so I can watch this game here. And then I can hear Mars do the broadcasting, the play-by-play.
Greg's on is going to come over to your house and punch you out, Paul.
Oh, that guy was a bum for the Brewers.
They won't recognize this video. It's so choppy, right?
Yeah.
What are you streaming that?
So I got it on a Slingbox, so it comes
Slingbox.
through my browser.
Gotcha.
Yes, because you want to watch the same play over and over again.
Yeah.
So just put it on present so we can all watch it here.
Aren't I doing that right now?
No, you
Present
are,
so we can all be kicked off.
Yeah, we're gonna put
Oh, present. There we
There you
go.
go.
Edwin.
Not too.
This week's attempt at getting copyright claimed.
Who cares?
Sponsored by.
There's no sound. They only recognize the sound.
Yeah.
Copyright.
You just sat there complaining about it. Maybe like a fair use law.
Just don't broadcast this as what's it called? The Yankees and
Yeah.
Blue Jays of April 12th?
Live commentary.
Yeah, it's live commentary.
It's
There
all
we go.
broadcast of it in the game.
You're reviewing the
Yeah,
game.
I'd buy that car.
Featuring 2 people that care and a bunch of others that don't.
We're waiting for Mrs. Q Dog to get back so we can.
Yeah, we gotta wait for her to come back so we can present.
We can.
We could show off.
Oh boy.
Rangers and Penguins tomorrow. Woo! Playoff hockey, yay!
Someone's got to do the oh boy.
So
I don't know
hey,
which team
guys,
I want.
bye.
I don't know which team I want to lose more.
If
Probably.
they could find some way to have both of them lose, I'd be happy. Get it? Because I don't care about baseball.
Yeah.
Looks like them seats are pretty empty there, Mars. Well, the fans just don't go to games there now?
It's the first time they haven't sold out in 17 games. Going back to last year.
Just because it's a Tuesday?
Because it's the Yankees.
Nah, well, it's probably Tuesday night. That's a big reason.
They're all in the Google Hangouts. How
Yeah.
many people we got watching this thing?
I mean, I'm not there, so. Getty
They
Lee's
all-
not there
They
today.
all knew you were going to be streaming the game, so they stayed home.
Yeah.
Well, you do have a good majority of the population of Canada in this hangout. Don't you guys know your Canadian geography?
No.
Stateside? No.
Just above Montana somewhere.
I kind of know I know where Toronto is, and that's about it. Everything else is kind of like the rest of Canada.
That's what Torontonians think, too.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
When people ask me, is that in Canada? I'm like, oh, is it just around Toronto? That's, if they tell me where they're in Canada.
Yeah, is that near Toronto? I get that a lot.
Oh boy. He's getting ready to throw that ball.
He's warming up. They gotta get that lefty
Throw
going.
that ball.
Must have a bunch of lefties coming up for the Blue Jays here.
Throw them balls.
I don't know.
You see, I used to play baseball when I was a kid, and then I got bored of it.
Wasn't enough
I'm
math.
bored of it, just you guys
I think
talking about it.
There's a lot of math in
Yeah,
baseball.
I mean, he'd probably be really good at like the math and like like some GMs. Like I think the Brewers' new GM isn't even like really a baseball guy. He's just all about the numbers. That's like all he does is he just statistics and whatnot.
Yeah, it's all percentages.
I think I should continue in the engineering field.
Oh, everyone's just swinging for nothing.
Well, you got a piece of it.
Yeah.
I swear. This lady does not know how to make subs. Why are the tomatoes on top?
Where are you supposed to put the tomatoes?
It's under the other stuff. Put the lettuce on top. Put the tomatoes and the onions in the middle so that they don't fall out.
Yeah, I usually do tomato and onions on the bottom, and then I do like pickles and lettuce on top.
You actually tell them what order to put the ingredients on?
No. When I make my own burger,
Oh, okay. Because I was like, if I worked there, I'd punch you in the forehead.
It's not as bad as the one time I ordered a chicken tender sub, right? I told him to put buffalo sauce and a little bit of ranch on it, and like a whole bunch of other toppings. And I get it out, and it's like I open it up, and here's a couple of chicken tenders laying on top of all the toppings, and I'm just going, what?
Maybe you need to find a new sandwich shop.
Stacking it the way you wanted it, right in front of them.
Or you could just be, tell them to put no bunny food on your sandwich. Give you the meat and the cheese.
Dude, I want more than meat and cheese.
Okay, ask for more meat and more cheese then.
Then they charge you for 2 sandwiches on one bun.
Yes.
Yeah, but you have a real sandwich then. You don't have that.
Anyway, video games.
still
You
here.
can talk all the video games you want. Go nuts.
They make those?
Here, I got a question for you. Is the 6-button controller's button supposed to be, like, pretty wobbly or what?
The top ones?
The lower ones.
I always...
They're a little loose.
bit?
Yeah, they're looser.
A little wobbly.
Like, they jiggle around a little bit. Is that right?
Yeah.
This is the only one I think I have 2 of these. These are the only ones I've ever found in the wild.
I've never liked the 6-button controllers. I know I have a buddy who completely disagrees with me. I always prefer the 3-button Genesis controller, but
I guess it would depend on the kind of game you're playing. If you're playing like a shooter or something.
I think Street Fighter, you need a 6-button.
I just like the feel of the 6-button more for some reason. I never really use the top 3 buttons, but it just feels better for me.
must have small hands.
Probably.
It's easier, like, if you have to do, like, button combinations, I think it would be easier because the buttons are a little closer together.
Mm.
So you kind of...
I think what you're talking
one button at a time.
I think how you're talking, how they're, like, a little bit wobbly is right. I think one of the reasons, like, a little bit more spongy, I think that's one of the reasons I never probably cared for the controller as much.
Well, and the A button here seems like the way they've curved it in, it's like you have to kind of, like, push it, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Your thumb sort of sinks into it, and it makes it like a ridge there.
It's almost kind of like arcade stick buttons. To an extent, I don't use many arcade sticks, but like the Street Fighter 4 one I have has little slightly wobbly buttons. Similar feel to that, I guess. The Genesis ones were wobblier though.
Well, I've never actually used the 6-button. This is the first one I found. I've had it sitting in my clean it up soon bin for a while, so I'll have to check it out and see if I like it or not. Never played with a 6-button before.
Come on, Chris.
Anyway, this is more of a modern gaming question, so I know most people are not going to be able to answer it or care. But is anyone doing the Doom beta this weekend?
I just downloaded it on PC.
Oh, I know I'm supposed to get it free because I had that Wolfenstein. I didn't know about it. Was it this weekend?
It's an open beta now on everything.
Okay.
Yeah,
As of the 15th, I think it starts.
yeah, Friday.
So you can download it now, or is it just...
Yeah, you can pre-load
I
it.
pre-downloaded it on Steam on PC. I don't know about consoles for sure.
I've got it on Xbox One. It's an 8.5 gig file.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it was 14 gigs on PC, I think.
Damn.
Yeah.
Guess I'll just remove that Final Fantasy demo or something like that and put that on there.
That thing was terrible, man.
Don't tell that to Musty.
The Final Fantasy demo?
I mean, it did what it.
What?
It's meant to just show you what they're able to do. It's a tech demo. You said so yourself, I think.
I did?
Right? I think so.
No.
That it was just a tech demo?
No, I said the gameplay was terrible.
Do you like Kingdom Hearts?
No, I've never played them.
Oh, man.
They got Disney characters in it. Screw those guys.
Yeah.
No, I mean I thought the magic effects were awesome. Like if you found the Thunderbolt or whatever the third level, the third magic, that animation is incredible.
I don't care what any of it looks like. There was no gameplay. You just run up to guys and hold down the A button.
Yeah.
Boring.
Maybe they put all the gameplay in that prior demo that came with Type 0.
Were you
Yeah.
a fan of
Maybe I should try that.
previous Final Fantasy games, though, Mars?
Yeah, I like like going in the menus and figuring out what to do. Like everybody I know complains about 13, but I like the battle system in 13. I thought it was good.
There it is.
Thanks, Paul.
That was freaking perfect.
Wait a minute. So Musty Hobbit is Aragorn. That doesn't make any sense.
Paul, scroll down.
That's what I said, but he does dwarf me, basically, in height, basically. He's got like another
Was that
4
a
inches
pun?
on me. Musty has like another like 2-3 inches on me.
But Musty's got the
Plus
hair.
this
There you
picture.
go. Yeah.
Was that he dwarfs you supposed to be a pun?
I like it.
Sure, why not?
I like your long hair there, Ryan. This looks good. You should go back to that look.
That's not my long hair.
Isn't that you? Isn't that you beside him?
No.
You looked so cute back then.
No.
Oh,
I like that long hair. You should go back to that.
I did have long hair, though, back in the day.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about the dress?
No, I got rid of that.
Oh.
I just like the smile. It's exactly.
It's called the kilt.
It is.
And then there was the photo bomb. That one.
So did you guys like walk around the floor at all, or were you like, all right, let's get this over with, and then you're
No,
like,
this was actually at the end of the day. We,
Yeah.
like,
I don't know how
right before you took off, right?
Yeah, I don't know how much longer you stayed after I left, because I left right after that, basically.
I was there till almost 7.
Yeah. So did you get to see the cosplay show or contest?
No, I didn't. I didn't sit down the whole day, which is probably a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, I had a really good time. I wish I could have gone on Sunday because one of the things I was looking for, you got to hold.
Oh,
yeah.
the Super Nintendo PlayStation prototype?
Yeah.
Like, the thing is, I was like the only guy who got to touch it, basically. I was like
Really?
the only like local there because I was right there, and that guy, like I said, the guy in the photo with me is the guy who found it in his uncle's closet. That's the guy when they tell the story. That's the guy. Because even like at the end, because all of a sudden I didn't realize that they were doing a demo. Because I was with my buddy Jesse at the time, and we were just walking by, and they were removing it from the bulletproof glass that they had it behind. And what's it called? I was like, hey, do you mind if I just put a finger on that so I can say I touched it? And the guy's like, sure. He goes, do you want to hold it? I'm like, he's like, how about a picture? I'm like, sure, why not? So
that's awesome.
And then like all of a sudden I went to go get a beer because the bar was right next to that where we're standing up. So I went to go get a beer with my buddy Jesse. And we're like, man, it's packed in because that's right where they do the presentations and the speaking. I'm like, man, what's going on here? And sure enough, they come walking in with the prototype and everything, and they were setting up and everything. I'm like, oh, I guess that's why everyone's waiting here, and it's completely just backed up to the gills. So we just got our drink and walked out, and we tried watching the presentation. And he said, I think he didn't hook it up correctly to the TV that they were doing the presentation, and that's why it didn't boot up when they tried doing the CD. Because I think they said it had a boot screen, kind of like how the PlayStation 1's got that. When you power it on, it's got that chime noise and the PlayStation logo come on. But I don't think he had it hooked up correctly to the TV, so nothing would come on when they pressed the power button. So. And then at the end, because we were walking by when they just finished up with the presentation, and they're like, okay, now you can come up and get your pictures. You know, like just people are coming up and taking their phones and their cameras and just snapping up close shots of it. So no one else got to hold it and touch it. So I'm like the only person besides that Dan guy who got to touch it. So my fingerprints are on that model.
So if we see you at a convention together, we get to touch the hands that touch the.
Oh yeah. You get a picture of these hands right here.
Oh yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me get a picture of those hands.
I was gonna say if it becomes a murder weapon, you're there.
Yeah.
Fingerprints are on it.
Yeah.
Well, I have evidence. I have evidence of me touching it, so that's the way I can get away with it.
bludgeon them to death with a PlayStation. Very good. Hold on, let me put it in a sack first.
But no, I
That would
think
be more practical.
Well, Paul, didn't you say something too? Because like it didn't. All of a sudden, they're like, all right, they were gonna say like, all right, it's time to boot it up, and everyone was getting all jazzed up, and then it didn't. Nothing came on, and I was like, oh, I think it's broken.
Yeah, they're gonna blame you.
Yeah. Yeah. I shaked it up real hard. But
That's pretty cool though.
yeah,
Really cool. Didn't somebody say what did it smell like?
I think Toku Joe.
Oh yeah.
Did that happen on Fandango also? Toko Joe asked me how it smelled like. I didn't really smell it. It smelled like heaven.
So it was yellowed on the bottom?
I think it was kind of yellow to begin.
Only after it was done with it.
I think it had that classic, Super Nintendo yellowing to it. So
yeah. I wouldn't get that one. I'd send it back. I'd get one.
Only the Super Nintendo half was yellow.
Like retro brighted or whatever it's called.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
Hey, call Sony and tell them, hey, my PlayStation prototype's discolored. You should send me another one.
Surprised. Have they even spoken up, like the company's spoken up about that thing, or what?
I think it was just. What do you call it? Like they tried to. I know they told them to destroy it. I think that was the rumor. Like destroy the prototypes. And I don't think no one's really ever acknowledged it from either Sony or Nintendo. But that was like always a rumor that that thing existed.
So what do they work for? Hydra? Destroy the prototype.
Well, they don't
let it get into. Don't let it get into Microsoft's hands. What are they worried about?
It's just because I think it did have both the Nintendo and
Bad
Sony's
blood,
like
right?
copywritten patents on it too. So like I don't know.
I heard the bias is already out there, so people can start emulating for it.
Yeah. Have fun playing a game on it.
Yeah.
Well, they were talking about developing something like games for it too, because they had another guy there who was talking about like developing the games for it. And
there is a homebrew out for it already. It's some game that comes out. They put it out on everything.
On everything, yeah.
Can't remember the name of it, but.
But it's like, yeah, what is the point of it if you're not gonna, unless they're gonna try to release a Kickstarter for making more of them, or
yeah, they can use old Jaguar dolls. I heard there's a lot of those.
Yeah, good idea.
I would have ran with it there, Rocket.
There actually was like a cop like right behind me though too, or something like that. They did have security there, like. Actually, they had a guy standing by it the entire time of the convention. Cause
that's good.
On Saturday, when I snapped my picture by the glass, they had a guy standing by it basically just to make sure that probably nobody ran away with it or.
They had like the scopes on your chest the whole time. Like there's like 6 little red lasers.
No.
Like, yeah, here we go.
They had it locked in some kind of bulletproof glass case, but you could still lift up the case basically. So
I can't believe he's like, here, hold it. Like.
Well, the guy, he was a pretty friendly guy. Like I said, like it wasn't like like I said, all I asked was just to put my finger on it, just to say, hey, I touched it. So
yeah. Anybody else? Like from the sounds of it, he's not like him and his dad or his uncle.
His uncle, I think that's what the.
Or like who went to Japan with it? Was it him and his dad, or did his uncle go with?
I can't remember what happened with that part.
But
I thought it was him and his dad.
From the sounds of it, I don't think they're like he didn't really care. He's not like a big retro, fan or anything like that. He just found it and said, "Oh, I think this is pretty cool," and asked around about it. And so I think if it's anybody else, they'd be like, "No, you can't touch it." I think they wouldn't even entertain the idea. So that's pretty cool.
They had the retro AVS there though too at the convention. That emulator, not that. Well, it's not an emulator. It's that other Nintendo HDMI whatever.
Oh yeah.
Console where he plays Famicom and whatnot.
From Retro USB guys.
Yeah, and they said end of May it's supposed to be out, and I didn't like when he said, "Oh, we're aiming for just under $200," and I'm like, "Just under $200?"
So $199.99.
Yeah, that's exact 98. $198. But he didn't give us an exact price, and I told my buddy, I was like, I don't like the sound of that, because if it's like $200, that's a hard sell for like an NES console, just because it's HDMI.
Yeah, and there's not many more features. Why not? At that point, just do it.
You could get a Retron 5 that plays more stuff for 150 something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're gonna spend that much on an NES, you might as well just take the original NES and send it to somebody to get modded for you.
Are you trying to promote yourself there, Yoshi?
We don't know anybody like that though.
Hint, nudge.
Yoshi's trying to get more clients, I can see.
Hey, I like doing NES RGBs. NES RGBs are fun.
They also have it right next to the N64 HDMI mod that Yoshi's supposed to do for me one of these days. But
If you can find 2 other people willing to bite.
hey, I told you I would pay for the boards, and then you can make the profit off the other 2 boards. That's a fair trade, right? You do my console, I buy the other 2 boards, and you'll make your money off the other 2 boards.
It's pretty good.
I don't think you want to do that because I think they're like really expensive.
Like how expensive? I thought you told me it was $100 for 3 of them.
No, it was like $127 for a board each, and you had to buy 3
of them. Okay, then we'll split it 50-50 then on the next.
Dude, I won't be able to afford doing that for quite a while. It's okay, because...
I just fix that crate of garbage I sent you, man.
Hey, man, I'm working on it. That Game Gear hopefully be ready by the end of the week. Though I gotta finish a bunch of speech bullshit first. I would like college a lot more if I didn't have to do speech classes, English classes, and general education classes.
Yeah, I would like school better too if I didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, it would totally rock.
Nah, I like the electronics classes and the math classes. Those are cool. The rest of them are I don't care.
It's about problem solving and showing that you can, work with other people and whatnot.
Yeah, I do that enough as it is.
So do we want to present now, or do we want to wait a little longer? Or
I think so. Is everybody's here? 1, 2,
What are you
3.
presenting?
our gets from the convention?
I haven't found anything. Don't present me. I'm cleaning stuff from a year and a half ago. I found.
All right. So who's presenting
Just have a
first?
box sitting around.
Joe or Ryan?
I've got boxes.
Hey, Musty, why don't you go first?
You want me to go first? Okay.
Yeah.
I've been trying to figure out the best way to approach this whole thing. Get you the right story. Because I want to save the biggest piece for last, but the biggest piece was the first thing.
Yeah, that's the first thing. I showed you where to got it.
Yeah, you showed. Well, you showed me where it was, and I appreciate you doing that.
I got at the convention about an hour before Musty did, so I scoped up the area basically and gave him a rundown on where to hit up and which vendors to not go to and which ones to approach for better deals.
And for some reason, and maybe it was first convention jitters or what, but I was just really reluctant to make the first purchase. But again, I want to save that one for last because that's my biggest hit. Let me start with the Game Boy Color game that I got. I have a 2-year-old, so I got him. Is that inverted?
I can see it.
No, that's right.
No, it's good for us.
It's good for you guys? Okay.
You can, if you're on your laptop, you can change it so that it is mirrored or whatnot.
It's fine. At least I know that left is left and right is right now. Okay, yeah, so I got Bob the Builder. I have not tried it yet, but he's just getting to that age where he's starting to push buttons on things, like he can answer phone calls, which is scary. So the Xbox stuff. First we're 4 for 10. So I just picked up Wolverine's Revenge. All of these are complete. I picked up Flat Out.
Nice.
Somebody was talking about this maybe last week.
Me.
It was you, yeah. So this is the one, I'm going to flip that over, where there's mini games, there's bowling, so you actually crash the car and launch the driver. And try to take the pins out. There's darts and other kind of ragdoll physics with the driver. So
Is that an Xbox exclusive or?
Nope. Came out on PS2 and PC.
Yeah.
But yeah, like what you do is you go down the ramp, and then you hit you gotta go as fast as you can, and you slam on the brakes, and the driver goes flying out the windshield, and you use the driver to like knock down the pins.
No.
Nice.
There's also like a race mode, and I think there's even a destruction derby mode, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Like it. Yeah, there's race mode online, but obviously
But there's a bunch of flat out games. All of them are good except for 3. There's flat out 3, which. But Ultimate Carnage that you can get on 360, that's good too.
So then I got go with this one. Xbox exclusive early title.
Brute Force. Yeah. Never a fan of that one.
I played it once. I had a buddy he was the one who introduced me to Halo, and so he had this too, and felt like we'd give it a try.
Yeah, I think it was the pack-in game for a while. The original Xbox.
Yeah, it was launched. I think so. Right. And then the last of the one from that 4 for 10 is 5.
That's a good one too.
And I've never played any of the Legacy of Kain games. This will be.
You want to start out at the beginning and go all the way through.
And that's Soul Reaver, right, on the PS1?
The first one is I think it's just called Legacy of Kain.
Okay.
Blood Omen.
Blood Omen. That's it.
That one's a different style of gameplay. It's like kind of a top-down dungeon crawler game on PS1. And then from then on, it's the standard formula with Soul Reaver and then on. It's really weird how there's exclusivity on certain games for only certain consoles throughout the series. Because you can get Soul Reaver on Dreamcast for PS1, and Dreamcast is a way better version. But then you're stuck with PS2 for Soul Reaver 2. And Blood Omen 2 was on everything, and then so was Defiance, pretty much, except for GameCube.
And they were all on the PC?
Yep.
The entire series on the PC?
Meh.
And they go on sale on Steam a lot. But apparently the Dreamcast version of Soul Reaver actually is worse than the Dreamcast one. The PC version is worse than the Dreamcast one. I'm not sure if I said that in reverse order, but whatever.
You said it wrong first time, but
I doubt that.
Okay.
Okay. The Dreamcast version is better than the PC version?
I think it came out later, so it's like slightly graphically better. I'm not sure. I have no idea.
I wouldn't doubt it. Dreamcast is better than a PC.
Yeah, you can get mods for it to play in widescreen and everything right now. So never believe anyone when they say the graphics are better on anything other than the PC, because you can somebody already like put a mod on it to make it superior.
I should have said the textures. The out of the box textures for it.
So that's the big downfall.
Listen, Mr. Gorman, just because you cannot figure out how to get a controller to work on your PC, that's not the game's problem. Because you can't figure it out.
I'm not playing with my mouse and keyboard.
You don't have to play with mouse and keyboard. You can play with the controller.
I want to own the game, too.
You just have to take it and plug it in. You still own it.
Digitally.
You can always just play with your joystick.
I got a physical copy. Soul Reaver. If I was home, I'd be able to show you. I'll take a picture of it for you when I get home, okay? Does that make you feel better?
That'll make me feel a lot better.
All right.
Okay. I'm glad that somebody else is getting the heat other than, well...
I'm all about honesty, about being the truth. Be truthful. I don't want any sort of lies.
Oh, shit.
All right.
So can we let Musty continue?
Yes.
Maybe.
I can present the baseball game again.
Yeah, no, it's over.
No. So next up, Cartridge Club game.
Ooh.
Nice.
You're a little late, but yeah.
A little late. Well, I wanted to have it.
All right.
And then with a similar theme, but in the opposite direction, I got.
Nice.
Quality
title there.
Good game.
Yeah. So I think
Who found it for you?
Yeah, thank you for that again. I would have gotten there earlier. I would have maybe found it myself.
You went there right away?
What?
You weren't there right away?
No, I drove Saturday morning.
Oh.
So and then my GPS took me a southern route instead of direct, the route that I wanted to take, and it ended up adding like another half hour onto my trip. So I got there an hour after it opened, unfortunately. My last purchase of the day for Xbox as well is Kung Fu Chaos.
Oh, I've been looking for that too. Keep hearing good things.
Yeah, so and I was watching some stuff and they're like, oh, it's Smash Brothers for the Xbox. It's
But really funny and corny.
Yeah, you're supposed to be a kung fu action hero, and it's got the little extra ad. I always find those amusing. But yeah, it's almost like it's got a little like movie look to it, and all the characters have
Ridiculous names.
Yeah, they're pretty ridiculous. There's Master Shoyu, and there's Ninja Fahaya, and there's Lucy Cannon.
It's a nice manual.
Yeah. There's Tan Sour. And there's Chop and Sticks.
That's not racist.
No. And then the director of the movie, his name is Xiao Ting. So, but that was one I was looking for, so I'm glad I found that, and the price was good too, and it's in really good shape.
Yeah, that's a really nice manual, man. They used to make some really nice manuals.
Yeah,
Those names are terrible in the best way possible.
Completely missed what you said. What did you say?
I said those names are terrible in the best way possible.
Oh, the names, yeah.
So shifting gears to the only GameCube game I picked up, and Resident Evil 4.
Good game.
Yep.
Don't let the bros sway you.
No, I played it when it first came out, and it's again also in. No, I really enjoyed this game.
Resident Evil 4.
I think I'm gonna pick it up on the Xbone, which came out.
So then we'll go to the NES stuff. I got a couple NES games. The first of which I will show you this way.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
That's one of my childhood favorites right there, man. That's my jam right there. Micro Machines dig it.
And for those of you who are familiar with my list, this was the highest ranked game that I had left. So working that down.
Did you get better than $10 on that?
It's 20.
Ooh. Did you get better than $20 on that?
Tried. It was too early.
I think it's actually worth more than that, or it was last time I checked.
It's in. I mean, the color on the back is it's really.
Those Comerica carts really bother me.
Well, the fact that it's upside down like that.
It's upside down. Switches. Ugh. I mean,
little like nub back here, like that all about.
Yeah.
But it'll work.
I only put that in the toaster so that way I can close the door and not look at it.
The next one, and I got these two from the same guy. I did get a couple bucks off for it. The first is Vice Project Doom.
Oh,
Nice.
nice label.
It's nice there, but then the top is a little bit.
I don't know what it is with those guys, but yeah, that's the problem with that game for some reason.
Mine's scabbed too.
Yeah.
Can we ask you a price?
22.
That's really good.
I'm not afraid of price.
What's that one normally go for?
Yeah,
it's getting up there.
Marked to 25, but he came down a little bit for me.
I find it hard to find. Oh, I was trying to find it for $30, and it was 40 or more.
Canadian.
40 is a pretty solid price for it. It's gone, thanks to Metal
Here's
Weasels.
different, man. We live in a different world, when it comes to video game prices.
Yeah. So then the last NES game, and there's some etching on this one, and I did some Googling, which actually brought up some interesting results that are somewhat relevant, but very interesting. And
Yes. I added that to my list lately too.
so it's etched over here, and then if you look on the back, it's got some etching, and it says Hogan Video in Payette, Idaho.
Mm.
And I Googled it, and it's an amusement place. But then I Googled, what did I Google? I Googled Hogan's Video Amusement Payette, Idaho, and the first thing that came up on the top there. Yeah. Thought that was oddly ironic. So
There's an intro for you, Mars, for Fandango.
Yeah, no thanks.
So the last of it's all Super Nintendo, and again, I had picked up Secret of Evermore, and I showed you guys that last week. I just haven't put a video out on that, but I was trying to find some of the. I have a lot of like mid-range, like low-dollar mid-range titles to pick up off of the list that I wanted. First of which was Jungle Strike.
Yeah, man, you're picking up all the stuff I would play.
Yeah. I mean, these are games that I've never. I didn't have a Super Nintendo when I grew up, so I
that one's also on the Genesis. That's where
Yeah.
I'd have to say you might want to. Anyway, I'm happy for you, but I think Genesis is probably the way to go for that.
The other one, and I got this from Grimsy42. Flashback. I actually traded him a copy of. No, it was 2 copies of Mario Duck Hunt that I had found. So. I got that.
That's no problem trade right there.
Yeah. And then I tried. They had a copy of Power Blade, and I was trying to work on him at the end of the day, and he wouldn't take anything else that I had for trade. So it was just like, fine, I guess.
What do you want for it?
41, and it had a sticker on it that I could have easily taken off.
That's overpriced, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little high.
Power Blade 2 is the expensive one. That one's not expensive. That's like a $15, $20 game.
One's the better game, two's the more rare.
Power Blade has been jumping up like over to like the last year around here. Basically, it's every time over the last year I keep seeing it go up like $5 every couple months. So
yeah, it's one of those Contra games. It's good. Everybody wants it. So
I think what's happened with it is a lot of people have been mentioning it lately too on YouTube.
Yeah,
Friggin' YouTubers.
He had 2 copies. He had 2 copies. One of them was really clean, and he wanted $5 more for that one. But yeah, at that point, I had spent my budget. I promised myself I would stick to it, and they weren't taking credit anyways, so cash only at their table. So
$40. All right, I gotta price chart this.
go for it. Not the last 2. I got these from the same. I bundled these. That I got. 2.
Nice.
And I got them for $30 for both of them.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
That's a good price.
I'm looking for Earthworm Jim 2, but I just want a real trashed up label one because I have a perfect cartridge. The board on it's buggered.
Yeah, the label on these ones is good. And this guy was actually great, so I will just mention him from Cerulean Games, and I think somebody else recently dealt with him. Maybe Hodge. I think dealt with them.
Could be.
That sounds possible. Sounds kind of familiar from
You're trying to promo them and they cut you a deal.
Yeah, but he also bought some stuff from me at the end of the day, and that helped get me my last couple purchases. So, so the last thing was actually the first thing I picked up, and it was one of the things that I went there looking for, and it's. Yeah. I actually did a partial trade-in purchase for this one. I had found a copy of Pokemon Heart Gold at a Goodwill for $15. So I traded that and then the Conqueror Live and Reloaded that was missing the manual, and then I only had to pay like $40 more for this. But it's missing the map. That's the only kicker, but it's in shape, has the plastic manual. Manual's pretty good. That's in really good shape. I'm pretty happy with all of that. And then one last little thing, and then I will pass things off to Ryan. I went with my my sister and then her fiance, and so he is not really a collector, but he's a big into RPGs. So I was in a room with a Chrono Trigger and an Earthbound and like every single Super Nintendo RPG, and it's like, wow, he trusts me a lot to be in here right now. But he gave me his copy of Issue 5 Retro. And he did not need any more. He had read through it and he said I could have it. So that, and then I stopped by my parents on the way home, and they had found these for me at a half-price books. So
Nice.
yeah, so that was my weekend.
Yay.
All in all, I'm pretty happy with it.
What are those? Universal
Cool.
GameCube.
Oh yeah, I printed off the
For Final Fantasy 3, yeah.
Yeah, I went with the alternate cover art for. I'm gonna put 2 into these.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's everything I've got. Switch over to Ryan.
Nope, keep it there.
No!
Google Effects.
Now with delay.
Alright, well, I guess I'll start where... I bought this on Sunday, even though it's not really video game related. There was a guy selling... It's actually kind of where Musty found... It was the guy next to the guy where Musty bought his Beyond Good and Evil. There's a guy selling comics, and I bought this because I've heard people recommend this book, The Immortal Iron Fist, the Book of Iron Fist. So, yeah, written by Bootbreaker and the guys. I've heard... I read the first chapter, I guess, of it. It was pretty good so far. So it was only $5 because he was just selling like it's overstock he had. So for $5, I figured it was worth a pickup. Just I've never read anything by Iron Fist, so I figured this is at least a good place to start because I've heard people recommend it before. So that was $5. I don't know where to probably start. Well, I guess I'll start with this one because this kind of was like one of those things where on the end of the day, Sunday, I was just trying to get as many deals as I could for cheap. And there's a guy towards the back, and he had a tub of like N64. His prices are pretty good for most of the convention, but on the last day, I thought I could get him for his tub of sports games for N64. He had 5. I picked out 5 of them, and he had them priced at $3 each. And I picked 5 out of there that I didn't have. Like NFL Quarterback Club 2000, NASCAR 2000, Supercross 2000, just like 5 sports games I didn't have, and I asked him, "Would you do $5 for these 5 games for $1 a piece?" And he goes, "Absolutely not. The best I could do is $2 a piece." And I was like, "No, you can just keep these." And it's called like I know like there's a place like about a mile away from the convention, and I stopped there on the way home, and I picked up one of the games from. That I had in my hand that I offered $1 for, and I had it for 50 cents at the store because I know I can get these sports games for $1 or less at one of the local shops. So that's why I refuse to pay even $2 for a common sports game. But
Convention.
he gave me a stink eye. I'm like, dude, he had like I don't know, like 100 of them. I was like, dude, this is like the last hour unless you want to go home with more of these sports games, you know. So that was. I'm glad I bought that and didn't even pay. I saved myself 50 cents not buying that one. So I guess I'll go with these 2 original Xbox games. Get them out of the way here. You know, I picked these 2 up together for $20 because one of them, this one right here, he had for $5, and it's Rare by the Ghoulies, made by Rare. Never really played it yet, but. It's rare. It's a rare game, so I give it a shot. And it was only $5, and this one was $20. I've heard good things about this one, and I bundled them together. I asked him, "Would you do 20 for both these?" And then he goes, "Sure." Psychonauts.
That's a good game.
Yeah, I never played it, but I've heard lots of good things about it. So actually,
it's more funny and quirky than.
It's okay. It's like I said, it looks very interesting from what I've seen reviews where people talk about it, and I kind of wanted to get it from that, you know, that together. So I bundled those together for $20. Very happy about that. This was the very first thing I bought at the convention. I was walking around, and most people don't do anything right away, but I found it right away. I found it first, like the first table I stopped in. They had it, but it wasn't in a GameCube. It's a GameCube game. It wasn't in GameCube case. They put it like in a regular DVD case. Didn't have the manual, and I was like, and they were asking $35 for it. And then in the back table, these guys from St. Louis called Trading Games. They're there every year. Every year they cut me a deal like on them. I always love doing business with those guys, but I bought the GameCube version of Beyond Good and Evil. I always heard that's the best version of all three of the console versions. So I bought that one. No, yes, it is. From what I've read.
Why is that one better?
There's like less frame rate issues and the load times are faster.
Than the Xbox?
That's what I heard.
Sounds weird.
I heard the Xbox ones is pretty close to it. I heard the Xbox.
That makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Anyways, so I bought the GameCube version. I have the PS2 version. I'm gonna put that up for trade if anyone wants it for the convention I know that's coming up. It's a September game. So if someone needs like a copy, I don't know if anyone wants to. It was like a $5 game. So if anyone really needs it, basically, I don't know, just shoot me out, and I'll send it to you. So. It was complete. All these are complete. They all have the manual. I tested this out just to make sure it worked. But yeah, very happy about that. I'll go with these games next. Because on Sunday I was just trying to get as many deals as I could, and I didn't have that much success because for some reason nobody wanted to go down on very common sports titles. I was just trying to get as many common sports titles. Everyone's pretty much stuck on $3 or $4 for a sports title, and I wasn't gonna pay it. So I just I went to some other tables and I bundled a couple of these. This guy wanted $10 for this game, and I asked him $5, and he took it. So I got this one. So I believe I have all the Army Men games now for the N64, and I bundled these two together for $10. I bought Nuclear Strike for the N64 because I don't have that one, and Namco Museum 64. So I got a couple. Yeah, because I think he wanted $6 a piece for both these, and I just told him $10 if he would take it.
I can never find that Namco Museum for less than like $10, $15.
Gotta go to a convention.
Yeah, I go, but here in Waterloo they're not cheap.
Yeah. Well, it's yeah. I don't know. Sometimes you get, like I said, you got them in that last couple hours, just running around the convention.
I've been watching eBay for that one. I've pretty much given up.
This one, I'll save this one for a little bit. I bought this one Saturday from. There's a couple of Japanese game tables there at the convention, selling Famicom, Super Famicom games, but they had like a small bundle of American games. So I bought this game just because I always see it for around $10 to $15 now, and it's an awful game, and I got it for I think $7 just because I hate this game too, but I just need it for my collection, so got that one out of the way. The Mortal Kombat Sub-Zero.
So bad.
I do not recommend that for anyone, but it's terrible. But I need it.
I got that as a kid.
This may be obvious, but are you going for a complete?
Yeah.
64? Okay, nice.
Yeah. It shouldn't be that. Like I said, I'm like 70 away, so it's like most of them is just. Well, there was a guy selling Sculptor's Cut at the convention, but he had it box complete for $3,500.
Oh yeah.
And recently, even about a month ago, I saw it on Craigslist for about $850 complete. So it's like, what, I wasn't gonna deal with that guy. So, this one I made a trade for. I traded. Now, granted, I probably lost out on the trade, but I've been wanting this game for quite a while. I finally got it. I got Mystical Ninja. This was on my 4 games I wanted to get at this convention. This was one of them. So
is it a pretty decent game? Or like, what's the game, I guess, in a nutshell?
It's like a 3D platformer, but I know it's highly favored. There's a lot of positive reviews for it. So I've been looking for this one for a while now. I always see it go for about every time I see it in a store, it goes for about $5 more than it normally goes for on eBay.
What's it going for?
It's about $40 on
Oh, yeah.
eBay, and it's about I always see it for about $45-50 in stores.
Hmm.
And the labels are usually pretty messed up. And I saw one where at the same table that I bought that Beyond Good and Evil, and the label was messed up, and he was asking 40 for it, and the label was slightly damaged on it. But when I found it later on, I thought I missed out on it. I found it at another table where they actually had this label's pretty good shape, so I was very happy to get it for my trade there. And then this N64 game, this is the last of the 64 games I bought. It's a fairly uncommon sports title, but I tried getting in for 30 on Saturday. The guy wouldn't come down. He said, "No, I can't do it. I could do it for 35." I put it back down. He had 2 copies, and the labels. I tried doing the this label is not in the best shape. It's not the best. How about this? And he's like, "No, I can't do that." And then, this is like the last thing I stopped before I walked out the door on Sunday because they closed at 5 on Sunday, and I left at 4. But I made one last step. And he had 1 copy left, and this actually is a slightly better version copy. And he had it for 30. He marked it down to 35. He had it for 40. I don't know if you can see it. He had it for 40.
Hmm.
But then he marked it down to 35. 35 on Sunday. And I asked him 30, and he goes, "Okay, I'll take it." So, but it's International Superstar Soccer 2000. It's one of the rarer games on the N64 to find too. It's kind of hard. So. Like I said, the label isn't as shiny, but if you look on eBay, most of the labels are they're in way worse shape than this one, so very happy to get that rare N64 game out of the way. Yeah, I'm going to pull out some of these now next. I'll do these ones real quick. Here.
I don't have anything to show.
That's fine.
No, he just presented me.
On?
It's probably because Eric sat down.
Oh, okay. I picked these 2 up on Saturday, right before I left the convention. This one table was asking $14 for this game. I picked it up because I picked these 2 games up because they're coming up on the Cartridge Club, in October. I don't know, Mark's maybe can clarify it, but I got Kirby's Dream Land 2 for $10, and Kirby's Dream Land 1 for $7. Actually, he came down to 7. He wanted 10 for it. And I had one of those things where I was like, okay, 7, and then I pulled on my wallet and I only have 1 single left. So I was like, oh, how about 6? And he's like, okay. And so I lucked out on that one, yeah. And I'll pull out these real quick here too. We got a bunch of Manuels for at the convention. I found a box on the ground selling these for $1 a piece. Even though it's got some drawing on it, I didn't care just because of nostalgia purposes. I got Super Mario 2, but it's got all the story. It's got all the stories. It's got the story. It's kind of just for something for me to look through.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I got Mario Duck Hunt, Dr. Mario, Super Mario 3, and I picked up Rayman 2. For the N64, Pokemon Snap.
Where do you store your manuals?
I still have a lot of boxes from my N64, but I find sometimes they do fit in the universal game cases. But I do have my stack that I just bundle them all together like a rubber band. So whatever, And then I got Load Runner 3D for the N64. And then these 2, because they were Super Nintendos, I picked these 2 up on Sunday. The guy wanted, I think, $3 or $4 a piece for these, and I just said 2 for $5, just because these are games I really liked a lot growing up for Super Nintendo. It's Donkey Kong Country and Super Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo. So those are all the manuals I got from the convention.
Those were $1 a piece?
All the previous ones, with the exception of these last 2. The last 2 I got 2 for $5. I told them to do it. So.
Okay.
So.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. But and then I saved my NES games for last. So.
Well, before you do that, do you want to know what the official ranking is for the different versions of Beyond Good and Evil according to IGN back in 2003.
I don't use IGN as a reporting, so.
This is 2003 IGN, back when they were good.
No, I use a much better website for my guide, so.
And fourth place was the PC.
Of course, because it's PC, right? Yeah, it's garbage.
Because they said that there's no controller support. That was back in 2003. There is controller support now.
Okay.
So they said if it does get controller support, it would be the best version. So it does have it, so it is now.
Okay.
Third place, PlayStation 2. Second place, the GameCube. And first place, best overall, the original Xbox.
See, I heard it's close, but I heard the edge goes to the GameCube, so I'll just stick with that.
Final verdict, after Xbox, GameCube is a real solid choice. It controls fine, looks fantastic, supports Dolby Pro Logic 2, but its biggest downfall, in addition to a jumpy frame rate, is the lack of progressive scan support. Second place, GameCube. Actually, it falls to 3. Because PC is by default number 1 now because it has controller support.
No. We saw the bottom list. It belongs on the bottom.
So GameCube.
Anyways, we'll just go back to my list here.
Somewhere down there with the PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
Bought the wrong version.
No, bought the wrong version. Bought the right version.
Hey, he found me the right version, so I'll take it.
That's what I do.
Superior musty.
No. I'll start off with this one, I guess, for the NES. I found this one because the price has jumped ever since the James and Mike did their video. But I got this for $10 for that same guy that Musty got Beyond Good and Evil from.
Is that actually a good game, or is it just everyone's going nuts for it now?
My one buddy really likes it a lot. I think him and his dad really played it a lot. He said it's a Sunsoft game, so.
Right.
So an unbiased opinion from that guy.
No, it's an arcade game, so it's I've never played it myself, but I just know that it's jumped up to like $30, and if I could get it for $10,
Yeah. Even if you don't like it, you can flip it.
Yeah, but I'm also going for a complete NES collection too. So besides
That
NES,
works too.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. Well, I've been collecting NES since 2002 or something like that.
Oh, nice.
So that's like if I wasn't this deep in, if I was just starting now, I'd just go for the games I want. But since I've been doing this for so long, you might as well just continue going at it.
Oh yeah.
I got these together in a bundle for $20. Oh no, it was way more than $20. It was $40. Because I got Gremlins 2, and I got Toki.
Nice.
So I bundled those together for $40.
That's a good price.
Yeah. I think he wanted 30 for Toki, and I think he wanted like 15 for Gremlins or something like that. And I got these 3 in a bundle. Yeah, I got these 3 in a bundle. Now this is a little bit pricey, but I paid $80 for these 3 games. I got Widget for the NES. I got Ice Climbers.
Ooh, I need Ice Climber.
And I got Wampum for.
Wampum.
So.
You and your racist games.
Good one.
Yeah.
Oh no, that was Musty that had the. You guys are both. You went out and got racist.
Yeah.
The racist duo.
Is it racist if it's a video game?
Yeah.
Leave it to the Midwest.
Yes. It's racist if it's racist.
And then this one I tried everywhere to get it, and eventually I just paid the price the guy was asking for because after going out and getting something to eat, I was looking up the prices on eBay, and it was still below the eBay price. So I just paid the guy because I've been looking for this for quite a while too. I got Darkwing Duck.
Nice.
And that cost me about $50.
Oh wow.
Not
that much.
It's about $55 on eBay right now. $55-$60 on eBay. So
Man, a lot of money for that Duckman game.
Yeah.
I mean, when I got Rambox's copy for $15, like I don't know, it's a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
It's jumped up now.
Ridiculous.
And then I got.
It is harder to find. It's always one of people's last Disney Capcom games to find.
And it is like mine too. So, well, besides Chippendale, too. They had it there too at the convention. I just don't have it yet.
What about DuckTales 2?
I do have that.
You do?
Yes, I traded my Earthbound for it. So, and I paid $40 for this one. I missed out too because later on, of course, there's a guy who had it for $35 too at another table. The guy who I bought Darkwing Ducks had it for $35, but even though I had a little label damage on it, this is pretty good shape for label condition.
35?
There was the guy who sold Darkwing Duck had it for $35. I missed out on him. I didn't see it. My buddy found it. He found Bucky O'Hare for $35 at that guy's booth.
Wow, that's really cheap for Bucky.
But he had label damage on it too on his phone. But he didn't care. He just wanted the game. He's been looking for that for quite a while too. Yeah. And this was like my Well, if I couldn't get Sculptor's Cut, this was like number one on my list for games to look at the convention. And this was Adventure Island 3.
Nice.
So nice. I paid $40 for that. So.
Good for that too.
Yep, and that's all I got. That's my convention grabs.
Number 3s are always kind of a pain in the butt to find.
And I tried it out. I cleaned it up. I tried them out. It's great. If you like the Adventure Island series, it's great. I was gonna look for Super Adventure Island on Sunday, but after looking up videos for it, it seems like it's got a lot of slowdown for it. And I don't know, it doesn't look like it's as fun as the NES Adventure Island games.
Yeah. Sprites are too big.
I hear the Turbo is supposed to be the best version too, but I don't have a Turbo, so I ain't running off of that.
Very good.
So anyone else getting grabs here this last weekend?
Yeah, I actually got some from today.
No,
well, we're not going to present you. We're just going to stay on Eric.
Eric.
Okay, anyway, I'll get
any Mountain Dew, Eric? No.
I'll get the not video game stuff out of the way first. Picked this up, the soundtrack for Force Awakens.
Nice.
Nice. Great soundtrack, don't you agree, Mars?
Oh yeah, it was fantastic. So memorable. Let me hum a few bars from. There was the Emperor's March. Oh no, that was in the original. No, I don't know.
I was gonna say, can't you just buy
wasn't the Emperor's March only in Empire?
No, it was in.
Wait till you guys bicker. Can I get back to this? Anyway, speaking of Star Wars,
we'll just leave you up while we talk.
Yeah, speaking of Star Wars stuff that you'll bicker about, the special edition box set for the original trilogy.
Nice.
This is apparently harder to find now, so I grabbed it for $2.
I saw one of those in the store, but it was a little damaged, so.
Yeah, depends on how you find it and how much it is, but apparently it's harder to come across. There's actually a silver version that's widescreen. I've never seen that around.
We owned the silver version when I was a kid.
If you still have that, that's probably worth something. But since you put it in the past tense, I assume you don't.
I don't know.
Anyway, something Mars might actually care about. Some books. You got the Ghostbusters novelization, or one of them.
Oh, who's Paulie?
Yeah.
I noticed that after I bought it, in my defense. I'll try and get that off somehow.
No,
hey, that's mine.
There's the way to get something like that off, get marker off. You have to go to an art store like Michael's and buy a white vinyl eraser. It removes Sharpie from anything basically.
These work?
Is that a magic eraser or is that a vinyl eraser?
It's just it's a quick erase eraser. It's white. So
what's it made of? Just try it right now.
The rubber one.
Not vinyl.
No. Yeah, I realized that after I pulled them up. But either way, continuing on.
Take it back.
2 other random novelizations that I found, movie ones. Dick Tracy.
I had that when I was a kid.
Kind of a crummy copy of it, but anyway, this is the best condition copy, probably because no one read it. But Mission Impossible. I just thought that was odd to find it. So I still haven't seen that movie, but I'm planning on fixing that very soon.
You haven't seen Mission Impossible?
Nope.
It's not that good.
Well, I don't care. Action movie. But, and on to video game stuff, StarCraft 3, the novel. StarCraft, the third novel. Anyway. Yeah. So
Get
there's...
to the games. No, I'm joking.
Okay. No, you're not. I'm heading to the games now. Starting with the most exciting one.
Right now, if you could.
Starting with the most exciting one, Wakeboarding Unleashed. I thought I heard this was supposed to be good. 250, I really can't complain.
I think that made MJR's Hidden Gems.
I think that's where I heard it, but anyway. And the Godfather game. More like the Glare Father if I hold it that way. Anyway. Bad puns aside. Reservoir Dogs. And Jam Pack for PS2. So there's all the PS2 stuff. And then for Xbox stuff, I got a sealed copy of Resident Evil Revelations. I didn't even know it was going to be sealed, but I ended up finding it that way. And a couple original Xbox things. One just a manual, and the other two I hope work, but I'm not sure because I got them for $2. But the manual for Warrior Within, and let's go with this one. This one's the more likely one to work. But Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2. And this one I actually got resurfaced, so I hope it works. There are a couple deep scratches on the side, so I'm not that hopeful about it, but Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2.
Nice.
It worked.
Yeah, so even for $7, it's worth the risk.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so... I forgot about these because they were off to the side. Couple Dukes.
Ooh.
One's really sticky, and neither of them came with the quick release cables, which I only noticed after. But I did get the sticky one for $1, so hopefully that'll clean up nice.
The Duke's really that bad? Like, what's...
I don't know. I got them mostly for their comedic size.
Other than people, yeah, like, oh, they're so big. Like, what's wrong with a big...
I love the Duke.
I am done.
I think it's fun. Yeah.
I like a big, meaty controller in my hand.
It's those tiny hand people that don't like it, I guess. It's those 6-button Sega Genesis fans that don't like it.
I guess.
I've always liked the Duke.
I haven't tried it, so...
The Slim feels too small.
Well, put it in your hands right now. See what you think of it.
See what you think.
Fair enough.
Give us a first impression right now.
Oh, that's the sticky one.
Oh, it's sticky. That's good. It's big and sticky.
Can we hold up a black light to that sticky one?
No, I would rather not. It's not bad, actually. The start and select buttons are a bit of a reach for me, but
yeah, they
not bad.
suck on that.
Yeah.
The black and white ones too. They were in a different spot on those ones too, right?
They're
yeah,
up
those are up top, which is probably a better position for them.
Yeah. I'm glad they went to the bumpers. The 360.
Well, even the controller S moved it lower, right? Like,
yeah, underneath.
Those ones at least were it wasn't. You're not turning.
Yeah.
They were better as bumpers.
Oh yes, I agree. The 360 evolution was and much needed.
Yeah, there you go. Whoa.
Now hold up your Duke.
Put up your Dukes, yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, I really hope Dark Alliance 2 works.
Were you operating on those things?
Yeah. I had a green one that had a busted wire and a blue that had a broken stick. So I'm just swapping parts off a black one that I had. Because who cares about black ones?
Anyone know how bad like deep scratches on the very edge of the disc are compared to like closer in?
Well, if it's on the outer edge, it's information that might be later on in the game.
Or not used at all if the game doesn't use the full disc.
Yeah.
It's an RPG, so it probably did.
Huh.
That's
Either way,
my
I paid
version.
$5 to resurface it, so I hope it works. I swear, I'm gonna order my own resurfacer. It's probably cheaper in the long run.
And it has turbo too.
Oh, cheater. Cheating.
Did anyone ever remember using the? So there was a PS2 controller called the Airflow, and it had
I remember that thing, yeah.
it had a fan on the back that would blow the air out through the hand grips.
Yeah.
Well, I remember hearing about that. I always wanted one of those.
Yeah.
I had one when I was much younger, but I like you had to plug it. You plugged in the controller port, and then you had the USB just under it on the PS2, and that would power the thing.
Built-in USB fan.
Yeah, basically a USB fan built into the controller. It worked. It was weird, but it worked.
Weird, but effective.
The air.
It's reminding me of that scene in Wayne's World where they're, they're using the suck and blow on Garth's hair.
The suck
It
cut.
does suck.
Yeah, the suck cut.
Yeah, that's right.
It sucks
All right.
and it cuts.
All right, guys, I gotta go.
All right,
Garth's
Lars.
here. Angry.
Bye.
Very angry.
Yeah.
I better go. Thanks.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go get a beer real quick. I'll be right back.
Right. Okay.
Take this opportunity to have a bathroom break.
Everybody's muting. I don't hear anything.
My mic on?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay, because it got muted there.
Oh, I think I muted you for a second because I was actually meaning to mute Derek for a second while he was cleaning.
Oh, I saw I got muted. I didn't speak for a while because I figured you didn't want to hear from me or something.
Then I turned him down a bit, and that seemed to fix it because it was picking up a lot of like clanging and banging when Musty was talking. I think.
I was doing a lot of clanging and banging though too.
Well, I tried you, and that didn't fix it. So then I turned you back on.
I muted myself for a bit there, so that might have thrown you off too.
Oh, no worries. Anybody like those Mountain Dew flavors, like the Code Red and stuff?
Yeah.
I got this. I'm actually trying to stay away from pop, but this.
Yeah, I do too.
This is the exception
Yeah,
night.
you're black screen to me.
I
The voltage? Okay,
yeah, it's
I
voltage.
remember that.
Weird.
I've been pretty good actually all weekend. All I did was I've just drinking drinking water since probably about Thursday. And if there's no need to have something special, then I usually will just load up on water. So now I fell off the wagon. Drink. What's this? 290 calories. How much of this is sugar? 76 grams of sugar. Holy. But yeah, it's all right. It's way too sugary. Now that I'm not really drinking stuff anymore, man, that stuff it's brutal. It's like kid juice. Very sugary. I'm going to I got a mandate with my man space date. I have a man date on Friday with my brother-in-law. He's going to take me to a specialty pop store in Red Deer here, and they import and have all sorts of different flavors, and you can make like your own 6-pack. So I'm gonna go there on Friday. Probably. I usually tweet J Rock and Raiho Magnifico. They both. I don't know. We seem to be going back and forth with our specialty bottles of stuff, so that's always kind of fun. So.
I don't really drink booze, but my brother found a root beer flavored booze, or root beer flavored beer that he's trying to get me to taste. Yeah, I actually have it upstairs in the fridge. I want to try it, but at the same time, I'm a little bit afraid that I'll actually like it.
Yoshi, do you see Derek's table here? Like a kindred spirit. Look,
I actually started because he was doing it all by himself. I tried to get my laptop up and and join him while he was working on stuff, but my laptop was being a piece of crap.
Is that what's that in the black cradle there? Is that a soldering station or what is that?
Here, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, soldering station.
Oh, look at Yoshi's smile.
Yeah, you gotta.
That wasn't creepy at all.
He was sitting back there just watching anime, and he's like,
And then suddenly he's close and smiling slowly.
yeah.
Sorry, I was
Oh, nice.
watching stuff.
Well, you were the source of entertainment for about 2 hours by yourself there, so.
I know. I don't know how it was entertaining, but
What did I miss?
I think I have.
I need an all-in-one solder sucker badly, like the one you gave to Duke.
Okay, what did everyone say? It all ended up in a garble.
oh man, I haven't used one of those things in a long time.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all I got. I don't want to spend any more money on anything else.
Yoshi got all excited about Derek's setup when he was sort of removed from the conversation for a bit, so it was funny.
Okay.
He's still happy. Look at this guy.
Not working well. Pissed me off.
That's a sweet Mega Man shirt there, Yoshi, by the way. And then what's your necklace? What's your jewelry? Or is that like a cheat sheet that you pull out in class? Like a little monocle you hold up through your eye and you're like, has all the equations?
It doesn't even make it to my eye.
It's secretly a magic monocle.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna be right back in, guys. Something's going kind of squirrely with this.
Oh.
Well,
Webs.
I think there's only like one person in this call that would even care. Well, maybe two. Or that would even understand what I got.
Has it ever really stopped you before?
Well, it being all the way over there is what's stopping me.
I didn't get any games this week. I never did officially show any of my my pickups from that one lot that I got, but I did make that video, so that's why I kind of held off.
I picked up some games this weekend. I was actually might as well ask if anybody knows any of them too.
Sure.
Ones that I'm not sure if I want to keep or not. Just off camera grabbing them.
They sound plastic.
They are plastic.
Ooh, I'll take them.
Sounds like they were in a bag, too.
They are in a bag, so half of them are. The ones I think I'm keeping.
Ooh.
Cartridges!
Mine. Or more. Look, I think that's Mario RPG. Mine.
No.
What else is there?
I need RPG. I got
Lion
the manual
King.
for it. Alright.
Ooh.
We got
What
F-Zero,
neck
which
of the
I've
woods are
definitely
you in? Where do you keep finding these?
I found these ones in a Facebook group in a small town where my family is all from, so I had my sister pick them up for me. I got all of these, plus one more. Oh no, this one wasn't in it, because that's just from a separate group I had a while ago. I think there was another one. No, that one must have ended up somewhere else. But anyway, all of these, plus one more for $80.
Oh,
I paid
that's
$60,
nice.
but I gave my sister $20 just for picking it all up, because she keeps picking stuff up for me, so I give her a little bit.
What's her phone number? I can pay a finder's fee.
Yeah, well, I paid her the finder fee because she picked me up a bunch of GameCube games. 3
F-Zero.
times now, so that's F-Zero. I'm keeping that. Wolfenstein 3D. I think I'm gonna keep it. I didn't play Wolfenstein on consoles, but I played it on PC a lot. And then Cybernator here is pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Wow, that light is really reflecting off that.
I'm waiting to work out a trade with Paul for that game.
Oh yeah, I'm debating on keeping it. So you're saying keep it?
It's good.
Yeah.
It's a good Konami game. It's like a side scroller. bullet hell platformer.
Lots of text apparently, but apparently really good gameplay.
Okay, Biometal.
Yeah, Biometal's a nice one. It's like rock and roll, shoot 'em up.
Yeah, and you're like
I
in a
mean,
mech.
keep that and give it to me is what I'm saying. But
And then D-Force.
yeah, D-Force is a good chopper shooter.
That's another one I could keep thinking of keeping,
Yeah.
just from watching gameplay. Super Star Wars. It's gone up in value, but it's still not anything special.
ABC variant, nice.
I have the
Oh, I didn't know
strategy
those
guide for that.
variants. You have what, sorry?
I have the strategy guide for that.
Oh.
Strategy guide?
Yeah, I can
Like
pull that out.
the Prima
The
book?
rest are not as good. WrestleMania,
WrestleMania, yeah.
Battle Clash, Mario Paint, I already have it. And then Star Trek Next Generation, I already have it. And then the one that I already sold today that paid for all of it was SWAT Cats.
Wow. Yeah, SWAT Cats is a nice role.
Yeah, so I sold it for what I paid for all of them.
And then you picked up RPG for...
No, I didn't pick up RPG. This is not RPG, sorry.
No, I thought you said RPG was in a separate deal.
No, I got the box for RPG
Okay.
from a friend of mine a while ago, and I need to try and complete it because I feel obligated since he gave me the box.
Dean's got a CIB copy. I just want the cartridge, but I got a few retro stuff. You know, he's video game memorabilia kind of guy, so got a few things that I've got in a pile for him. I think it's a fair trade for the work that I put in to find this stuff compared to having one game. I think it's pretty even.
Just realized the Cybernator has a chip out of the cartridge.
Front or back?
I found it.
Back.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Never would have thought to look on my Star Wars shelf.
Yeah, the Prima book. Yeah,
Is it
they were
Prima?
selling. That's same as Rocket's example.
Yeah, it's Prima.
Being at a convention, they have it for a price, and like, no, definitely not going lower than that. You won't find it anywhere else. You know what I did? I went home, like that Monday when I flew back. I looked it up on eBay. I bought it for like $12 shipped. Like, and they wouldn't budge from 20. I'm like, screw you guys. $12 Canadian. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you don't necessarily find the best deals on eBay. Swimming book.
Well,
yeah, they have. It kind of bothers me though, Fednat. They have Star Wars 1 and not 1, 4 and 5. So Strikes Back. They have those guides, but they never made one for Return of the Jedi. Like, how lame is that?
Huh. Odd. I don't have Return of the Jedi anyway.
As far as OCD, like, it would be nice to have the 3 game and the 3 books. But, no.
I have a couple duplicate Star Wars novels now, if anyone's interested in those for trade.
well,
From the riotous response, I'm guessing no.
we showed up today.
What is that? CD radio?
Nope. Function generator.
Oh, there you go.
Conjunction function?
Nope. It makes square waves, sine waves, and triangle waves.
Conjunction junction. What's your function?
I haven't used one of them since college.
Well, I'm in college, so I guess it's fitting that I have one now. Plus, I'm kind of going to school for it, and like I'm going to school for like engineering technology, so.
Yeah, I did computer networks engineering technician.
Uh-oh. Now they're speaking their own code. Hold on. Eric's drinking the pop, but he'll chime in soon, too.
I also picked this up over the last week.
Oh, nice. Is that a calculator?
I'll stick with my chimpy.
This one was like only, I think we paid 56 shipped, which wasn't bad. Oh, I got mini grabbers on it.
Yeah. Cheap ones came with it, right? Little probes.
Yep.
Annoying, but they're there.
Yeah.
Is Rose still here? Lamore the pin?
Oh, I haven't
Saw her
checked
in the
that.
chat
She's still
a
watching.
while ago.
But yeah.
Was she in the stream at some point? I didn't see her.
No, she's just been in the chat. She probably
Yeah.
is watching TV with the video up.
Also, this showed up today. It's always useful to have.
Caliper.
What's it?
Yep, digital caliper.
Nice.
I have one here somewhere.
I decided not to buy the cheap ass $15 one and instead spend like twice that, like $30. And probably a good idea because this seems to be a really solid made caliper. It doesn't feel cheap or anything.
Like my soldering station, I got the caliper also from Hobby King when I was doing RC stuff.
Hey, all you need is a station, man. Even the cheap ones work real well.
Yeah, I like this one. At least my old ones never had adjustable temperature.
Oh, like once you go to a soldering station with adjustable temperature, you never go back.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I can't use the wall irons anymore because they're crap. Well, I can use them, but I'm like, I don't use this on
Pull your hair
anything worthwhile because I'll probably like ruin it. It's if I recall, at least get like the cheap $40 Weller iron that's got like adjustable temperature.
Yeah, see, anything like that around here is $150.
No, I mean there's like a $40 Weller one, I think.
Yeah, but around here, the cheapest Weller I've seen with adjustable temperature is marked up to $150. It's pretty ridiculous.
Probably because it's a damn Weller.
Yeah. Doesn't help that I'm in Canada and everything gets marked up.
Ah. Well, I don't even want to know what Hacko stuff costs up there then.
Me not.
Yeah. Put this stuff back. Walk over there. Because I found out I have no math class tomorrow morning, so I don't have to be at college till like 11 something. So I'm both like, I want to go yay and boo at the same time. Because like, we're doing exponential stuff, and I think we're going to do logarithms next, which is important. Logarithms are important. But, oh well. Alright, it just gives me more time to do other stuff. I already did the homework, so...
Does Yoshi have pins on his bag there?
Looks like it.
Alright, I'm gonna go run and get what I picked up at the thrift store. Actually, I forgot what I picked up. One of the things that I got today, but I got something, I think, last week, so I'll be right back. Just a hint, it's not a continuity tester or anything like that. So don't get too excited.
So I have some non-game related pickups,
Awesome.
but I don't think you guys want to see them
Yeah, why not? Go for it.
because I'm
Can you leave
tapped.
Yoshi on presenter mode?
Hang on.
I think you left
You
Yoshi
guys will love
Yeah,
this stuff.
wait till Yoshi gets unpresented here, I guess. He's still stuck, the camera's stuck on him right now, because of Paul.
Yoshi
Paul?
there for a second.
Getting a tour of the Yoshi complex here. Yoshi Castle.
Yoshitopia.
Am I missing dancing with Yoshis or what?
Oh
He's just giving us the tour of the Unabomber complex.
His fortress of Yoshitude.
A man in southern Pennsylvania fired a bomb today. Hey, I know that soldering
You
iron.
didn't mean to. It was
That's
supposed
not
to be
the cheap-
an RPG. RGB, not RPG.
That's not even a cheap soldering iron. Alright, you ready? So I found this at the thrift store. On my way out, I didn't really see anything after looking there.
It might
No
help
books.
if you presented yourself instead of Yoshi.
Yeah.
Right, hold on.
Oh,
Don't
man.
present yourself, but
Sorry to interrupt, but
Sorry, Yosh. I didn't see anything that day. I usually go through the reference manuals. Sometimes they have gaming reference books, and then board games. Cycle through the Goosebumps section. Go over to the kids' toys. Go over to the electronics. Nothing that day, so I was on my way out, and on the way out they have the art section, basically like cheap motel art that they somehow expect people to pay $20 for. But something caught my eye there, an actual hand painting. So I went over there, took a look. I'm like, oh, I know where that's from. Flipped it over. Somebody had wrote an inscription on it. So then I got really interested because it had a story to it. So I really liked the painting, and I also really liked the kind of backstory that you potentially have. Lots of what ifs, unanswered questions. So I'll show you the back inscription. Can everybody read that?
More than.
Oh, I'm not really presenting again, am I?
nope.
Present to everyone. Here we go. So it just says, I love you, my son. I hope you get everything in life you could possibly dream of. With a little hard work, you'll get everything you deserve. Love, your mom. It shows the artist's name. So I thought that was pretty sweet. But
And he got rid of it.
why is it in a thrift store? So, one of the more morbid theories was maybe he died and she needed to get rid of it. Why am I laughing?
Because you are a sick bastard.
And I stole his painting from the grave. And yeah, or maybe just something simpler like spring cleaning. He didn't want it anymore, and the mom wasn't offended by it because she's an artist. She has lots of art. So anyway, there's that. So on the front, it's nothing too crazy, but I don't want to build it up too much. But I think it's neat.
Really? Too late.
Oh.
It's hand
versus
painted
Zombies.
Plants vs. Zombies. I like the middle guy. He looks really, really familiar. And yeah, some of the details, like in the background with the little zombie guy in the house there. So nice layers. It actually brings a lot of color to the room. So, and this kind of actually inspired me to start putting up a lot of the posters and memorabilia that I have up in the basement. So yeah, I started putting that up. I'm going to move some things around, and eventually I'll have kind of the walls covered, because for now up until now, it's just been gray walls, which are kind of boring to look at. So yeah, can you see the whole thing? There we go. Yeah, little Plants vs. Zombies art. So I might see if I can commission. There are some local people that do pretty affordable, actually pretty cheap, if you ask me. Cheap price, not quality art. So I might see if somebody will commission a few things for me. I have some ideas myself, but I'm not sure how well they'll come out. I don't really do canvas paintings, but yeah. Anyway, I like that sort of stuff. Does anybody else have?
I have a piece of art right over here. My wife made me for Christmas.
Hold on.
It's on the laptop, so I'm trying to get it over there. I don't know if it's visible or not. Oh, jeez.
Currently, I'm only seeing a smudge.
Oh, nice. She made that?
Yeah,
Ah, that's really good.
and that goes right over top of the controller stand, the controller and charging place, so
Nice.
makes sense.
That's way better than what I have. I just have one of those generic posters of it's just like, can you name them all posters. It has like all the controllers on it. That's really cool. I like the one when it's like the solitary controller and it's just like the silhouette or something. Like Super Nintendo controller is pretty cool. People do kind of like sky blue backgrounds with the controller. I like that. That's really neat.
Not to steal your thunder. I wasn't trying. I was just trying to relate.
No, I thought that was cool. Anybody else have cool stuff?
So you bring up artwork, and so this is opportune. One of the guys at the convention, I didn't have any money to buy his things, but his stuff looked really awesome. So I was thinking I could just pull this up real quick.
Yeah, you could screen share. Yeah, that's the thing. Conventions, it's like if I had like $1,000 more, I'd be walking out of there with a lot more.
Yeah. So this guy, how do you do that? So I need to switch myself to screen share, and then you need.
And then I can just present
it.
it.
So yeah, it's picture that caught my eye the most. Where is it? This print of Samus.
Yeah.
Let us in there.
That's nice. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he talked through this with me a little bit, and he was talking about how her build doesn't fit the power armor. So he did kind of a reimagining that the power armor was almost like a slightly larger than human size armor suit, and this was his take on that.
I think it kind of is generally, but not that large.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a little exaggerated, but I thought it was.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's got some really.
So what you gotta do is use Photoshop and remove those watermarks, and take that to like a FedEx Kinko's and have it printed on a poster. So then you save a lot of money doing that.
Well, is it $10?
Yeah, I mean it's $10 for a smaller print, and the bigger ones are like more in like the 50 range. But
that's
like,
pretty good.
Yeah, his.
But yeah, I still say screw him. Take it to Kinko's.
He seems like a really nice guy.
Right, Rocket?
Yep.
Yeah.
But I was just pretty impressed by it. That Samus one really caught my eye.
That's really good.
So there's this one of a downtrodden Link.
Well, I guess it would say he's outside of Madison. Okay, he's a Wisconsinite, so okay, let's send him the money.
Hey, get down from there, idiot!
Oh.
A cat was jumping on top of the painting. She's acting like a freak.
That would have been a catastrophe.
Sorry.
Dante.
So is the print just like a poster print kind of thing?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
It's like printed on 8x12, just white paper.
Just taped together. So he's got two 10 pieces.
We should have screwed that guy. Damn it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And it's just got the lines, like when you would print out your.
He's got some of his own original stuff. I think it's tasteful. We'll go slowly. Yep. Yeah. Weird.
And now you get a copyright strike for that.
Oh man.
This whole thing's being taken down as we speak. Streaming the Jays game.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's this one that makes Vader look like Shredder with a.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Darth Shredder.
Basically, yeah. But yeah, if you are interested, at some point I may ask this guy to, and he does commissions too.
So you're gonna ask him to make an illegal photo of a Nintendo character?
It's just a big trap by Nintendo.
Yeah.
They just try to go around the conventions and abscond. with people's money.
Speaking of something similar to that, though, what was I? What are they? I'm trying to remember the names. It's late here. And I got a bit of a cold, but they got busted for dumpster diving and then selling games back to.
I saw that video.
I didn't see the video yet. I saw
Lamar LePen put it up or something like that, or.
Where were they picking up games?
GameStop out of the dumpster and then selling them back to GameStop.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And they phone the cops on them. I haven't watched the video though. I don't know how.
Well, you can't go dumpster diving? Once it's in the garbage, isn't it public property?
No, it's still like their property because it's their,
Every
They're
place is
dumb.
kind of different, I think. I even heard some states it's legal. I think Texas, there was one guy who was fighting about it. It's supposed to be legal in Texas, and I don't know. I think it's still kind of gray in most places.
So strange that anyone would complain about that. It's like, we don't want it, we just don't want you to have it either.
Yeah.
Well, it's the reselling that they wanted to really
Yeah.
them for. They probably don't care that people
don't want it in the first place. Then they could just say, like, if you're chucking it in the garbage, that means you don't want it. It has no value to you. So why would you buy it?
Because they're
Why
idiots.
would it have trading value if it has no value?
They just
Yeah,
click
it's like,
button.
if you buy back something you threw away, that's your fault.
Okay, by the way, hey everyone.
Hey, Colin's here.
You got a full house now.
Full house.
And you
We
missed
still got room for one
just
more.
joined. You missed all the action of me cleaning controllers again.
Oh,
Well, there are a lot of controller action tonight, actually. Chicken
Yeah.
buttons,
Started
dudes,
it all with his damn soldering.
slims.
Yeah.
Ooh, dirty. I like what you did with Mystic Quest to make it Musty's Quest.
Yeah, do you like that?
Yeah.
The letters are all there. It's
I just like when people do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
no more controller cleaning. I'm out of here. Yeah, the one other thing, I guess, since I'm presenting, one other thing that came in the mail, I back the Nintendo Quest guys on Patreon. So they sent me the Power Tour
I
episode.
saw that on your Instagram.
Yeah.
Or no, Twitter.
Yes.
I can't remember. Twitter, I think.
Just came yesterday. I cracked it open. Nothing too special, just the disc, but it's like 4 hours of stuff. Granted, yes, I could watch it on YouTube, and I have watched a couple of episodes on YouTube, but
Not really the point.
right, yeah, it's nice. It'll go nicely back there with my Kickstarter rewards from backing the movie itself. So.
So does the guy ever get all the games then, or?
You have to watch.
Come on, watch the movie. I did a review of the movie if you want to hear.
Yeah. So just get to the ending. Does he get all the games? Cut to the chase.
He does buy video games, that's for sure.
Today on Spoiler Quest.
Uh-oh. Kevin's not here to razz the spoiler people. You weren't here when he was razzing you there.
It was kind of funny. I came into the chat as soon as you said, "Where's Finn at? He's the spoiler guy."
Yeah.
Like
there
I
you go.
logged straight onto YouTube and looked at the chat as I was trying to call in, and you said that.
Yes. So who's Mars talking about when he's like the 10%? Because I mean, I'm guessing one of them's me for
The 10% of
whatever
what?
reason. But
I always assume it's me because I always give him the most business.
The 10% of what?
10% of the Google
Couldn't do a
Hangout.
show with him basically. He could do a show with basically anyone in the Google chat except for the 10% basically. There's
Yeah.
10% of the group here that he couldn't do a show with. If it was just him and like a Vox had to take a temporary leave,
Yeah.
or something like that.
You couldn't do it with anyone that disagrees with him. So basically, it's more than 10%.
It's
In their chat.
I'm never sure how much of it is hamming it up just for the show or how much I should take personally, because I just take everything personally. So that's my own problem.
So you gotta own it, right? Like
You gotta own it,
Is-
yeah.
The
He's
vortex.
so good at trolling that we can't tell when he's trolling or not.
Yeah. He doesn't laugh
I'm out for the
at his
night.
own
See you
joke.
guys.
Who's going?
Me. The one who no one really knows that well, but...
So, Derek, what's your Twitter handle again?
Oh my gosh, is it DJ Chew or DEGE13? One of those two.
DG13. Okay. That maybe sounds
just check.
familiar.
So did you get a table at the Waterloo swap, man?
No, I didn't.
Oh. You should have.
Yeah, so my Twitter is DEGE13.
Okay.
My YouTube, I think, is the same, yeah. And I have a YouTube channel with my brother-in-law, Two Dorks.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. There we go.
Yeah.
So you got on
Anyway, no.
STC before I did, so good job. Good job.
Yeah, Joe and Bill just saw us and
Just a random guy, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. It was nice to hear from you guys. So.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I'm out. Hopefully, I'll be back next week.
All right,
I've
so
been
then-
trying to get in for the last 3 weeks, and it hasn't been working because of computer problems, which is terrible considering I do computer shit full time.
It was nice to have you. Appreciate you coming out.
Good to see
See
you.
you guys.
See you later.
Bye.
So.
Ooh, Musty's going back to look at his shelves. I always like to. What's he doing back there?
A little voyeurism.
He's got the volume turned up, so can't talk about him. Why are those TVs uneven? They need one's higher than the other. That bothers me.
That stand is higher.
Okay. Not official Sony stands. I actually threw out a Sony stand. I kind of feel bad, but nobody wanted it.
I would have wanted it.
Sorry.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that would have been way easier to ship it to me.
Yeah, break it down into
No.
parts.
Yeah, the thing I've got this one on, Bo's just a little bit.
Oh yeah.
A little nervous about it, so. Well, they both work great. I don't know that I'll ever have a time where I'm running them simultaneously, but.
What is that contraption in the corner below the ducting?
There? Or there.
Yeah, the first one below the ducting there. Yeah.
There's the Connect on top of a blank golden T marquee, and then the Steel Battalion controller.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yeah.
Like the complete.
Missing the pedals.
I think we might have we seen it before? But still, like, Steel Battalion controllers not cheap to find these days. A buddy of mine had it.
I really need to find a good CRT stand because this is an awful picture, but I just took it from across the room, so why not? But this is what I have my CRT on right now. A friggin' rattan table.
Bamboo.
Oh, nice.
Looks like
very.
That does not work all that well for that 32-inch CRT.
Oh.
If I try to move that at all, I am afraid it's going to break.
Yeah.
And why the hell am I green now?
I don't know.
Poor
Why.
table.
Color correction. There we go.
You need that piss cam.
So Journey to Silius plugs into that?
No, just
It's all the size. Yeah, it's a mat.
How
Like I've
heavy
never
is that
really.
thing, Musty?
What's that?
How heavy is that thing?
It's not.
Oh, okay.
It's just awkward.
Musty, did you go in the basement and see that Steel Battalion room they had down there?
Yeah,
Canyon.
They had a room?
Yeah, they had like 8 computers hooked up so you could play like Steel Battalion or
Steel Canyon.
whatever. They had a big LAN party going for like that basically, so you could they had all setups for that.
I was skeptical to try it, but once you get into it, it's pretty intuitive. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. So the nice thing is like all of these switches have it's actually a boot up mode.
And what I should do is plug it in and actually fire it up, because it all lights up and flashes. It's pretty cool, but you have to like toggle each of these to get like oxygen supply system and the filter control system and the fuel valve and all of that to pop, and then eventually this light turns on.
Yeah, and if none of that goes well, then you've got the eject button.
Yes, that's right. So you pop the eject button right here, a little plastic toggle switch. So if you're going to blow up, you have to hit the eject button.
Yeah.
And it blows up, it erases your save file.
Yeah, if you don't eject.
Yeah. If you don't eject. But
they had a hardcore mode before it was cool.
No pedals, so I can't move forward. I can fire it up, start the first mission, and just sit in the hangar just shooting things.
So does the robot control like it would in what's that Dreamcast robot game? Virtual On, where you have to do the sticks one forward, one back to turn?
No, this one's entirely reticle.
Yeah.
And then this is your rotation, right? This one goes left to right.
That's probably a good thing, because that control system on Virtual On sucks.
Basically your gas and your forward and reverse. And then there's a third pedal that gives it, like you do like a sideways, like strafing.
And have you found out, is there an alternative pedal that you can use?
No.
For the gas, clutch, and brake, or whatever?
I will need to see what I can find it. I'm sure that one will pop up here.
I just can't. There's none on eBay right now.
Yeah,
It doesn't look like it's anything too complex. Like what plugs into it? Is there like a little phone patch cord, or is it USB or Xbox?
It looks like an S-video.
Yeah.
Just get Yoshi to wire up an old Rock Band pedal for you.
Yoshi heard S-video when he had to look at the screen. What, S-video?
Well, he's got to show for it. I gotta look and see what it looks like.
What's that?
Maybe I could use. But,
yeah. Need the third pedal.
One more time. Look familiar? No.
Yoshi.
Yeah.
Yoshi, this is for you.
Yeah. It doesn't look like. It kind of looks like a PS2 port.
You're kind of like a Genesis. No.
Yeah, like a Model 2.
Board port or something. Like the controller port, but like the inputs on the back.
Maybe you can just take a higher quality picture of that port and later and send it to Yoshi. He might know some alternative.
I don't know. I'd have to come up with one.
Or you can just tweet it out and see if anyone knows what the hell you're talking about.
Well, you should get a pretty good like percentage cut from the monetization of this video.
One of the cool things here, it's got, I think, the names of the creative team that went into this.
Oh, really?
On the bottom.
Gotta use up that room on the bottom somehow.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah. What's funny is I was listening to the story about how the Xbox got pitched this by Capcom on the trip that they went to Japan to hear that the controller S was needed. So basically, they said, "Yeah, we need to make the Xbox controller smaller." And then someone's like, "Look, we want to sell this thing."
You want a smaller controller? Well, we want a bigger controller.
Right. Yeah.
With knobs.
With lots
50 buttons.
But again,
Here's an idea. How about a Steel Battalion for the Vita? There we go.
Throwing that Steel Battalion controller like a boombox.
New thumbnail.
Yeah. There's your new Twitter logo.
Today on the Scrubbing Network.
Sorry.
Oh, what you cleaning today here?
Are you sanding some NES games or what? Oh, okay.
Is that the Namco shooter for a PS1 or what?
This is called the heater for PS1. And I'm just getting all the gunk off of it. It doesn't look like the person took the... It must have come with like a sticker over here, like a protective thing. And it looks like the person didn't take it off right, and after the years it's now gummed up and turned into I don't know what kind of move.
What the
Mark.
Yeah.
heck?
What?
But
The heater.
anyway.
It's okay. You only got 2 buttons.
Mop.
Yeah, you have like a
Anyway.
baritone.
That's a stupid sentence. Anyway,
Dog.
just for the sake, just for the sake of putting it out there, I think it's storming outside now. So if I suddenly just drop out, that's probably why.
Should we like be concerned about you?
Nah, just
You listen like a wooden shack.
Oh, I thought it was more like he's gonna be hiding under his bed sort of thing.
BRB tornado.
It's okay.
ah, crap. I just like heavy wind and rain outside and a little lightning or thunder or whatever the hell.
Shouldn't be able to hear it over all the scrubbing I'm doing.
It's not very loud. It only went once or twice. I only just started noticing it through my headphones, so. But I just figured I'd put that out there.
Just in case.
That's something I kind of miss from the Midwest is the thunderstorms.
Hmm.
We don't get thunderstorms out here. It rains, but it like almost never storms. And there's no lightning or thunder.
Yeah, that happens a little too often for my liking.
Yeah.
It could
Maybe
be
like
where
a good
I'm at.
thunderstorm
We're
yourself.
still getting like we got like hail today.
Hmm.
Snowstorm the other day, and then like some more snow another day.
Yeah, we're all just laughing at you out here. It's like, ha 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 ha, you guys have snow instead of us.
Yeah.
I like that the news outlets cover it as and the title of the piece is Canadians react to snowstorm. I'm like, really? That's the news piece?
Slow day.
I'm not like overly surprised. It's just kind of odd in April where I'm at to be getting like snowstorms.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got it on opening day. It was snowing. It just wasn't sticking, like last Monday. And it snowed, I think, Friday night going into Saturday, but it was just warm enough where it melted like right away in the morning here too, so it didn't stick at all.
We usually get something in April.
Contrary to the Canadian stereotype, up here in Vancouver area, there was no snow this year or last year.
In Vancouver, they don't even know how to drive in the snow.
Yeah.
They shut down the city if there's like a millimeter of snow on the ground.
Well, didn't Toronto do that this year?
I don't remember Toronto
They're
shutting
like, oh my gosh, 2 centimeters. Like Joe and Bill were talking about it for like an hour.
I think somebody was just wanting a day off, probably.
Yeah.
Lots of rain, though. Lots
Like-
and lots of
Yeah,
rain.
you guys get totally doused in the winter time.
I'm not even sure what a snow day is. Like they're like, oh, snow day, kids have off from school again. I'm like,
Oh yeah, I had a day off this year from it was like ice though, ice on the road.
nah.
It's like
They're-
it was total rain on the roads. Like, you couldn't-
The boss is still like, you're coming in today, right? We got lots of work to do. I'm like, yeah.
Imagine if they had rain days. People would go to work like 3 times a year here.
Really?
That'd be great.
How come you guys don't ever say like A for everything? Every time I hear that, Canadian stereotype, everyone says A,
We're trying to talk down to our
Yeah,
American.
you don't think you'd be able to keep up with the pace.
Yeah.
A? No one talks like Strange Brew either. I don't hear anyone saying you lousy hoser,
Well, that kind of stuff's more like East Coaster.
Does that piss you off when, Americans try to do that crap, or?
No, it just shows you how stupid you are.
It just
Reconfirms what we already know.
Well, the worst is like people use A the wrong way. It's supposed to be like naturally it feels more like
A?
Isn't that right? Or
Yeah, it's like
don't you know or something? Like it's supposed to confirm something. So like, oh, that was
freaking rain, eh?
yeah. Like basically, this is what it is. Do you agree? Like, are you with me?
Just curious as all. I was just asking, you know.
But the things that Americans do is just like, I want a cheeseburger, eh? Like, okay, sure.
Do you guys get mad when Americans make fun of your ketchup?
Yeah,
I would if anyone ever did that.
Really? Because I was giving it to Bill. Me and Bill do not see eye to eye on this ketchup fiasco. That's what this whole thing started.
I don't know what you're talking
Actually,
about.
I said I might, because I don't care about ketchup at all.
Go back to the great steak debate from like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, and then then it led into a ketchup talk between me and Bill, because like I told Bill, because I've been to Toronto before, and I remember trying the ketchup and I thought it was awful. And then Mars sent out an article. He remembered an article saying like how Canadian ketchup is supposedly sweeter than American ketchup.
Really?
I could buy that, honestly.
But the thing is, like, I thought it tastes more vinegary than
Depends on the ketchup, as with anywhere.
I think ours is like, yeah, I think it's more not bitter, but it's more level. Like, I would think American stuff would be more sweet, like sugary.
Didn't you try like a burger here when you came over for that?
Yeah, I didn't notice very much. I don't know. I guess I have to do a straight up ketchup tasting.
All right. So are you gonna go to the Portland convention this year again or no?
Well, if I go again, I'll go buy a bottle, bring it back here.
Oh yeah. You know, like I was telling Musty, I might actually might actually go to the Portland thing now, because I'm not gonna do E3 now, because after we found out how expensive it is, I might just shoot for Portland now. So
Portland's awesome. Like,
so I was gonna say, if you
It's pretty good.
Bring a bottle of
Retro
ketchup
games.
down from Canada. I'll bring in,
for sure.
I'll buy
I'll bring you
a bottle
everything.
here.
We'll Canadian treats.
We'll do a blind tasting, you know. See which one tastes.
We'll get some potato chips you can dip it in.
We tried to give
It's cheaper than E3.
we tried to give the Q-Dogs some ketchup chips, and they didn't like it.
Well, you were supposed to bring us a whole bag.
Yeah.
And then we got like your dregs.
Yeah, those were the leftover at the end of the trip.
The dust chips or something.
There was more when I bought them.
I was like, "Where's my bag of chips?" And he's like, I think I got some in the back seat here."
Well, the problem was, I think I was running on empty before we started the trip. You know, waiting to have finances. Plus, I didn't have any Canadian cash on me. I had all American for the trip and everything. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Basically, I was being cheap, and Dean bought some stuff, so we'll
That's
do
okay.
it.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
But,
I'm sure Dean can afford it all, basically.
Yeah. Dual income. I mean, Banff is expensive, but
No kids. Dinks. You know, they are dinks.
Banff
I
is
don't want
expensive.
to get P2 in trouble, but I was ever like talking with him. He goes, "Man, Dean guy must have all like unlimited money."
Almost.
Yeah, just make him pay for the trip. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at flights, the day after I get back from Milwaukee, and I've got to fly out of O'Hare. There's like, if I'm going to do that instead of the drive, like I will save somewhere in the range of like $250 for taking the drive to Chicago first.
Can you take a bus? Because we have like bus shuttles. So like if you have to fly out of O'Hare, they have like buses that'll get you there in like an hour and a half.
So there's the mega bus which goes out to Iowa City. It's like $1. There was just an article on it. It just happened. It kind of scares me. I'll see if I can find it. And I'll tweet it or something. But Yeah, so we'll see. I need to talk to the one guy who has a shop in the area, not a shop, but he's got an online business, and I don't know if he wants to go out there as a vendor, because if he does, I might be able to get him to pay my way.
Nice.
Go work for him.
And maybe I work for him for a little bit, or a good chunk of the weekend. But even so, I think.
Yeah. Just try to barter with them and get those first 4 hours of just you time, so you can go around the room and find everything you want.
Well, I've seen what he does for the people that work his booth. He's pretty generous when it comes to that stuff. So.
Yeah, because he's not really there, probably buying stuff.
No,
He's seen it all.
No, he's eyeing this complete in box copy of Arrow Fighters right now.
Oh yeah.
That just came up in our group for $1,900.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Or I guess I should say, oh boy.
Oh boy.
That's not
Yeah.
P2 also.
So we got
Oh boy.
Rocket and Musty and Melissa and Troy there. So we got a few people, and Fit, now you've gone to the Vancouver one. So
Yeah.
so what's everybody, I think. Kyle, you've probably been to a convention or so, right?
Unfortunately, no. I was hoping to get.
Well, maybe that's
The
why we
Portland-
haven't heard him, because his mic is off.
Oh,
I can hear you.
Good now.
oh, okay. Maybe if I get closer.
No, we can't hear Kyle.
Yeah, I was talking about not hearing you.
Do test.
I can hear Kyle.
I can hear you.
Oh,
fine.
Seriously, I can't hear Kyle at all.
Really?
I can't hear him either.
I hear him fine.
No one
No,
like my.
this-
Maybe
Not
I've just
again.
been ignoring him this entire time.
Oh,
I
good.
really
This
boosted it.
happened one other time, didn't it? Where there was like half of us could hear
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
people and half could hear the. We had to like get out and restart.
But I think
I was
Kyle.
wondering why nobody was laughing at my jokes.
Yep. No one like my Steel Battalion for the Vita joke.
Yeah, it's because I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah.
I was like,
Well, I
don't
feel
like
better
you.
now. But no, I haven't been to any
Should I
big
try
cons,
and
so.
reload the page and come back in, see if I can hear him?
I would say maybe Kyle will come back in.
Yeah, let's see if
Okay.
Kyle can just do it so that like 4 of us don't have to.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Kyle?
Yeah, I can do that. I'll be right back.
All right, when he comes back, my question was going to be, what's people's theory, philosophy? What's your methodology for when you first show up to the convention, as far as buying or scoping out the land, and kind of go through that? Because I just had a lot of fun. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know, it's just so huge, like such a huge hall.
it is.
In
It's a
Portland.
little. It's very overwhelming. Even like, so we've been there. This was our 3rd year. You know, this last year, that was our 3rd year, and it's still like overwhelming when you walk in. You're like, oh my gosh.
Well, it has gotten bigger every time. Like,
Yeah.
isn't this one basically double, or?
Yeah. Because
Because that was essentially the whole area of the last con.
right, and then
this time
and then
opened
they
up
put
that
all
wing
the
for arcade.
video games,
Yeah,
you know, in a separate area.
and that
they
was
had, like-
huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
And, you know,
Vancouver one has been tiny, so I don't really have anything to say about this. I go from one side of the room to the other. It's not large.
Do you
Oh.
guys go to the Friday show, or what's up with the Friday show for Portland?
Friday's new now.
So that's new. That's new this year. So it's usually only 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, and this year they're adding Friday. But I guess Friday is supposed to just be the
Arcade night.
the arcades,
Okay,
so
because
no vendors.
that's kind of like what they did for Milwaukee for the Midwest one. It's like they have like some special like pinball. Some guys got this giant collection. They open that up. That's like the only thing. There's like no vendors. It's just that, and I think they do a couple of tournaments for the Friday show. So
And they did some at the Brewers game, right?
Yeah, they had like a brewer game too, because the brewers were in town. So like you could take a shuttle and then you could drink and eat there and whatnot. So
I wish they would do some of the panels like on Friday.
Yeah,
that'd probably be actually awesome if they did something like that.
Because
you know?
that's kind of, because
you miss out.
last year especially, we were kind of like, all right, do we do the panel or do we go shopping? And it was more of a pull for us to decide what to do,
And I chose the wrong panels too.
Yeah.
It's my advice as a first timer, and I
Mhm.
won't do it again for if you go to panel or if you go to people with that from YouTube and whatnot that have panels. Don't go to the YouTube panels because most of the time they're either hungover from the night before or they're exhausted from traveling and they haven't prepared anything. Most of the times it's just Q&A. And I mean, if you
they're like the same questions you've heard before.
yeah, if you want to hear what their favorite Nintendo game is for the 1000th time, then go by all means. But yeah, it was kind of a waste of time to be honest. And I got a lot more out of talking to them at their booths, one-on-one and stuff like that.
And their panels end up being on YouTube anyway. Like
Yeah.
somebody tapes them, or they have somebody to tape them, and they get put up anyway.
And and it's a lot less smelly. But there are good panels that I wish I was smart enough to go see. Like there's the Thor Ackerlin one with the Nintendo World Championships. Like they had a few people with that talking about memories and how it got started and the history of it and stuff like that. And I think Howard Scott Warshaw was there talking about his time at Atari and things like that. So really informative ones that I haven't found a YouTube video of, and yet I went to the ones where I should have just watched their video when they put it up on YouTube. So, oh well.
No, to see if Kyle's mic.
Both things I've done never have had
test.
any of those.
I can hear you.
Yep.
Success.
Yay! All right. Hello to everyone that didn't hear me before.
Melissa?
Hi.
Yeah.
Can you hear Kyle now?
I can. Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Hello.
Success.
So we're talking convention strategies now, or what are we talking here? Just
Sure, convention strategies.
That's a good way to say it.
So that's my advice, and I just want to hear other people's experience and strategies and.
My experience, if you're going to a game swap kind of thing, because I haven't been to like a convention, I guess, where some of them have been called conventions, but I haven't been to a convention where they have rooms and people do the chats or whatever you call them, the panels. So and honestly, if I went to one that had that, I would probably completely avoid the panels and stick to the convention floor where they're doing the swap stuff, because that's what I'm most interested in, is actually playing games, not listening to windbags talk about them. But
that's fair.
It'd be great if you ever get on some sort of panel.
Yeah, just like
I'll just come there and troll.
Just be the audience. Shut up, you windbag.
You know it's coming now. Oh, it'll be great.
To
surprise.
The floor is to actually run to the back of it and start there, because when you go in, everybody's going in at the same time. If you're there at the start, I'm saying though.
Yeah.
Get there early. If you can get VIP tickets and get in early, get those. If you're especially larger swap, like a couple dollars more kind of thing. And if you're hitting the floor to get games, go right to the back. Don't start at the front. Because no one starts there, and so you get to pick through that. Otherwise, you're basically other people are hitting up those tables at the front, and then you get in. You might as well hit the ones up to the back. And if you're going to the Waterloo swap, that's probably where I'm going to be. So hit up my table first.
Or take Troy out at the knees.
Yeah, or if you're going to the Vancouver one with the tables, or just the different stores and people there, it's just like you really need to find out just who's good there for prices and stick with those people. Because I go to 2 people first, and then I check everything else. If you go to the Vancouver Retro, check out the Cartridge family, no relation, and
Nice.
Press Start Games. They're a store, but they always do good deals.
Yeah.
And,
I would try to avoid the stores and find collectors that are
yeah. The Carter family is a father-son collector, not collector, but reseller duo, and they do really good prices on stuff. So yeah.
Is Vancouver still just one day?
Yeah. They are getting a bigger venue this year, though.
They better do two. Make it
Actually,
worthwhile.
there's a lot of music at the Vancouver Retro now. It's mostly later at night, but if you go, Missing No is definitely worth seeing. You can look those guys up on YouTube a little bit. It's like jazz funk type covers. They do a really good
What are their game
Brush, whatever
prices?
the heck it is, from Donkey Kong Country 2. The game
Must be got
prices for
it.
which?
I heard you. I was going to look them up real quick and see if we can get us taken down.
You know who I
What are you
miss?
talking about?
Covers Donkey Kong.
I was going to... Paul made a joke.
Okay.
I said, what are their game prices?
Let's see. Oh.
Whose game prices? I
The
completely
bands.
missed it. Oh.
I'm getting...
I'm making a backhanded remark about not caring about music. Anyway, no, that's cool. I could appreciate the music. They had music in Portland too, and I could see it being fun at the right. Like MagFest, everybody's like, "Oh, MagFest is fun."
Yeah, MagFest is awesome. Like, you guys should have came this year. It was awesome.
The guy that bought no games.
I hear, yeah, exactly. I hear they boosted up the game stuff because I think that was a big complaint amongst a lot of the retro people, right? They're like, there's not really any games, and they just went there to hang out. So
Mag Music
Yeah,
Fest.
there to hang out.
yeah,
Well,
I mean, it is
music
advertised
and gaming,
music
isn't it?
and gaming, yeah. But
Yeah,
then,
I would have been like, I would have pretty much just like lived in the basement in the arcade area and the retro console area. But there's this whole one console challenge thing.
can't believe it.
Kind of like, huh?
I wouldn't even have gone.
I almost threw it away a week ago, because I had some buddies in town. They're like, "Let's play Mario Party," and I was like, "Okay," and then we never ended up playing. So I was like, "Well, I guess I'm still in the still in the challenge."
You dodged.
Actually, I had something
Close call.
Let you hear the end of it.
Man, you passed up on arcades and pinballs. Like, that's stuff that you usually don't find.
Well,
We can still play pinball.
Yeah, pinball's allowed.
Pinball? Oh.
Yeah, so
It's
that's
not
probably
right.
going to be my saving grace at Portland.
Yeah. That was actually
I
one
think Fat
hidden...
Nat has something to say. He's raising his hand.
When all else fails. Anyway, I had actually a question about the one console.
Okay.
Chris muted himself.
I remember. Shouldn't it be exempt from the one console challenge if you're like at an event where something is there that you can try, or like in the arcades or things like that?
Vox shot that down. Vox is the one who shot that down.
That's because he lives on a remote island in Japan.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what happened, basically.
You'd think he'd be an advocate because of all the arcades in Japan.
They said it's...
I don't think he does those, though, so he doesn't care.
He just meditates.
So he's
He's a
just
homebody,
Scrooge.
yeah.
He drinks his hot water.
I made a stink about it when this original challenge came up because I was like, "That's garbage." If you go to an arcade, and he's like, "Nope, you're playing a game." So.
Well, I was thinking of it in the sense of like
Fox,
the one console challenge is kind of simulating what you had as a situation as a kid, where you only have the one system to play. But then if you go to an arcade, you're playing all new stuff, or if you're going over to someone else's place, you have something outside of your house that you don't have at home. It shouldn't that be exempt because you're going out somewhere and doing something?
Yeah, I know.
I tried pointing this out to him, but he said no. So, then again,
arcade cabinet's not a console or system.
I don't. It's I'm just looking for my right opportunity to quit. Basically, my original goal was just to beat Mars at this. Basically, as soon as Mars was done, I was gonna quit. Basically, just to go the distance longer than him. But right now, I have no issue challenge, so I can quit whenever I want. I'm just going as far as I can go. Right now with school, I really almost only have time for the game of the month right now. So it's So it's for me right now. It's like it's working out fine where I don't need to be playing multiple games constantly. So. So I've benefited from school, I guess, being working full time and going to school like full time. So
I don't know.
Yeah.
You got to NES at one time.
Did you?
What's up?
What was that? Kyle?
Did you participate in the one console challenge?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Nor did I.
People to quit, though.
I regret voicing my opinion on Twitter as opposed to the forums, because Twitter kind of, Twitter kind of makes you sound like a douche.
I felt bad because I think at first no one responded to it because they're like, "How about it in our forums?" And then I was like, I think like I was even the first one to say, "Okay, I guess I'll do it" or something like that. And like Vox was like, "Yeah, we have a person," and then like everyone kind of came through after that. Like the piles of the members. To
be honest, I think half of the reason why I didn't.
As soon as I heard that, I was like, "This sounds stupid."
Is because I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it in the forums, to be honest. I looked for probably like 20 minutes, so I kind of felt like an idiot. So then I just, I figured, well, I'll voice my feedback on Twitter, and I thought I had just listened to the podcast where they said, well, we're still looking for feedback. The rules aren't formed yet, and so I started. Just saying, well, what about this and this and that? And on Twitter, it's very short. You can't articulate very well. You're just like, well, what about this? No.
And then
what about this? No. And then I started bringing up my concerns for, backwards compatibility, virtual consoles and stuff. I'm like, and it's a lot of the same things that Curtis actually says on STC a couple times, and which is kind of funny. But I'm saying all these things, and then I probably just kept hounding Kevin about it, unintentionally trying to hound him, but still, nonetheless, I just kept going on about it when I thought I kept inserting my opinion on it, and again, it probably would have come across better in a forum where I could put paragraphs and express my opinion and stuff. But anyway, I just kept badgering on about it, and I think I kind of annoyed Kevin, to say the least. And then I kept doing it, again, just being unaware of what I was doing, and so that's
you get banned from the one console challenge?
No, I didn't. No, there's no ban. But I think I eventually worked myself into a corner where, like I had said, well, I'll do I could consider doing the challenge. If there's, I like competition and stuff. So, and I probably used the wrong choice of words. I said if there's a reward or something, and then, that got kind of blown out of proportion. But what I meant by it was, if we're going to be doing this challenge together, I kind of like something to commemorate it. We're collectors. We like to look at stuff on the wall, and if you participated, it'd be nice to have something to look back on and point and say, yeah, I remember participating in that. And if you win it, you get something different. And, at first I said, well, pool money together and buy a game, and then that's a bad idea. But the thing that I would have liked would be, like a commemorative cartridge, gray for participants, gold for winners and things like that, and just something custom printed that said, one console challenge. And just for that, I probably would have competed. What are you saying?
Like, it would be nice if we could win a shirt, like, at the end of it, people like, get a shirt that says, I completed the one console challenge.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
And like the
t-shirt.
And kind of like the Cartridge Club Season 1 shirt, you could have all the different other people that completed it on the back, just the list of the people that failed.
Just participants or something.
Like, I won, these people didn't.
Participants? Who won?
So I would have liked to, I don't know, I guess it seems cheap or sellout kind of thing to some people, but for me, I just like looking at things that I collected or whatever.
Commemorative ribbon.
Yeah. And that was kind of my stipulation. I said, well, if we don't do backwards in Virtual Console, I would feel that I'm on an even playing field. And
Why? What were you
by
gonna
that
do?
point, I had voiced my opinion so many times that Kevin didn't believe me, and I said, okay, no worries, and that was it. But yeah, it's funny to hear Curtis say a lot of the same things that I had concerns about. Like, you know, the one point that I had made was, you know, you could play Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis game on the Wii Virtual Console. And I'm like, well, that's a Genesis game. Like, it's a game made for the Genesis, not made for the Wii. It's ported, you know. But I guess that's it's funny. You got to draw a line somewhere. So I respect that.
Yeah.
The
It's still legally available on the system.
So, but yeah, that's fine. I just didn't. I figured I have enough things that I have challenging me in my life already, and you know, it may seem cheap, but if there's no prize or if there's no way to really remember it other than that difficult time in my life when I couldn't play any other consoles, it wasn't something I really
Not
wanted.
so bad when you're going to school, because like you really don't have time to play video games anymore.
Yeah.
If I was done with school, like this summer is gonna be really test me, because yeah.
Rocket, did you hear an echo by any chance?
My thoughts on that one console challenge when I saw it, it was just like, you know, I've amassed like so many different games for so many different consoles. Why am I gonna limit myself to one?
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
Well, challenge.
Yeah, personal challenge.
I mean, like, I bought all this stuff so I could have the option of playing whatever I want whenever I want to play it. Not, I know that's why it's a challenge, but to me it's like I only have a finite number of years I'm gonna be able to have like the muscle strength to play video.
Yeah.
Why would I waste one of them playing only one console? It doesn't make sense.
Well, it can work if you have like a large backlog for one specific system. Like
Sure.
I could see myself doing it for the 360 because I've got a ton of games for that.
See, I should have picked something. I should have picked a console I had a giant backlog for instead of the Wii U, which is like, okay, I'm gonna play Xenoblade Chronicles. About an hour later, okay, it's time to do something else.
Yep. You chose poorly.
Oh, come on now. The Wii U's awesome.
I meant as a whole year
That was my other choice. I was really debating between the Wii U and the PS4 because the Wii U still has some games coming out this year. Like Star Fox comes out like in a week or so, and I want
to see who breaks on that.
What's up, Paul?
It'll be interesting to see who breaks on Star Fox.
I don't know. That one's like I really want to play Twilight Princess again, but then again I remember that's like a 60-hour game, and I'm like, I don't think like that's the thing. Like if I was going to school right now, that would take me like with besides unless it was like a cartridge club game of the month, basically. Like that's a real time consuming, But I imagine Star Fox because they're bundling with two games. I imagine it's a fairly short game,
Yeah. I think it's like a remake of Star Fox 64 again.
It's like a retelling kind of.
Star Fox 64 engine, but some new storyline painted on top of it. But it's pretty much just Star Fox 64 again, which I'm perfectly
with some new stuff like that Gorilla Mech or whatever the heck it was. Apparently the controls on it are a little awkward.
It's made by Platinum. I'm sure it'll be fine.
They did the Star Fox game?
Hour and a half game.
Huh.
They're doing. Well, the thing about Star Fox is, you can beat the Star Fox 64 in like an hour, but the thing is, there's replayability plus the different paths and everything you can go on.
Yeah. How many arcade games have the same or similar circumstances, and people can't stop talking about how great they are?
If the game's fun, like I said, I still love Star Fox 64. Kevin's one of the weirdos who doesn't like Star Fox 64, but because he complains about
one reason he's a weirdo.
Yeah, well, there's a few reasons, but that's what's called Star Fox 64. Great game, but no, it's made by Platinum. I'm sure it'll be
Yeah.
a fine game. You know, it's
Yeah.
you know, even I don't know if I'm the only one here who's played God Hand.
Yeah.
It seems
Probably.
like it. Maybe P2, because that guy has time for everything.
Holy Christ, that might be one of the toughest games I've ever beaten. That game is beyond difficult, and it's made by Clover, which became Platinum. But
Yeah.
eventually, once you learn the game more, and you don't give up
Yeah.
after playing for 10 minutes, it does become fun. Even though I have no idea, the story is incredibly stupid. So that should be a really fun podcast for the people who have to be on that one because
You're not
it's
on that?
stupid. No.
Rocket should be.
Who's all on it? Because nobody else has
Yeah,
been
who's
talking
on it?
about it.
I don't know. I wonder if that's gonna happen near again. I got
Yeah, probably
put on
most of
Near
the people that
for
played it.
last second. But
I think P2's on it, right? Because he's got a host.
yeah.
And I forget. I think Vintage is on it, but
Really?
I have a feeling that Vintage didn't even play the game. I think he's
No,
just going
'cause
to be
he's
on
like,
it.
how long does it
Vox
take?
is on it. Vox is supposed to be on it.
Oh,
and-
Vox is on it. Okay.
Yeah.
And then
But he hasn't
Kevin's
been
not on
actually.
it. No, Kevin's not on it again. But
No.
they've got it. They should have one more then.
Yeah, they usually try to get 5 people on.
But I don't know who it is.
Hey,
Why-
me. I would tell you
People
right
on
now.
there.
Would help if 5 people played it.
Yeah, I think that's all you're gonna get.
Rocket has to go back to back.
Well, I told them I want Sonic more than anything because I was like the one fighting for
Yeah.
Sonic in the worst way.
Sonic and Dune.
I told them when I came on for Nier, I was like, hey, as long as I'm still on Sonic, I don't care. That's all I wanted is for Sonic. So
Yeah, that'll be fun.
yeah,
Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles.
yep. And the proper
No
way to
Sonic
play. No, that's not part of the Genesis. That's Sonic CD or Sega CD.
That's the best one, I think.
It is, yeah.
What's it called? Well, the proper way to play Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic 3 is you have to do the stack for that, basically.
Yeah, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I think, is the terminology, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I tried explaining it at the P2, but I think he doesn't have the cartridge versions. He has the
Yeah.
Sega Genesis, whatever, for the PS3.
Ultimate Genesis Collection.
Yeah.
And
I
they
don't think you can play the combined version on
No.
that. And
No.
I don't think I think you can on Sonic, not Gems Collection, the Mega Collection on PS2 and all those. But I think it's like a really convoluted way to unlock it. I think you might have to beat all the Sonics in order to play the combined version.
I'm sure it's like a Game Shark or an Action Movie Play that can do that for you too.
Yeah, probably. Or this thing called an emulator.
Yeah.
Probably
But
the way
it's
I'm
like
gonna have
those
to do it.
games. All those games are fairly cheap, even if you want to buy them on the Genesis too. You know.
Yeah.
You buy them loose or something, you can buy them for a couple bucks a piece.
Yeah, I need to get 3 and Knuckles on PS3. Also, just while we're on Sonic, this might start a discussion, but am I the only one that likes 3D Blast on here?
I like
I've
to
never played it. I've never played it.
'Cause I hear a lot of hate for that game, and I don't know why.
Is that the Saturn one or?
Well, yeah, it was available on that, but also on the Genesis. It's kind of like the top-down 3D one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You want the Saturn version. The Saturn version's excellent. Genesis version's like, meh.
Yeah, the problem being you'd have to actually get a Saturn.
Mm-hmm.
This is the main issue here. And did I ever mention that I had an eBay seller that put in the wrong tracking information? And now they're bugging me saying I need to go to my PA box and pick something up. I'm going to respond saying, hey, you input the wrong tracking information. It's your fault if it takes forever for you to get your funds.
Sonic.
Three Blast is kind of fun. I seen I had it, so I remember playing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's a fun little romp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pinball?
It's
Sonic
definitely
Spin?
interesting at the time. Yeah, Spinball was pretty good.
Pinball's great.
Yeah,
I know that gets a lot of crap.
really sucked. I really sucked at that game as a kid. I think I only got to the second or third level when I replayed it a couple years ago, though. I don't own it, but I want to. Actually, no, that was on the Ultimate Genesis Collection.
What's
so, yeah.
everybody's favorite Sonic? Not the best. What's their favorite?
2.
Just for nostalgia, I'd have to say too, but I need to replay all of them again.
Oh, so that 0, does that mean the first one, Melissa?
Sonic City.
It's I like the
What was
yellow
that
one.
first?
Yeah, you gotta get the urine cam going.
Yeah.
Sonic is there.
So what's the deal? Have you just not played them enough, or did you grow up?
Okay, so honestly, like I've played 1 and I've tried 2, and I cannot stand them. I just can't. They
Too
just
fast?
annoy.
You
Yeah.
can't do the platforming?
Yep. It is. I'm not very good at video games in general, and that one just.
It's very
I go
different
through it,
than Mario.
I get fast, and I get through, and then as I'm going through, and then I bump into something, and I lose all my coins, or all the rings, and then I'm like, that's it, I'm done.
All you need is 1 coin to keep going on, though. You don't
I know.
need to have all of them.
I know.
It's kind of an OCD thing too. It's like I gotta get all the rings, my rings, and then you chase after him, and then you kill yourself.
But you can be supersonic by the end of like the first 2 levels. You can be supersonic. You know?
I find 1 is a bit more forgiving because it has a bit more like slower platforming.
Yeah, and it also doesn't have tails.
Yeah.
I love Tails. I'm sorry, I
Frickin'
think Tails is
Tails.
great. People would knock Tails all they want, but he's great.
He's okay as long as you're not playing the special levels.
He's okay
Then
when he
he's
dies.
Then he's just freaking terrible. I hate him so much when, like, you jump to get out of the way of the stuff in the bonus levels, and he just stays right there.
Well,
Gets hit by
You
everything.
never ever play that as a 2-player though, with like a buddy or something like that, like and
I
have them.
might have. I might have in elementary school, but I don't.
One's my favorite. I'll just put that out there.
No.
One's my favorite, just because when I saw the Genesis back in the day, that was the first console I ever bought with my own cash, and I saw that at like whatever GameStop was called back then, Electronics Boutique.
Yeah.
I was just like, this is awesome, and so that's why it's my favorite.
I love the whole waking finger thing. I thought that was great. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason that 2 is my favorite, well, 1, I just haven't played the other ones enough yet, again. But, I got the Genesis as a kid, and it was my first console, and that came with it. It was Sonic 2 and Columns in the pack. I think it was like one of those, I don't know, they were trying to get rid of the consoles, so they put these random bundles together, because it was in like 96 that I got it.
I think the soundtrack is great for the first 2 games. I'm not the biggest fan of the soundtrack for the 3rd game. I know a lot of people like the whole Michael Jackson music for it, but to me, it doesn't even seem like it really fits. You know, with like it seems too different from a Sonic game. Like the first 2 games, I think the music is spot on, and I've gone back and listened to those like soundtracks numerous times, just listening to them because I think they're classics.
Number 1, I mean, every track I enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really a bad one on there.
It's funny when you look at the different inspirations or different stuff with the Michael Jackson stuff. I said stuff a lot just now. I might be getting tired. Anyway, because I had just heard like the I would look up which ones were the Michael Jackson songs and there's like origins for all the different ones because it's like really similar to actual songs he did. And one of them apparently was the inspiration for Stranger in Moscow. Like, they did the stuff for Sonic 3, and then they took Michael Jackson's name off of it, or he took his own name off of it. I don't remember how that went. But then he used it later for Stranger in Moscow. And it's exact. Almost exact.
Still doesn't sound like music, though. That's my big complaint with it.
I think it's very strong as a trilogy too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like if you compare 1, 2, and 3 of Mario, I know one console's 8 and the other 16-bit, but as far as like juggernaut titles for the console, we kind of, I like 2, Mario 2, and everybody defends it as their nostalgia favorite and stuff. But come on, I mean, it's not really a Mario game. It's our Mario game, so it's a bonus, but it's not a platforming Mario game. It's different. But 1, 2, and 3 kind of hit it out of the park. I think they improve.
Yeah, I think they always took everything and then slightly improved, made slight improvements to it.
Made it interesting enough so that there are different games. And,
Except for 4.
Except for 4.
I always liked the addition of I always thought like the additional new characters were great too. Like I liked Tails a lot, so I thought the addition of Tails was great in the second game.
Yeah.
Like if you could do this 2-player, like your friend could play, so you could actually have a 2-player platformer game going on.
Yeah.
And I actually liked the rivalry with Sonic and Knuckles in the third game too. I thought that was like, I didn't like that. They try to explain it. I always wish they kept it more as like Knuckles being like an equal with Sonic, because like he was protector of the emeralds, the Chaos Emeralds,
Yeah.
But whatever, just me being nostalgia and whatnot. So
Looks like for the Sonic month or whatever it is, I'm gonna have to play Sonic 3 on the Ultimate Collection or something.
You don't have Sonic?
You can go to like any retail game shop and get that for like $4.
Yeah.
Nope.
Right where I'm at, man.
Yeah, not here. Not
So
in
like
Atlanta.
$8 Canadian.
Sounds like you should be supplying all the Sonic 3s.
I can start rating Sonic 3s from here. If you guys
Just
don't
start
mind
selling
loose,
them for $10.
if you guys don't mind loose copies, I can start digging around for them.
Yeah, I want complete copies, which is the problem.
I'm sure there's a few people that would like a loose copy.
I don't mind loose copies. I can deal with it.
Can't believe you don't have 1, 2, and 3.
Sonic and Knuckles, I think, goes for like the most out of all of them.
Spinball, I have Sonic and Knuckles, but I don't have
3.
3.
You need a complete.
I don't need it complete.
I do.
I can hold off on the yes.
Well, I'll search some of my local shops this weekend. I'll hit them up, see what's going on.
Do it kind
I just like having Genesis stuff complete.
I do, but I mean, I'll hold on to like I have ones that don't have boxes. When I get them boxed, then I'll replace them, right? But I'm not.
Yeah. A lot of the ones I have loose were ones I originally had as a kid, and that's why I kept them.
Yeah.
Even the one I hate.
I've got probably about a third of my. No, I'd say less than a third. Probably like a fifth of my Genesis collection's not boxed. But I can deal with it.
Ryan, to go kind of back to what you were bringing up with the finger wagging and things like that, it'd be cool on the podcast, because you're gonna have some naysayers on there, mostly the Cartridge Brothers. But
hey, I'll say now, really, I kind of wanted Duke on there because he was the Captain Urine, basically.
Yeah.
I was trying to get him on. I guess he was telling me he's going to be on. I'm going to spoil it a little bit, but he's supposed to be on, I think, for the May Cartridge Club. And he's like, I don't know, because I don't know if I should go back to back and whatnot. I'm like, dude, it'd be great to have someone who's negative actually on the podcast.
Yeah.
Because I think people generally favor Sonic, with the occasional people. The thing about people who hate Sonic, hate him.
Well, and I didn't grow up with it. I didn't have a Genesis console, but my cousins had the Genesis, and that was just one of those games where it's like, wow, like this is awesome. Like, I think we might have had a Super Nintendo by then, but still playing Sonic, Golden Axe, like those games really like define the console for me. And not only was Sonic cooler, pitched to be cooler, it was there's a lot of technical details that people kind of gloss over. Like, a lot of people just say, oh, well, he's supposed to be cooler, the cool older mascot than Mario, but there was a lot more thought that went into it other than just the finger wagging. Like, even the opening screen, like, if you think of how Mario started out with just Super Mario Brothers, the opening screen for Super Mario Brothers is kind of shit if you think about it. Like, starts out, he runs, he jumps, he hits a Goomba, hits the mushroom, jumps over the pipe, jumps right, and then jumps into the Goomba. I'm like, so you're supposed to fall in love with the game based on that opening screen? Like, that was innovative at the time, because you're usually just used to, when you came from Atari or something, you press start, there's the load menu, press start again, and you go. Well, this is cool because it shows you a little bit of the game. But when you contrast what Sonic brought to the table, you have those two games side by side. Like, Sonic started out fast, showed you a lot of cool moves that you could do, and by the end of it, like, frickin' Sonic just shot up the wall and you never saw him again. So you're like, hell yeah, like let's get this started. So I just think
game.
I mean,
So-
you know what? One of the things I'm still trying to get for like I'm not trying to get all like box consoles and anything, but I still want the box for the console that came with the Sonic console Genesis for the Model 1. Just because that's the one I had as a kid, because I got a Genesis before I got Super Nintendo. I remember my parents offered me, like, you can get one or the other, and I remember we got like there was like a 4 bundle game, and I got that Sonic, and I got like 3 additional games that came with the bundle.
Nice.
Because they were trying to, because I think Super Nintendo was just coming out, and they were trying to, like try to keep people, buying Genesis over Nintendo. So I got that because it was like 4 games versus 1 game. That was my theory. And so I got a Super Nintendo, but really late. I got it like when Diddy Kong's Quest or Donkey Kong Country 2 came out. Was when I got my Super Nintendo. No, like I remember getting Sonic, and I loved it because when I play Mario games, I always hold the run button down the entire time. I never play Mario games slow. Like if I go by my buddy Jim's house and we're playing like Mario, like he plays, me and him like go back and forth, like giving each other the business because he plays Mario slowly. I play Mario as fast as I can, no matter what Mario game. And Sonic's the same exact way, where I play as fast as I can. After you memorize the paths and which way, I try to go absolutely as fast as I can. That's just how I enjoy playing platform games. It's just, it's just something I've done my entire life. So that's one of the reasons I think I love Sonic, because it seems to be even faster than Mario. And like within the second Sonic game, when the spin dash got involved in it, it seemed to make him even faster. I was like, oh, this is even better,
The power of blast processing, brother.
Yeah, that's great. Loved it. No, but I completely agree with what you said, Paul, too, because I remember like all those great arcade ports, like Golden Axe. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Playing that, because I remember playing that in the arcade and loving it too.
Yeah, that's one thing the Genesis had though. It was definitely like the arcade kind of connection. And I think that's why people really dig it. Like people that love the Genesis over the Super Nintendo. I think that's why they dig it.
Were you ever disappointed when you got like a game that you might have thought wasn't like in the arcade port and it wasn't? Like to me, like the X-Men arcade game, the X-Men game for the Genesis, I thought that was gonna be the arcade game, and I was just like, oh, this isn't it at all.
I am so glad I didn't play that in the order of arcade game then Genesis game. I played it the reverse way.
Well, because I know what you're saying, because you just mentioned like the Captain America and the Avengers, and you're like, yeah, this is just the arcade game. This is just what I wanted. And then you go and you're like, all right, X-Men, because that game was great. And again, I'm like, this isn't that X-Men game I loved,
A lot of great beat-em-ups on the Genesis, though. Streets of Rage and everything.
And shooters.
Yeah, that's a shooter library. Not nobody, but I mean, it seems like TurboGrafx is all people can talk about. Oh, it's got so many shooters. Well, yeah, but
Genesis.
So does Genesis. Like,
Genesis has a ton of them, but they're all going up in price pretty crazy.
They are, yeah. I'm worried. I was gonna try to go for a complete shooter collection, but there's some pricey ones out there.
No, that's a genre I just suck at. So.
Yeah. No Musha for you.
Yeah, I'm like first level shooter guy.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat here.
I've never
didn't get very far.
We need to do a shooter for the cartridge. I know it's been mentioned, but I'd be a proponent. I'd stick my favorite on the Super Nintendo in the mix if we could.
Would it be Gradius 3 or
style of game being on the Cartridge Club? Every try to get like a fighting game in there. Try to get in like I know you're like a shooter. Just try to cover every genre, basically a puzzle game. Just if you're gonna play something, might as well not just stick to platformers and RPGs.
Yeah, that's true.
Puzzle
that is a good point.
Kind of hard though. I mean, how can you play Tetris for an entire month straight?
No, but
you can talk about the history.
Challenge.
Yeah, you can talk about the history.
There's a lot of history in that game, that first game. A lot of controversy.
Maybe if it was Dr. Mario, I could do it.
Yeah, like, it doesn't have to be. There's different puzzle games out there. There's like that Catherine game. I know that's considered a puzzle game.
Oh, okay.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that would be an interesting one.
I'm just saying that there's, that game's got a story, so if you need a story to talk about,
like Sudoku.
Yeah.
Like, if I can just imagine Catherine on the Cartridge Club, like, every other story point, P2 would just be going, oh boy.
Oh boy. As long as the shooter isn't R-type, I've never been able to do good at those games. Love them.
And the level up system is kind of, it's definitely hard to get used to.
Paul, you mentioned a favorite one. Which one was your favorite on the Super Nintendo?
Oh, my favorite on the Super Nintendo? Anybody guess? Anybody know?
I said Gradius 3, but...
Is it Star Fox?
I know. It's UN Squadron, isn't it?
Yeah, you must know. Yeah, UN Squadron. Man, that's a great game.
I may have been projecting with the Gradius 3 thing, because I had that as a kid.
I think that was one of the first... Pretty much one of the first Super Nintendo games I found at thrift shops was UN Squadron.
Really? Yeah, I don't see it ever in the wild. I don't think I've ever found it.
Yeah,
I ordered my box complete copy, and I also, when I first got back into just retro games, one of the first handfuls that I might have ordered that I couldn't get at the store was UN Squadron, and like the back of it was cracked, and I just wanted to play the game, right? So that was the one that kind of called me back to the Super Nintendo, and then expanded into everything. So it's gotten talked about now. Like Game Chasers talk about it a lot. A few other people have plugged it. So surprisingly, it's not like a $50 game, but it's definitely gone up from like $20.
Wow, up there pretty high now, because I think when I got it, it was like $25 or $20.
Yeah, it's hanging in there like 30 or 40. Like 40 would be high. I think 30 would be slightly lower.
So much for me getting that anytime soon, anyway.
Yeah, I just enjoy it was an arcade game, but there are people that say that the Super Nintendo port is better than the arcade. Arcade's 2-player simultaneous, so that's one advantage. But
you ever look into the anime that it was based on, or the manga, stuff like that?
Yeah, Area 88. I haven't looked into it, but I know that it is.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it as much either.
Another reason why it could maybe fill a podcast. I mean, it's not going to be the best podcast, but...
Hey, the Cartridge Club doesn't need to be like a 3-hour podcast. It could just be
it's usually an hour and a half.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you can tell, like, what you need to tell in probably like 45 minutes, that's probably fine enough. I mean, like, I think isn't the first one only like a half hour long? The first Cartridge Club, like the Link to the Past one?
Yeah. Yeah, they get it through no more than an hour and a half, I think.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, you don't need to.
That's most of them. I think, was it Nier that was 3 hours, or?
Well, the last one, the Alan Wake one, was 3 hours.
Yeah. Big story, like, it's a big game, I guess. Or lots to talk about, at least.
I saw Alan Wake today at a thrift shop, but wanted $8 for it. And I was
80?
Like, 8.
Oh, 8. Okay.
Not bad.
Like
$8 for it plus tax. No. It
That's not terrible compared to the Super Nintendo games I saw today. $10 for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. No thanks.
But, and yeah, you should definitely voice that. I know you've said it before, and I don't know if it's caught flame yet. What am I saying? I'm getting tired. But I think you should say that again there, Rocket. Is get that one kind of different.
Try to cover every genre of games.
Once a year, yeah.
It would be nice. It would be like, I would think it would be interesting if you say, hey, like, because they like doing February as RPG month or something like that. I would like to see like every month would have some kind of style, but that'd be too hard to do. October is your survival horror or horror game, or you could just do something like that basically. Like, oh, this is the platformer month. This is blah blah blah. But whatever.
Tricky.
Yeah, that gets hard.
Big stretches of the year where you're playing the same system.
Mm-hmm.
Like we had games that were, the 7th generation games just the last couple of months, and it's funny. Everyone I've told about the Cartridge Club, they're like, "For Cartridge Club, you guys play a lot of disc-based."
Yeah.
You made that comment.
Yeah, that's my trolling comment. That's actually, seriously though, that is when I first checked out the Cartridge Club. That was like my first beef with it was, and kind of kept me from participating because I'm like, ooh, Cartridge Club, great! I have a whole bunch of cartridge games I love playing. Let's get started. And then it's like, we're playing some Xbox game. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, what is this game? Dragon Quest 8 or whatever? I don't care about this. And then I probably held off for like 8 months when I probably could have been in pretty early. But,
I was on one of the few episodes where the game of the month was a cartridge.
Yeah. Well, and that was the thing. It was like, all right, I'll try to make time for it. What is it? It's a non-cartridge game, so I don't have it. I'm not gonna go get it. But yeah, it's the timing of participation too. So, and as a cartridge Canuck, I took a lot of time, not too much time, to think about my name and what it means, and I want people to know, like, okay, Canadian guy that plays cartridge-based games. So I measured myself up again, the cartridge bros. I'm like, these cartridge bros.
Cartridge blows.
Cartridge blows.
Oh my god. Nope, that doesn't come
Bunch
back.
of windbags.
These cartridge blow. I said it again. Damn it. Cartridge bros.
And I like how your logic is like, I wanted to know this Canadian guy that plays cartridges. What do you think of that naming method, Canadian Retro?
Yeah. Well, and I saw Troy when I first was looking up names. I'm like, all right, cartridge, Canadian something, and I'm looking up all these different names. Like, Canadian Retro? Okay, he's close.
That's the thing, though, is like, if you look up, like, look up retro video games or you look up whatever, then a lot of the times my things will pop up.
Yep.
Plus, I have, like, a ton of videos on my channel, so you pretty much have to run into one of them accidentally when you're looking up this stuff. If you're just doing like a randomy kind of search like that, and you're not looking specifically for a specific channel.
Yeah. Well, and I didn't want to, not to knock your name or anything, but I didn't want to have retro because it seems like everybody's retro Fandango, Retro Rejects.
Well, I know everybody copied me. It's not my fault.
Everybody, yeah, exactly. So I'm like, all right, instead of retro, why don't I do cartridge? And instead of Canadian, I'll do Canuck. And it's probably not the best name to search for because most people don't know how to spell Canuck.
At least you didn't add gaming to the end of your name like I did.
Yeah. But anyway, that's a funny story I usually tell. I kind of prejudged the Cartridge Club because, well, they weren't playing cartridge games when I checked them out. So
yeah,
there's a group in California that just started following me on Twitter that are called Avocado Nights. Did you guys see these?
I saw that, but they play. They don't.
They're like, it's a book club, but for games.
Yep.
Do they read gaming?
Sounds familiar.
And they're even less exclusive for cartridges. So.
They don't play avocados.
No.
I thought about making my own podcast called Cartridges Only. No.
You be the cartridge Nazi.
Cartridge Nazi. Brian, did you see that Sonic the Hedgehog drum cover that I put in there?
I saw you sent a video. I didn't want to listen to it.
Yeah.
I listen to this all the time in my car. Like, it takes what I really like about Sonic 1 music, and he plays the drums really well. It's like some people just do the steady 1/4 tempo, and it's like, all right, I get it. But this guy, like, he really complements the music with it. So I really like it. If other people that really like Sonic are into music, usually.
Like I said, sometimes I'll just listening for. I see there's probably like 3 soundtracks I probably have listened to the most. I always come back to is probably always like Donkey Kong Country and then Sonic 1 and Sonic 2. I always love listening to those 3 soundtracks a lot.
It's like 5 minutes and 30 seconds, so it's not too long. And he transitions between some of the transitions are really good. Sometimes even better than the songs, it seems like. So he transitions. He doesn't play them too long, so you don't get tired of them. Yeah, it's just pretty cool. You can even see that I commented on it a lot.
It's really good. Holy shit, freaking rings.
Yeah, do you see that?
Rings! Transition at 2:44. Shit just got real.
Yeah.
That's not me doing an impersonation. That's just me reading it as free.
I thought it was a good impersonation too. That's actually how the voice was in my head. So. Except he doesn't do.
The guy above you says insane groove.
Yeah. Oh, there was somebody that had a really nice comment that insane groove. That's good.
This just makes me smile. Thanks for that.
Yeah, that's me.
I'll put this on my watch later here so I can comment on it.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. I put that on in the car.
You stink.
Because got good bass to it. So yeah, he does a few covers, not too many. But it looks like he started up his YouTube, had some cool videography going, and then he just stopped. So yeah, somebody said so sick. #ring explosion. And there are, I promise you, there's rings exploding.
Since there's you're mentioning covers, I'll actually post a link to a video from that band I was mentioning earlier, the Vancouver Retro.
Okay.
The Missing Now. They did a rearrangement of Song of Storms. And I can't post links. At least not there, so I'll post it in this chat.
Missing Now, isn't that a name of a Pokemon?
Yeah, they named it based on that.
Nice.
They did do one Pokemon song in one of their sets. I don't remember it being all that amazing, but it's actually on here, so I can check it out.
Alright, guys. It's getting a little late for me, but I'm going to listen in because I have to finish up this take-home test. I have a few questions I have to do on it, so let's do it tomorrow. But I'll keep listening in, so I'll just let you know. I'll see you guys in the chat, so see you guys next week.
Thanks for showing us and talking about the expo.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Good talking to you guys. See you later. Bye.
See you next time.
See ya.
So, FitNet, do they since in Vancouver, British Columbia, do they take U.S. money or Canadian money only?
They would probably take both, but probably preferably Canadian.
U.S. money isn't quite as hot as it used to be.
More now, anyway.
Yeah. Well, I mean, its value, of course, the dollar value is higher now, but as far as like the 90s, where like you could take American money and people would like fight you to get that money from that tourist, like it doesn't really happen anymore. We went over. Somebody told us, and I don't know why we believed them, but they're like, "Yeah, bring American money when you go to Europe. It's like gold over there." We brought U.S. money over, and they're like, "We don't take that. It's worthless. We need euro." I'm like, okay. So that was nice because then we lost like $20 when we went to trade it again. So.
Yeah. So basically, if you were to come up here for that, it would be better just to go to a bank and get it exchanged. You'd probably get more money right now anyway.
Oh yeah. Tim Hortons does take U.S. money, but they only give you dollar for dollar value. So if you give 5 American, you're gonna get back change, the equivalent in Canadian. Yeah.
It's also easier not having to do the conversion.
Yeah. They're like, you want coffee? We'll give you really crappy exchange, but they like it.
You still get coffee.
Still get coffee. Still get Timmy's.
I can imagine like how you can go to one of those American shows and actually get a deal. Like if you're Canadian.
Not anymore. Well, I'm not going to.
Word that like you might as well be,
eBay.
Throw your money away.
Yeah. We went when the dollar wasn't that bad. I think it was at like 80 some cents. So I mean, we weren't taking too big of a dive, and I just made sure I knew my prices and got deals on everything. But now, like, is it still at like 60 some cents?
No, I think it went up for a little bit. It was like 77 one day there.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what it is right now because I don't even bother looking. I can't even shop from American sites anymore, man. Like I can't.
No, it's ridiculous.
I can't buy from American sellers.
So that might be the thing that could actually keep me from going, just because. Like,
it's actually 78 right now.
What am I going to do when I get there and I got to pay, just that much more for everything? So
it is 78 right now.
It's actually gone up since the last time I checked.
Yeah.
I guess I could go and not buy any game. Pull a Yoshi.
Pull Yoshi. It was actually, speaking of Yoshi, it was actually kind of funny. I ordered that S-Video modded Genesis off of him. I paid him, and then the dollar went up a few cents a couple days later, and I said, had I screwed around on paying you a couple more days, I would have saved $3.
Yeah. $3. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'd like to go to one that's closer. But I can only find airfare that's like 400. That kind of seems to be the bottom price that they'll go from, like Calgary or Edmonton to Portland. But it was fun driving.
Cost 400 to do that?
Yeah.
I thought maybe you were like living in Tuktoyaktuk or something.
yeah, to go from those two major airports, they still charging a bit. It'd be nice. Like I was hoping for something like 250 or whatever, but 400's pretty. That's why driving down, like, it costs us way less than gas. It just also costs us 2 days off work. So, yeah. Anyway, it was fun because I wanted to do it once, and we were able to drive down and pal around and tell stories and stuff. But I don't know if I could do that every year.
Eat a bunch of pizza.
Eat a bunch of pizza.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, it was worth it. The one trip. The way back was really long. I think I was in the car for 23 hours. Like sitting in the car for 23 hours.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad. So, and I did all the driving just because I figured, well, it's my car, it's easier with insurance, and I don't mind driving, like I enjoy it, but yeah, it's still a long time to be driving. Plus the vehicle got really hot because we were running full time on that thing. Like the floor started to heat up, which is kind of concerning. So it made it.
The DeLorean?
Yeah. Yeah, I almost traveled back in time. So. Oh, Melissa, before I forget, when is there a Portland game swap coming up soon?
No, so the game swap that is run by PRGE is in January.
I thought there was something coming up in April that Robert was Nintendo Doctor was talking about.
Well, he does they did Cowlitz. Cowlitz was just last week.
Oh, shit. I forgot. I was going to ask him because I wanted to get. I never bought a poster, but now that I'm putting things on my wall, I kind of would like a poster from the last year's 10th anniversary one.
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't know.
He said he knew who to ask, but
but that would have been January's thing because Cowlitz, some of the same people are there, but it's not run by PRGE. It's run by that John Hancock guy who got that Sonic game, who has all those.
Yeah, he's got a lot. He has
total complete systems.
Complete sets.
I actually met him a couple times.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Oh yeah, because he goes to the Vancouver one. That's right.
Yeah, he's gonna be there again this year.
Yeah, I saw that.
It goes back to your talking about the panels. He was really tired when I met him the first time.
No.
He's a good guy to talk to.
Yeah, he is. He is.
He definitely doesn't big time you or anything like.
No. And he's got a YouTube channel that he's been showing off his collection on.
Yeah. A lot of people go to his place and they like interview him about his collection a lot. And he's been collecting for a long time.
Well, you should just PM Doc Ness.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, no, I've PM'd him, but I don't like. For him, he's not really motivated to do anything, right? He's like, well, I'll try to remember. Let me know around this time. Well, that's come and gone. So I might just see if I could try to reach out to the people that organize it and see, if you have one that's extra, I'd pay you for it and pay for it to be shipped. Just because they did look pretty cool. I just didn't have any way to bring it back, and then again, it was like $20 I didn't want to buy. Something.
It was $20 for the poster, just the poster.
Might have been 10 or 15, but again, it was game money.
Yeah, I know.
And I didn't really have a good way to bring it back, so.
Yeah, you didn't want it to get bent in your luggage.
Yeah. So. Now I want somebody to mail it to me, so we'll see how that works. Yeah, no, that was fun. It'd be nice to so there's Vancouver. I don't know if there's anything for Central Canada. There's nothing in Winnipeg, nothing in Saskatchewan or Alberta.
Well, there probably is. They're just smaller shows.
Well, I've looked for them and nothing. The only thing in Edmonton is.
It's getting late here. What's the name of those guys that do the Thrift Dwellers?
Yeah.
They did a show. I don't know if they're doing it year after year, but they put together something I remember.
Where are they?
A lot about it. I don't even know. I can't remember where they're based at. Are they in Alberta?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think so. Thrift Dwellers.
Anyone click on that link that I posted, by the way?
Where'd you post
it? Missing no one.
I can't figure out where the...
Is there name?
It's in the group chat on a...
Thrift Dweller.
I didn't have for you to play it through the thing, but whatever.
Oh,
No, you can go ahead. It's about to do the switch.
Home of the original Thrift Dwellers. Where are they from? Canada.
That narrows it down. That must be an American system for figuring out geography.
Yeah. About.
That's pretty sharp.
Timeline.
It's better live, obviously, but
I don't recognize anywhere that they are.
yeah, they do some good stuff.
Pretty cool.
Thrift Dwellers.
Some swanky lounge music that fits into video game themed.
Yeah. They did a pretty good Big Blue one year, if I remember. I don't know if they pushed it.
Like F-Zero Big Blue?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. And the Bomb Battlefield from Mario 64.
Winnipeg. Oh yeah, they're from Winnipeg.
Yeah, they do have a album out on Bandcamp or whatever the hell.
Enzi's talked about these guys, so that's fine. They're picking his backyard. They put on something. Now I gotta go over to Winnipeg.
I don't know how big it was, but I'm not really, like I said, man, I'm not really into conventions so much as swap meets. I'd rather hit up the swap.
You don't want to hear windbags?
I don't want to hear windbags yapping. Stuff I already know. I'm a man of action. I'm a man. I listen to people babble, which is why I'm on these things.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's on the wrong hangout.
He's hoping to swap some games with us, I think.
Thrift dwellers. Alright. I think I'd follow them.
Like, I don't mind chatting it up with people about games for sure, though. That's totally different. Like, I'll talk to you one-on-one, but I don't want to sit there like, what do you think of Mario games on the NES? Like, across a room at somebody. That's stupid.
Yeah.
That's a waste of time.
Well, that's basically all the panels are, and I'm like, why did I go?
That's why I have no interest in them.
Like, GameSack was okay. They wanted to talk more technical stuff, but it's like, you know, they get the 12-year-old kid that's like, you bought his first Mario Duck Hunt at the convention for like $40, and he's so excited to be there, and he stands up. How would you rank the Nintendo systems from best to worst? And you're like, good God. And they're like, well, we actually made a video about this, but if you really want to hear it, okay, here it is. They do it. And then people are like, what's the hardest part about editing? I'd probably say cutting and pasting things. And then somebody tries to stand up and ask a good question, and then somebody else interrupts, and they're like, I want to hear what Dave's favorite Nintendo game would be, or Sega game would be, because he's a Nintendo guy. And it's like, well, actually, I do like a lot of Nintendo games, or Sega games, but we made a video about this, but it's just that over and over. And then by the end, they're like, well, I guess we don't have time to go over the technical details about this and this that we had set up for the panel. Bye. And you're like, for F's sake.
Actually,
next year.
Pat the NES punk is said to kind of hate doing panels for that reason, because you always get the idiots that are asked the same damn questions all the time. Like, you know, have you played the Nintendo World Championship kart? And if you have, how is it? And you're just like,
it's always someone's first year. It's always someone's first year.
Yeah. Is Frank your uncle or something? And it's like, ugh. So yeah, I missed out on the good panels, and I went to the ones where I just could have watched it on YouTube. So, man, some of those people ask stupid questions.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I actually heard a Star Wars podcast recently where someone was asking questions like that in the panel they were doing. It was like, what kind of droid is R2-D2? And they were quizzing them.
Yeah.
It's like, you're quizzing us? Okay, I guess.
Yeah. Oh well. But yeah, the games were pretty cool. I actually just walked back and forth. Like, I probably went from the front to the back in like under 20 minutes, just going between the aisles and seeing everything. If there was something I absolutely knew that I'm not going to find any better deal, I would have picked it up. But I only picked up maybe 2 or 3 games that way. Then I went back to the beginning. Then I started picking up stuff that was the best deal there that I could make an offer on. And then after that, then I took my time and went, like, you see new things all the time each time you go through. But, yeah, that was kind of my idea. I was anxious to spend money. It seemed like Musty was hesitant to spend anything, but
nervous. I mean, I walked.
Oh, there he is. Sorry, I thought you left. So
no, I'm still here.
I'm gonna talk bad about you. No, I'm joking.
No, I was just nervous about spending because it was my first convention. It was the big thing that I wanted.
Yeah.
It was there, and it was like I didn't even know what to do. I was just kind of like shell shocked too from like being in that environment and how busy it was, and and you know the smell of fresh BO and all that. You know.
Was it clouding your judgment a little bit?
I was just
clouding something.
I was having a hard time focusing. Yeah, you know.
It is hard.
You have to train your nose to block out the stench.
Yeah.
Or just leave that area. Just walk away. It's okay. It'll be there when you come back, maybe.
You just walk up and say, how much for a pound?
That's why our lists are on paper. That's why we should go paper, because then you can just kind of be like looking around and like be like your nose can be behind the paper. like smelling fresher air.
And you guys had paper. Holy.
So
Eric makes Excel lists. Like, you guys had like games upon games. I'm like, that's not a list. That's like the whole catalog. What are you narrowing down here? So, anyway.
Because some of them we just need manuals for, you know.
They literally had like sheets. Like they had like a whole bound book of like wanted list. I'm like, how do you, I don't know. I actually went all by memory. I think I wrote up something and I forgot it. So I just went all by sight and what I remembered that I kind of wanted.
I wrote a once list and then I had a hard time. I mean, like, I knew what I wanted. Really, everything I picked up, with the exception of Resident Evil 4 and that Bob the Builder game, everything was on a list. But in the long run, I want to go back and get all of the club games, even the ones that I haven't played. So that one made sense. But yeah,
Go
ahead.
Oh, no worries. Finish your thought.
What I was going to say is, so I went with my sister and her fiance, and they told me they smelled a person who smelled like buttermilk.
That's interesting.
It was not good. That's what they were saying.
Unique one.
But yeah, they were saying, like, I get it that maybe you only shower twice a year, but could you make it the day before the convention, maybe this time?
Maybe the day of.
The day of, that's fine.
That is like the #1 complaint for sure.
Just and that was one thing. Like, I've done a little bit of like just watching some of the goings on at a convention. Like, I was thinking about like, I was looking at my Xbox collection and like, it's like, do I need a full set, and is that really a goal right now? And so I'm contemplating a mini purge maybe on that system, but I don't know. Like, I want to have stuff on the shelves that's getting played. I'm starting to think about that a little bit too. Not that having shelves and shelves worth is not a good thing, because I like my shelves. They're small right now. I need bigger shelves. But I look at, the NCAA games, football games, and Madden games, and all of that stuff. There's the stuff I picked up I'm really happy with, but there's some stuff on my shelves that's just like, why? Do I need 6 versions of Tiger Woods? Like,
I did pretty big purges of my collection. Like, I don't have tons of games, but
yeah,
I think for the most part, they're, generally speaking, quality games that I would play.
Yeah.
There might be a few in there that I'm just like, oh, I got that because whatever, it's for like NES or whatever. I might have a few like that, or it's like it was so cheap that why not?
Mm-hmm.
But as far as sports titles go, like stuff like that, like my Xbox collection, I'm pretty sure is mostly purged of that. Maybe like NHL hits because it's like a blitz kind of game,
right?
But I don't have that kind of stuff in it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's like I could really dial back. I could probably dial back 100 games off of that and get Mega Man 5 or something like that, and be that much closer to what I want for the NES or something like that.
Yeah, I think I purged about 95 PS2 games in like one shot to some guy. Because I was just like, I'm never gonna play this. Why do I have this? Like, I got it in a lot probably or whatever, or just a stupid thrift purchase when I was excited about everything.
Yeah, I did that with PS2. I probably got pretty close to that number.
I just like 95 games out of it, and I still got a pretty hefty collection. I could probably purge some more out of it, but I don't need to right now. I got the room.
Like I told my wife, because I'm getting close to, I think I'm getting close to 300 on the Xbox, and she's like, "You have 300 Xbox games?" She wasn't mad. She was just like, I didn't even realize, because it's hidden behind my little sofa there, love seat, whatever you want to call it. Like most of the Xbox stuff, you see the top row, but that's about it. Yeah, she's just like, "Oh my god." I don't know if she was put off by that or what, but
Sometimes people don't really know what that number means, though. Like I tell my wife, I have probably like 400, 450 games. And they're like, oh my gosh, like that's way too many games. What are you going to do? But, I still say, well, it's really quite a small collection compared to collectors. But yeah, people that don't know, they're just like, oh my gosh, you have so many games that you're never going to play. It's like, I might not get to play them all, but it's a very intentional
show them
collection.
John Hancock's collection and be like it.
Yeah, and then I showed them Dean's
198
wall of games, and they're like, that guy's unhealthy.
Yeah, but this isn't a bragging thing. I think I have more games than the 450 you were mentioning. But it's just
yeah. I actually...
My point is that I don't even try that hard. I've just been collecting for 5-6 years now. It's just like what I've found. Yeah. And I've purged a lot, too. You just acquire things as you find good deals.
I think that's the thing with me is like with being... Like, I've dialed back my Facebook presence because I was really, like, daily looking at this Facebook group and constantly, like, going, yep, put me in the running for that or something like that. And I just, like, I was thinking about it. It's like, how much am I spending on shipping, on trades and stuff, just to get something else? Like, I can find these things for pennies on the dollar by comparison, but it's like, ooh, somebody picked up Battlefield or Battlefront 2. Like, let me drop $40-$50 on that game, or I can just wait, and one of those days it'll pop up for me, and just I can just be good with it. But
I've found something like that like 3 times out thrifting.
Yeah.
And once
it's common. I mean, it's a common, popular game.
Yeah.
But yeah, just like I don't do retail, man. I suck at those game shows. As far as buying stuff from people, I never buy high end stuff.
Yeah.
I'll do trades for stuff, for sure, all the time. And I'll do trades for things I found cheaply that have value. Whatever, but I'd never go into a game show and be like, I'm gonna buy a $70 game. Like, it's just not gonna happen ever in cash. I'm never gonna do that in cash.
Oh yeah, if I hadn't
want it, I have like 1,900 video games in this room. I'm pretty sure I don't absolutely need a $70 or $90 or $300 game.
Yeah. You may even put it in once when you buy it, but the likelihood of you returning to it more than once that year, like the value for you goes way down. Like, what do you need to pay that for? So, time is always on your. Well, it can be against you, but if you're collecting long term, it can be for you as well. So.
Since I'm immortal, it doesn't really apply to me, your idea there.
Since I'm immortal.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I know. It's like the earliest. I'm like the earliest one, but.
Yeah. What time is it there? Like
it's only
5?
10. It's like 10:15. No, it's 10:15. Come on.
Same for me.
I haven't really talked to Eric since he got home, so.
All right. Have fun.
So. Yep. See you guys.
Thanks for
I don't know when. Maybe next week. I don't know. Night.
I should probably go soon too. It's like 1:15 here.
Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what collecting will be.
At this point, I'm past the point of no return anyway.
On one hand, I'm like, well, there's got to be a lack of interest eventually, because what are kids 10 years from now going to care about Super Nintendo stuff? Like, there's a lot less of that generation getting into collecting than the people that grew up with it and remember that stuff.
Yeah, and I think their attachment to it's a little bit different. Like, we're attached to the physical cartridge and the physical media.
Yeah.
Kids now, like, they
just trade in games.
And that's the way they've been raised, so they don't have an attachment to physical objects.
Yeah.
Like, they have attachment to physical objects, but not video game-wise. They don't appreciate the artwork or the craftsmanship or whatever goes into it that we appreciate. The feeling of putting a cartridge into a machine.
Yeah, that has no value for them because they didn't. Yeah. not as much. There's a lot smaller percentage of people that do enjoy that weren't growing up with it. So yeah, on one hand, I'm like, well, there's going to be a downward slope eventually. I don't think it's going to fall out. Nintendo tax is always going to be there, but there's going to be a lot less people. There already are. There's people that, just as you're getting into it, there's still people that are selling off their collection because they're like, oh, it was fun, but I bought a whole bunch and I don't really want to keep this stuff anymore. They just bought into the hype. So the longer I go and the less concentrated on consuming that I am rather than enjoying the process, I find that is more satisfying long term and enjoyable. Like, I don't feel bad about it, because you can feel bad about collecting if you're spending money when you shouldn't be, or focusing on your collection when you shouldn't be, because there's other stuff to do. My other theory is that the more games that get into consumer hands, like, people are always worried about, oh, I lost out on a deal, or this person bought up the games, and there's only so many games. But the more games that are saved from going to the landfill, which there's already a lot that have gone there, but there's still people that are throwing these things out because, and I come across it all the time at yard sales when I pull up, they're like, oh, I threw that out like a year ago or 2 weeks ago. That's the one I always talk about. It really annoys me.
And you're like, which exact dump did you take it to, and what pile would it be in?
Exactly. That's like, people are still throwing them out. So if we can save them from the dump, they're going to be in people that value it, to a certain extent, and that price, as the collection pile grows, and the more people get out of it, there's going to be those games that need to get sold. You might not be buying them for yard sale price, but you're definitely going to be paying a lot less than the $40, $50, $100 game that we're paying retail for now. So I think that's still a good thing. It just depends on if you want to collect now or if you want to collect down the road. So I don't know. I haven't hit the 10-year mark of collecting yet, but that's kind of my philosophy. So in the meantime, I try to guard myself from over collecting and just enjoy the thrill of the hunt and finding things for a deal and helping other people get deals, and it's a lot more fulfilling, I think, that way. So
seems like the way to go.
It's funny. It's funny. I was thinking back on the Purge discussion and how I've been using the same shelf the whole time, but I had my PS2 games at the bottom, and they don't reach the end of the bottom shelf anymore, but they used to be stacked vertically all across the entire thing and filled it. That's how many I got rid of. Mostly PS2, because that's mostly what I find here, as like evidenced by that.
Yeah, I think when I purged, I didn't purge I purged some N64 games because I just don't really like the N64. We've already gone over that before.
Yeah, we know.
I've never purged Super Nintendo stuff, only double. Never purged Genesis, never purged Master System, never purged Nintendo, original Nintendo, PS1, not. But I did purge original Xbox, and PS2. I think I probably pulled about 45 Xbox games out. And I think it was close to 100, if not more, maybe, but it was a little more than 100 PS2 games.
Yeah.
And I just unloaded them, made sure I got my money back on them.
Yeah.
But I unloaded them, and I was just like, no. And I still have what I was saying before, that many games. By purging, I still have that many games.
Yeah, it really does feel good to purge out the crap that you don't need, because it just focuses your collection that much more.
Yeah.
And it's easier to see the good games that you haven't played yet and go, oh, I should play that, rather than having to scroll through all the garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's definitely on the horizon for me. Because these 3 games, this is the first time I've been in the presence of any of these 3 games.
Those are all good games too.
Yeah, those are quality.
I was
some time into it.
I'm really happy I found these because like
good prices too.
Yeah, really. I mean, it wasn't that bad.
You can't feel bad about spending it because you're going to pay more for each of those games than you did collectively.
Right, and if they don't pop up, like that's the thing is that it was there. I'm like, I have the money. Let's do this. Like, but you know, that copy of Madden 05. You know, like I want the late release one because it's rarer. But honestly, them I could probably care less, except for the version that has Brian Urlacher on it because I'm a Bears fan.
Yeah,
it's referenced by that.
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Yeah.
It's weird when you come across like the rare sports games, like that there are rare sports games.
Yeah.
Because like there's this one college something game for GameCube, and it's one of the rarest ones. The college basketball.
Yeah, it's like in the top 10 of expensive.
Yeah, it's really weird, and it's the only system it's expensive for.
Yeah, because they'd be late releases because they were easier to turn out that late.
EA, I think, stopped doing sports games for the system. They stopped doing ports, and they did a low run of that last game. Like only one 10,000 game run or less than that. And that's why it's rare.
I'll find it.
Yeah.
Be like,
I really care about that one. Yeah.
I really should keep an eye out for that.
Well, I mean, I found like Gotcha Force on the GameCube.
I am so annoyed with Gotcha Force because I like that game. I borrowed a GameCube from a friend when it was going, and they had Gotcha Force, and I borrowed that off of them, and I enjoyed it, and then I gave it back. I wish I was still friends with that person, and they still had it, so I could buy it off them, or had bought it back then.
I didn't even know what it was when I found it. I hadn't even heard of it before. And then I was sitting there, and I was just like, pulled out the app. I'm like checking the price of it, because I was just like, I don't know what this is. And I was like, holy jeez, I started almost crying.
Yeah.
There's NBA 2K3.
Yeah, that's it. It's weird watching that because when I was I went to thrift shops today, and I didn't find that game. Just to preface this, so you don't get too excited. But when I was pulling out of the parking lot, I was thinking about like, you know, just the fact that sometimes I'll check my app. Like if I see a game I don't know what it is, I'll check the app because I'm like, you know, those sports games that are worth a lot. And I thought of that game, and I was like thinking of just a couple other like sports games that are actually worth something.
Yeah.
And I was just like, that's why I have to check everything.
One of these days they'll be worth something to somebody because enough of them will get repurposed as, you know, other cases.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, or, you know, just bought in bulk so that people can have clean cases is the biggest thing I could think of. The problem is that most of those sports games have a hologram on it now. Like the hologram stickers, those things are annoying.
Yeah.
Don't think I've seen one of those.
Yeah. Like the baseball one's got the Major League Baseball seal on it, which makes it then difficult because it's usually placed on a specific spot. So if you try and swap the case with it for something else, it won't work because there's like something that's under that sticker on the cover art. I have an example of it, but I'm not going to get up and grab it right now.
I wasn't quite aware of the value. I knew it was harder to find, but I just needed NHL. I actually needed NHL 94, which is odd because it should be easier to find, and 98 on the Genesis, and 98 is harder to find.
Huh.
But actually, I think it's like a $30 game, and I got lucky at Portland. It was the only copy that I saw. Nobody else picked it up, and they wanted $5 for a sports game. So I picked it up just thinking, oh, well, this is great because it's cheap, and I haven't seen it anywhere else. And then I looked it up. I'm like, oh, that's one of the latest released games for the Genesis. By that time, the Saturn was out. So
everyone knows my expensive find.
Component cables.
Yeah.
I think if you every time that I see those red, green, blue cables in my thrift store, I'm like, ooh, I wonder if I'll find those composite cables. No.
My most expensive find, I think, wasn't even a video game. It's video game related. It's not even a game. It's a puzzle.
Huh.
Puzzle.
I think I remember you mentioning that, but I don't remember what it is.
It's this thing right here. I got the puzzle partially built right now, but mostly built.
Oh,
Final
nice.
Fantasy
Yeah.
7 puzzle.
That's awesome.
I don't know if I'm going to present that so people can see that a little better.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that before.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, that was the best thing I found.
Yeah.
I don't know if I probably took the price tag. Oh, I got it for $4.
Nice.
The video game related thing I found that's just kind of an oddity. I don't think it's expensive. It's just weird. It's like this junior novel of Turok. And I can grab that right now if you want to see it.
Sure.
Yeah, 1 second.
What about games that you had that you didn't know were valuable?
Oh, I know all the Halos.
I mean, I always look up the value of my game.
Timber. I'm gonna have to pick up those books later. Anyway, here it is.
I always know which has value.
Or my camera will turn off. Ta-da!
I'm into see
Damn it! What's happening?
copyright notice.
Damn you, Paul!
Infringement.
I noticed. I
That's
noticed
not
what you were
funny.
doing.
Right when you put it up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Darn you! Anyway, there it is.
That's weird.
Yeah.
It is weird.
You're like the novelization guy.
Apparently. I have a bunch to pick up now that I grabbed this out of the middle of the stack. They all fell over.
Well,
I got one base one missed.
Who has time to play video games anymore, anyways?
Yeah, it's Weight of the Warrior. And there's like this weird pull tab thing it's advertising.
Oh, I hate that.
Man, I don't know. Flip this book corner to see Turok in action. I don't know.
Like,
it doesn't seem like it's a sticker.
Open the book.
Is it a flip book?
Well, to see Turok in action, you're not seeing him in action if you're reading it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no pictures at the bottom. Maybe it's a flip book.
No, it's just I don't think there's even any art in it.
Huh.
Nope. It's got an advertisement for the next book based on Seeds of Evil, because yeah, that's child friendly. Yeah, weird.
Weird. Why does it exist?
That's weird. Yeah.
I don't know what the most valuable I've found. Yeah, I usually try to stay below like the $80 mark when I'm buying stuff, and so anything that I found probably is like a common quality title. So you find the stuff that's worth like $60 or something, and you buy it for $2. But can't think of what I would have found. My buddy had Pocky and Rocky 2 that I traded him for before it like skyrocketed in value. Basically, I traded him for when it was worth like $110. Now it's like over $2. Yeah.
Good deal.
Yeah, it was a good day. I told him, he's like, yeah, that sure went up after we traded, and he didn't care. He doesn't really subscribe to the value of games anyway these days. But
I like how my most expensive game is a multi-cart.
What's your multi-cart? The 190?
Yeah, the 190. It's like almost a $200 thing on eBay.
And that seems like that was just like a trend jump. When you look on price charting, it was like nothing, 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 and then one of them sold for like 100 and whatever bucks.
Most of them aren't worth like $10, but for some reason that one is ridiculously priced. I don't know why.
And I've seen them around. Like, I see a few in Red Deer here, and I've seen people sell them. I honestly think it's one of those trending things that eBay suggests a price because, this sold for that much, and now it's just
going for it now.
And then other people are like, oh, I better get it before it goes up again, and it doesn't make sense because it's a common multi-cart. Like, I like multi-carts. I like collecting them. They're just fun to look at and put in and see what games are on there in the load screen. But I always tell people I don't pay more than like $20 for one of these things.
I think I got that one in like a lot with a bunch of other things for like $70 or whatever. Had like an NES system, bunch of fairly decent games in it. I mean, I got all my money back off of it and basically got it for free.
Somebody offered me to trade for one, I think, but their label was like it was a Japanese label underneath, and they put the American one over top, and that label was like partially torn off. So I passed on it because again, I'd rather it just look nice than look like a crappy one and say that I got it because it's a weird value system for those. There's no set, real agreed value on them. Most times people are like, they're worth $20, $25.
There's no history behind them at all.
Yeah, and nobody can tell you why that one is worth more, but that's all I can see is, it sold for something crazy one time because that one person decided, I'll buy this one. I had the Rambox cough.
Are you okay?
I've looked it up and it appears in like lists and stuff too.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like, because I was kind of interested in multi-carts and like rip-off carts and stuff because I've seen a few and I have a few in my collection just because I find them quirky or interesting.
Yeah.
And so I was like looking it up and it was like on people's lists and they had documented like all the different games and blah 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 and they're like, this is a valuable one. So
yeah,
to that cart. I don't know what it is, but.
Can I? Here, I'm gonna go show you some because I like talking those. I'll be right back.
Multi-cart games are interesting.
I think I showed mine off in one of these things. So.
Yeah.
I like the multi-carts. Just funny to put them in and see what they are, like how they rip off like other games.
Yeah.
Like, because I have one that's like the MC Kids or whatever on NES, but it's not. It's like on the Famicom, but it's got Luigi in it instead of the whatever characters in MC Kids, the Mac Kids or whatever.
Yeah, Mac Kids.
Yeah. But like that kind of stuff's just sort of interesting or quirky, but like. Or like when they title menus.
Who knew one of those would be valuable?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I just don't get why that particular one happens to outweigh like everything else in value in my collection.
It's also weird when you get rare stuff you cannot find anything on it. It's just rare, but it's not expensive.
Yeah.
There's like no market for it. Like I've got this Mac and PC game called Mortalis. Google has barely heard of the thing, but it only sells for like $15 when it shows up.
Hey, where's my first one? I gotta go find it. I don't know. I thought it was in there.
I found a hole in the collection, did you?
I'll be back.
That's what we do. We set little Easter egg hunts.
I have a fun NES game to show off here, too. Pretty rare.
Gong.
Okay, found it. What did I miss?
We were waiting for you, basically.
Okay. Kyle was saying multi-carts are interesting.
Yeah,
and I have a fun
look for something else.
Fun NES game to show off too. I'll let Connect go first, though.
Okay. I'll start off with the first one that I found, which kind of got me set on just getting them when I could find them. And I found this one in the wild. Good deal. Mario was in there. I think Snake Rattle and Roll, Rainbow Islands was in there, which I've traded away, but I think I might get it back from the same person that I traded it to. Anyway, we'll see. But yeah, this is the first one that I found. I've seen a couple people do videos on it. I think, what's her name? Right. Anyway, she's on, damn it. She's on Retroware. She doesn't do too many videos. But she did one on 31N1. Has the N label. And on the back it has a nice wording.
Weird looking card.
Yeah, I guess I could present it or something.
And just a list of all the games or something?
Yeah.
Blurry.
There, that's
focusing.
Yeah, it's a typical Mary 2, Mary 1, Kung Fu. Mary is Mario. Some of them they don't even bother. But a lot of black box NES titles, or some of them are Japanese exclusive, which apparently makes it more desirable because you can play games that were Japanese on the North American cart. I'll see if I can remember which order I found them in.
The multi-cart stuff makes me think of the plug-and-play episode of JonTron. That was pretty music.
This one I really like. So I looked up the history of this, and there's a company that was in Nova Scotia that actually made these. Now, it doesn't say made in Canada on it, but yeah, they've said that the company was based out of like Halifax or something. So that's kind of cool. Canada was instrumental in part of the copyright infringement because it was in Canada and not in the States, where the legal of that were. And this one is also made in Canada. It's a blank front cart, and from what I can tell, it didn't have a sticker on it. You can just kind of see a little bit of wear spots on it.
Yeah.
There's no stickiness or anything, so it was always blank. And the cool thing I like about this, again, it's a Canadian cartridge, so it has French or English and French. And then on the back, it's got this crazy like orange.
By the front, you thought there was nothing, but there's this obnoxious orange sticker on the back.
Now these are kind of the average color of the multi-carts.
Yeah, whenever I see things like that, they're always...
It's like this off kind of gray color, almost like a tan, like a mix between like a light tan and a gray. So then by contrast, this is the only one that I have that's that color. It's this really dark gray. But yeah, 40-in-1.
Yeah, the two I have are that light colored gray one.
English and French on it. So this is cool. Again, I found this, and guy was selling a whole bunch of junk. He actually had like a garage full of stuff, and a lot of it was video games, but he wanted me to buy everything, and I said, look, I'm not looking to buy and resell stuff. I'm just wanting to get games for cheap. And so he let me pick things out, and I told him, I basically had to beg him to let me buy something, because I said, look, I'm driving 2 hours round trip. You told me I could come out here buy some games, and now you want me to buy everything. Like, let me buy something, essentially, is what I said. Because, I don't know. People get really jumpy about their games. Oh, looks like this is coming loose. Anyway, maybe we need to tighten that. But that's the second one that I found. I think a buddy of mine traded me this, like trading it. I think it has the name of the games on the back, but I think this is this is a 60-in-1. So again, same color as the other one, but different label.
Tab at the top.
This looks like it just has one label. Yeah, like I was saying, that 190 in one had the Japanese one label, which probably looked like this, and then they put like a US or a English cover on the front. So this one just says Japanese.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a night, guys.
Alright, talking to you in a minute.
110 in one.
Pac-Man.
I've seen that one before. That
Much
one's
smaller print.
When
This
you
one again is like people start to put up in value, but and then they kind of piss you off because they put the label where it should go. They put it down there.
Yeah. Wah, wah.
So
Like when people put stickers on the label for the price stickers on the label of the NES game, it's like, there is so much real estate on this cartridge. You are a jerk.
That's what they did there. So that's the 110 in one. Traded for that again. 72 in one I found at a store, and I convinced them to sell it to me for cheaper than they were asking. Kind of interesting.
One cartridge story.
Yeah. Cartridge story is kind of... I like them for the uniqueness of the labels, like because a lot of the games are pretty similar. You're going to have the black box titles, maybe Devil World. Devil World is a Japanese game that sometimes are on these things, but I mostly want a really nice label because it sets it apart from the other. So again, they put it on the...
I think they printed that one out for the front because the one on the front is missized.
Yeah. Well, it fits in the square.
Yeah, just not.
This one is a little bit bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, they probably printed that one out for the front. It's like, yeah, no, let's do it the screwy way.
And then this one, which looks like it was blank on the front. Always blank, no label. But on the back is the bummer, because that's where the label for the numbers of the game was. And then Mr. Morozov put his name on it. Also put it on the front.
Hey, you should watch my video. There's a way of getting that off of there really easily.
But I don't want to get it off because now they have their name on it. So that's part of the
only thing setting it apart from just a blank cart.
Do not store, but somehow, they put it in this label on it. So.
He's got the only Morozov edition.
You should make a repro label. I don't think it would take the value down.
A repro label. Yeah. So most of them don't have end labels. This one does.
And the other one doesn't have a label.
Yeah. So 31 Game & One's the only one with the end label. But I don't know. They're kind of fun. They're just interesting part of gaming history because they don't really pirate those kind of games anymore, especially multiple games on one. So it's kind of that neat gray area of Nintendo history. So. And video game history.
Literally, gray cartridges.
Gray, yeah.
Right. Anyway, Kyle, what was your thing you were going to show off?
Oh, yeah.
Present Kyle.
Multi-carts, but...
Oh, because I'm going to bring it back to multi-carts when you're done. I'll show the two I got.
Oh, yeah, I want to see. This is one that was given to me back in the day when NES games were new. I was a little kid. Little DuckTales 2.
Hey.
But that's only half of it because it's actually complete in box.
Ooh.
Oh, damn.
And I never knew it was valuable until I started getting more into collecting some of the retro games. I just looked up, hey, I wonder what this is on Amazon or eBay, and I was like, oh, shit.
You have that
just for a loose card. Yeah, loose card is crazy.
Would have been great had you just been talking about games with someone and they mentioned wanting DuckTales, and it's like, well, I have that. And it's like, well, you're a jerk. Why am I a jerk? Because it's worth this. No.
Yeah, I couldn't part with it. Too much nostalgia.
And money.
Yeah. And money, yes. Someday.
Yeah, that's the backup. It's like, if you need money fast.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Nah.
That's it.
I'm at the point where I can get money quicker than trying to sell a game that I'll never get back. especially if it's something that I owned as a kid or.
It's why I still have Conker's Bad Fur Day. I just don't see the point.
Yeah, but like you could work overtime, or you could sell a game and never get it back, and work twice as much just to pay for it.
Here's the that 190 if you wanted to see it, just for your own sakes.
Yeah, that's 190 later. Does it have a second 100?
It has the list on the back, but it's so tiny.
Yeah.
Like, but the thing is with it, I think it's one of those ones where it's like,
it's multiple.
Mary 1, Mary 2, Mary 3. It's like level 1, level 2.
Basically anything over like even 30 or 40, it gets to be repetitive because they just loop the game or they have different rule sets. And...
Yeah, that's that one there, and then the other one that I got.
And then Nintendo released it as NES Remix.
Yeah.
Is this one, which is a 58 in 1.
Nice.
And it looks like that might actually, because it has it all listed here, it looks like it might actually, I can't remember, that it might actually be 58 games.
Oh, yeah.
Because it doesn't look like it is repeated.
That's cool.
So, I'm just looking at the back here, that's why I'm not like showing my face. I'm not trying to hide from my presentation, because I am beautiful. Yeah, it looks to me like that one there is actually the 58 games. But I can't remember when I got this one. I must have found this in a thrift shop. This one, I remember it was in a pile I trade, like not trade. I bought this from someone.
Nice.
Which was a pretty good deal. They didn't quite know what they had. They still knew what they had was valuable. They just didn't know how valuable.
So, are you up for trades on those, or?
No.
No. For licensed games.
No.
Okay.
Too cool.
You only got 2 of them. I mean, you know.
Yeah, but they're different.
They are different.
Looks like one of the games I saw at the thrift store today was actually worth more than they were selling it for. Speed Racer on Super Nintendo. Not the bike version.
Oh, nice.
I did check. But it was $7. Apparently it goes for like 11. I still would have maybe, if it was 5, I would have jumped on it. I just didn't want to.
If I find a cartridge game that's like that at a thrift shop, I'll buy it. Because I'm not gonna find it any cheaper, man. I'm pretty much set on understanding that in my area.
Yeah. I barely see
it's like oversaturated with people doing exactly what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Like
it was like
I go into the thrift shop and it's like I see the people. There's like 5 guys there at the same time doing exactly what I'm trying to do. To find anything is like luck, and they're not finding anything either. So that tells you how hard it is.
Yeah. Looking it up, I'm glad I didn't spend $5 to $10, whatever they were asking for Super Tennis.
Are you just trying to get me to fix my hair in this presentation, or? That's pretty bushy right now, man. I should cut down the conditioner.
I'm looking for. I saw Thunderblade.
They're doing it. It's kind of weird.
I saw Thunderblade on the NES, but they're asking like $14. I didn't want to do it.
Thunderblade.
Nice, like shoot 'em up by Sammy, and a lot of Sammy games are pretty good. The Thunderblade? Thunderblade.
Anyways, speaking of, you mentioned trades. You still have that trade pile for me?
I still have. What was in your pile? Donkey Kong
Cybernator, Link to the Past, Donkey Kong 3, which I doubt I'm going to be able to cover.
Yeah.
With a trade, anyway.
I could do Link to the Past for that Genesis game in the book, if you want.
Yeah, I was.
Does that seem fair?
Yeah, but I was thinking of like different stuff I've got around, maybe to make up Cybernator. What does Cybernator go for? Probably way more than I should be offering, like books.
I think about $30, but it's gone up a bit.
Yeah.
But I don't really care too.
Yeah, I doubt you spent that much on it either.
They're saying $24. So.
Yeah, but I have like odd video game novels, like the one I showed, the Turok, and I've got a couple Resident Evil ones. That's not so much odd as it is just an item you don't see very often. And
I can always hold on to it, and I mean, if I do get rid of it, then I get rid of it. But
you can get back at me for like what you would want price-wise if you want to do that.
Yeah. Well,
because I could cover the difference on a couple of the different ones. Link to the Past is the main one I want, so it'd be cool trading you the book and the thing for that.
Yeah, I think that's it's cutting you a good bro deal, and well, I'm still
especially for
get
what
something
I
back. The game's nice, so
yeah. I just full disclosure, of that book and the game together, I bought them years apart, but I probably spent $12 for both of those things.
Yeah, and I'm not buying this for retail anyway, so that trade value is much more valuable than the price that you pay usually. So
yeah, the shipping's probably gonna be hell.
Hopefully not. I don't think it'll be too much. We're on the same
not
side.
For you sending one cartridge.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sending a full clamshell Genesis game with the book in it and a giant ass Genesis book.
Yeah. If you get a prepaid Canada Post and just wrap each one in like newspaper or something or bubble wrap, then you should be able to keep your costs from weight.
Yeah.
Weight is your enemy.
Yeah, and just the size of the thing.
Size you can cover with prepaid, because anything that fits in there, they'll cover. It just has to be within a certain weight parameters. So.
Yeah, but like this thing, like here's the length of it compared to the Genesis cartridges, and there's the height.
Yeah, if you get the full,
it's large.
Full envelope.
It's a thin book, though.
Yeah. Do not bend. It should make it. I have somewhat faith in our postal system. Not very much, but
zero faith in it.
A teensy-tiny amount of faith.
But I'd be okay with that.
Though sometimes I can figure it out.
Canadian Post.
If you try to like do it like online or whatever, it's always going to give you like tracked stuff.
Yeah.
You can't get away from it, no matter what. And I don't know if you want to track that stuff and pay that extra tracking, but
tracking nowadays basically means please don't steal my package, postal worker.
Yeah.
Yeah. My mom ordered me like a Nintendo lamp. It's not an official thing, but it's just like a lamp with a Nintendo shade on it. It's like an NES controller. But we ordered it and got it in, the box was there, and the box was empty because someone stole the lamp.
Yeah. And you're like,
and a copy of Duck Hunt. They stole a lamp and Duck Hunt.
Yeah.
How dare they?
No, if it's not insured or if it's not tracked, then they don't give a rat's ass about what's in it. They'll take it.
I was sending out something to someone and to ship it, they wanted like $12, and it was a DS game.
Yeah.
To ship it, and I'm like, the game's worth $15.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ship it to somebody for $12 on top of what I paid for it, and what I'm getting in. Like, so basically, like, what's the point of trading? I could have just went locally and bought whatever I was gonna buy.
Yeah. So that's why if it's
I took it down right to the postal office, and I was like, you know what? Like, I paid $3 for this game. I don't care if it gets lost, stolen, whatever. The person just won't get it on their end, and that's the end of that kind of thing. And I'll just recoup them whatever I owe them, rather than pay the tracking kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they put it through or whatever and ran it through the envelope type thing. It's like, oh, it fits perfectly fine for an envelope deal. And it was like $2 or something. Yeah. Whatever normal postage was, because it only weighed. Because they're like, it's $9.38. I'm like, it weighs 80 grams, and that's basically nothing. I'm like, I've like breathed out more CO2 talking to you in weight than this thing weighs. Like, you're nuts. $9 for that, or $12 or something.
Oh yeah.
Like, that's just ridiculous. Their prices have gone absolutely astronomical. No faith in it, but you take it down there, sometimes they can figure out something for you.
Yeah, I
really
still
don't
got
know.
a package to send Rambox. That's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, people are spending a small fortune to get stuff over
Yeah,
there.
and it's like a stack of PS2 games too. It's like, okay, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that's why it's got to be an equal trade value, because
Yeah,
again, it's better for him just to
Famicom carts.
import stuff. So, yeah,
I mean, much cheaper for him to ship me the stuff he has for me.
yeah, he likes to set people up though. Like,
Yeah,
he's got
it's
some
awesome.
the package.
It's got a couple of Mega Mans for me that are way more expensive here.
Yeah, and the Mega Mans are cool looking.
Yeah, and,
on a Famicom.
and the main one I wanted from him, and he actually went out of his way to go find it in a store and pay $15 for it, which I really appreciated. Which I could show my appreciation by actually sending him his stuff. But
Yeah.
but it is a Gundam Wing Endless Duel, which is a really good fighting game for the Super Famicom.
Really?
Frustrating that we didn't get it, but it was really late release, like 96, 97.
Yeah, we kind of got gypped on the shoot 'em ups.
So
That's why I
fighting game.
like fighting game.
Yeah.
I was gonna because the Mega Drive has basically its own separate exclusive library that we never got. We got a lot of shooters, but they got even more. So
yeah, if you like fighters on the 16-bit platforms, download a ROM and try out Gundam Endless Duel because it's awesome.
Yeah.
Also frustrating because everything but the taunts is in English.
Canuck needs a Japanese Saturn for those shoot 'em ups.
aren't they universal? Because Rambox sent J-Rock a Japanese Saturn.
What is this one for? A Super Nintendo?
For Sega Saturn.
Saturn? No, I don't think you have to have a system, do you? Well, you
Then
can
why-
have there's a cartridge.
Yeah, you can get that action replay and that'll unlock all the Japanese stuff.
I have a Japanese Saturn. I found it at a thrift shop.
Oh, is that what it is? That you need a game to unlock something?
Well, you need
a little cartridge that goes in the back.
Like RAM card.
Okay.
Yeah.
The back of it, but you pretty much need one anyways. And then they made one so that they could play import games.
Yeah,
What's the cartridge
also,
for on the back there?
It's memory.
It's
for
just more
saves.
memory to play certain games.
Yeah.
Memory.
And
Okay.
save games.
Because I got that in that lot, and I mean, I have no games for it to even try it out. Just the
That's my
controllers.
problem with it too. Is I don't have any games for it.
Yeah, but didn't they put a certain amount of built-in memory into the console, but that can crash or something, and you lose your saves. But
I've never
then
seen
you
a
can
cartridge
add
for
you can add a memory card to the back, and that'll do the thing with Jake. But they also made a combination memory card action replay that'll save the games and unlock all the region stuff. That's probably
Kyle, do you have any Saturn stuff?
I do have a Sega Saturn. Right here, in fact.
Underneath the dust towel.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Hey, that's a nice Mario cutout. Is that a cutout or a 3D?
No, I remember, again, when I was younger, I think my grandparents got this at, it was Software Etc. Now it's GameStop. But here in the U.S. we had a thing called Software Etc. So that's kind of a, I'm not sure what material it is. It's kind of a hard plastic.
Yeah, but it's kind of like, not 3D, but raised.
And the,
Yeah,
like,
it's raised.
And the 90s Iron Man underneath.
Nice.
Lots of Iron Man stuff as well.
Yeah, like kind of the design similar to the one from the cartoon in the 90s.
Yeah, the 90s armor.
Yeah.
Good eye. Yeah, there's the
Yeah.
memory unit I think they were talking about.
I've never seen a cartridge for it, so.
I actually
Take a look here.
Do you have one?
I got Marvel Unlimited for a while, and I read the Kurt Busiek run of Iron Man.
Yeah.
Because I
That's a
had a couple.
great author, yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Surprising for the 90s because it's like right after the Heroes Reborn crap, or it was Heroes Return, and no one else knows what we're talking about. But
I know.
but I'll give it a short. It's kind of funny.
Heroes Reborn Iron Man actually started off pretty good, first couple issues. But
Yeah, for people that don't know, that's kind of just a short version is they did this thing where they teamed up with Image Comics, which is the publisher that did Stone and all that, and but that was a bunch of people that were at DC and Marvel, but they had them do the characters from the Avengers and stuff like that, and it was just really freaking weird. And then it only ran for a year, and then they had to return all the characters back to the Marvel dimension. Because it sucked.
Yeah, lots of issue 1s and everything.
Yeah, but anyway, my whole point with the 90s Iron Man thing is I actually have a little mini-series of Iron Man from then, and it ties into the Beefsteak run, but it's been reprinted nowhere. And it's called Iron Man Bad Blood.
I have those comics, not the paperback, but I do have the issues.
Yeah, I meant there is no paperback. You can only get it in issue form. And there's like 4 or 5 issues. It's never been reprinted or posted anywhere else. It's only those issues. It's so weird. There's things that ties directly in to that plot line.
Nice, yeah. I have the, like I said, individual comics.
Yeah. I just picked them up randomly in the 90s and like, oh, Iron Man, and all 4 issues of it. Yoink.
Japanese?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Japanese.
I'll stop talking about comics now.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
inside this when I found
it. Show those again?
Bomberman Fight, but it's a burnt disc.
Yeah, nice. Only other person I've seen that knows what those are.
That's the cartridge that goes in the slot. This is obviously a knockoff cartridge, though. It's not like an official thing.
I'd have to look around. I guess I should look around in my store. Nobody collects anything outside of Nintendo, really. Sega, Genesis, maybe, but Master System stuff sits there forever. Saturn stuff sits there forever. Sega CD.
Master System stuff.
I wish I could find more Master System games here.
Yeah, I never see Master System games anywhere.
There's like walls. I'm basically the one that picks them up, if anything. But yeah, because Rambox sent J-Rock a Japanese Saturn, so maybe he included whatever cartridge he needed, but I don't recall.
Yeah, I can't recall if I remember him getting that, but I don't remember if he sent him a
lot of shoot 'em ups on that system though, and I guess I could burn the disc if I really wanted to play it on the system. So.
Yeah, I could do that too, but again, I used to do that for things when I couldn't afford anything.
Yeah.
But you need to clean the stuff, so I didn't even clean it.
I do like the controller for the Saturn company.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny how
Japanese version.
Yeah, fighting and game pads are basically still just Saturn controllers.
Yeah.
Anyway, I swear to God this will be the last comics and Iron Man thing, but I have to ask, just because Kyle's the only other person I know that's freaking seen those comics. Do you know if it was Justin Hammer, right? The, whatever the guy's name was, the villain in that?
Yeah,
Do you know if they ever addressed that again?
I don't believe so. Yeah, it was the original. Justin Hammer is originally like an older guy.
Yeah, but
like in the movies.
Yeah, but they froze him at the end of that comic, and
yeah, that's right. Yep.
And they never addressed it again.
No.
I'm sure he came back later, but they probably just glossed over the fact that it existed because they never reprinted those. They're not even on Marvel Unlimited. They're on nothing.
Which is surprised because it's actually from David Michelini and Bob Layton, who famous Iron Man team. They did all the classic like Armor Wars and Demon in the Bottle and all those.
Yeah.
They're the creative team.
Now this will be the last thing. Did you read that Deadpool issue that parodied the Demon in the Bottle thing?
Ooh, I have not.
It's the Gary Dugan or whatever the hell the last run of Daredevil was. Deadpool. Did I say Daredevil before or Deadpool? Because I meant Deadpool. Anyway.
Yeah, you said Deadpool.
It's issue 7, I believe. It's one of those fake, we went into the archives and pulled out this issue from the 70s of Deadpool. And there's this hilarious Spider-Man and Iron Man stuff in it. Just definitely recommended read. I think it's got him
Totally
fighting
noted.
shorts on the cover. Anyway.
That's
And
cool.
the crossover with him and Avenging Spider-Man. Now I'm done.
Keep an eye out for that, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I have tons of comics, yeah.
We should probably talk comics separate from this.
Separate show, yeah.
Yeah.
Separate podcast.
Yeah. We'll stop borrowing you guys now.
There we go.
I'm not bored.
Troy's just gone.
Hard.
I'm trading these. I have this whole pile of things that I need to send people. So it doesn't bode very well for future trades, does it? If I haven't sent these things out, but this is going to Curtis. Some of the harder to find Super Nintendo games. So Maui Mallard and Cold Shadow.
Oh.
Super Nintendo, of course, and one of the harder to find and definitely going up in price, Zero, the Kamikaze Squirrel. Let's take a look, 'cause last time I looked it was like $70. Zero, Kamikaze Squirrel, there it is. Super Nintendo, holy shit, $150.
Oh, damn.
And it just kind of... Yeah, last time I looked, when I got it, it was like a $40 or $50 game. And it's been going up, like 2015 it was $77. I mean, it's just gone up, loose prices, steady from 70 to 150 at the peak now. Wow. Should have held on to it, but I told him I'd trade it. Like, I'm trading him, like, basically common Genesis games, like shooters. I just said, send me some shooters, whatever. And he's definitely getting a good deal. But I mean, they're games that I don't really. Well, I'm only rethinking because of value, and at that point, it's kind of silly because it's not. It's really not a great game. It's just hard to find. So. Helping them out, but the story with that one is that I found that at a pawn shop, and this is before like they displayed all their games, so they had games in drawers, and I just was old enough to ask, like, do you mind if I go through your drawers and take a look at what you got? And they said, yeah, that's fine, and they had a policy of like $10 a game, so I found like Lost Vikings 2. Was in there, and Zero. And at the time, I looked up Zero. I'm like, "Ooh, this is like a $40 game. Maybe I'll get that." But now, it's like, look like a genius getting this thing. Like, just because Super Nintendo is retarded as far as price goes. So. Yeah, here it is. I won't see it again.
You gotta figure out that Tetris and Dr. Mario on the simpler ends of simple, easy, cheap grades.
Well, I like multi-cards. It's not the best shape. It's not the best shape, but it's got a little bit of scabbing on the end and some scratches on the label.
What do you mean scabbing? What do you mean?
Scabbing, like, how a scab peels up. So it kind of does that bad label.
Oh.
Can't quite see it. You know how it kind of, you got a nice flat label, and then it kind of like peels up a little. I call that scabbing. It's not regenerating a label, I guess. It's not healing itself, but yeah, it's just kind of peeling up a little. But yeah, some good games. I forget where I found Maui Mallard. Probably at a pawn shop, and again, they just priced it wrong. What is that one at now? Like Super Nintendo these days, you could throw a rock and hit a game that is over $50.
Oh yeah.
Maui Mallard, Cold Shadow. Yeah, it's $14, so that's fine.
I'm having a Paul type scenario where I can't find those comics I was talking about. And I have to go on a quest for those later. The Iron Man ones.
Can't believe
I just wanted to grab them out just for the hell of it. Anyway, I came across this as I was looking through my comics, and I just figured I'd put it up because it's like mildly connected to the Cartridge Club now because of Fandango and all that. Just a random issue of RoboCop.
RoboCop.
Nice. It's issue 13 by. Doesn't. It's old enough that the author's not on the front of it. It's from 91, though, I guess.
Pocky and Rocky 2 has been climbing over $100 since like 2013. Peaked at like 220. Now it says it back down to 178. So I'm keeping that game because I thought it was more valuable than what it is right now. And then I'm trading a game for way under value. But he did say he'd send me some more shoot 'em ups. But he's already sent them a long time ago, so I don't think he's too eager to send me any more until I actually send him the games. But I should play it one more
Put my
time.
headphones down for a second, turn around, and have
It's
this
like a really
box on the shelf.
crappy. It's a really crappy like Sonic clone, basically.
Ugh.
Classic Super Nintendo large sprite, not very good controller.
Only $1.
Yeah.
So are you sending that to him as a double, or are you just sending it to him because you don't want it?
Because I don't want it, and I told him I'd trade him for some Genesis shooters. So he did send out some good ones. They're just all kind of lower end common stuff. So, but like I told him, I'd be happy to help him out with this Super Nintendo collection because he's going complete, and it's one of the ones that he needed. So
Best of luck to him on that.
yeah, well he's honing in. He says he has a lot of sports titles, a lot of fillers. So about half of what he has left is all really common low-end stuff. And then he actually, when he first started, he said that he went after a lot of the more expensive ones, which now have like doubled and tripled in what they were at the time. So he says that he's got some heavy hitters left, like I think he needs Aero Fighters, but at this last show he picked up. What did he pick up?
I found them.
There they are.
So he's he can afford, I think, to buy a single game every once in a while. Like he went to Portland with quite a bit of cash in hand, but still, I think he's ahead of the curve as far as Super Nintendo collecting. It's always been expensive, though. I found.
What were you talking about? I was doing the comic book crap.
Oh, just Curtis and his
Okay.
Super Nintendo collecting.
Okay.
He says he's gonna go complete, and then eventually he might just use it to sell for a down payment on a house.
Yeah.
And keep some of the or rebuy some of the stuff that he wants to play, but
Yeah.
which is kind of a bummer because when you help somebody get a collection, you hope that they might keep it for a bit, but
Yeah.
I could see somebody getting it and then they're like, oh, I don't really want all the stuff anymore. It's like, oh, okay, can I have that game back? Can I get you some Genesis shooters? So
You helped him pay for his house.
yeah, exactly. So no, I'm doing it just to help somebody out. So I'm not. It's just value now. It's not any different than about how I feel about the game now than when I first made the offer. So, but yeah, it's kind of funny. Beginning of the year, during the expo. Come on. Yeah, so the expo was 2015. The game was still like a $60, $70 game. Now it's like really jumped up in a year's time. 70, 80, 90, 100, 120. Now somebody's bought one in March for like 150. It's just going and going and going.
That's just nuts.
That just, again, it just seems like extortion to me. Like, It's just people buying it because they think, oh, well, this one's going up, this one's going up. But it hasn't.
Yeah, they do it to themselves.
Yeah. But to me, yeah, I think it's still like a $40 game. It's not, shouldn't be anything much more than that. But yeah, pawn shop. They value the Mario games at like $80, and then they have stuff like this, and they don't know what it's worth. So silly. That one's silly. Discovered
went to the pawn shop and found Xenoblade Chronicles for the Wii for $5.
Nice.
And they normally price like everything out that like according to whatever the trend is. And yeah, it was $5.
Can turn that down.
That's mine. Thank you.
Someone did do their job right.
Yeah, someone did do their job right. They just had a bunch of Wii games out there, all $5.
I still can't believe that Game Chasers episode where they found Flintstones for like $5.
Yep. That is the definition of caught you slipping.
And little Samson. I mean, they kind of peaked too early, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Like, that was all the first season.
When you find stuff.
No. And of course, people accuse him of planting games and stuff. But
yeah.
He has games that are quite valuable that he's never shown on camera where he found them. So, like Power Blade 2 and things like that. Yeah. No, it happened to be really good timing, so it made him pretty popular pretty early, and it also probably contributes to why these games are so flippin' expensive now. You gotta blame Game Chasers for those ones.
Yeah.
Like, those are the two games that everybody is like, oh, I gotta have Little Samson. I gotta have Flintstones.
Yeah.
Like, why those two games? They're over...
Yeah.
They're like over $1,000 now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
$1,500 for like a Little Samson now.
Yeah.
Let's look that up.
Yeah. Kyle, did you change your Twitter handle or anything? Because I can't find you on anything.
Oh,
I don't remember what your handle was. I actually don't remember what your handle was, but it's I was just checking my following or followers, see if either one of us was following each other. And I think I've just seen you in other conversations.
Well, I can probably find you real quick.
Yeah, my name is not confusing.
So in January and July, or yeah, like 2009 to 2010, it was like $120 game. When did the Game Chasers come out? Like in 2011?
Yeah, I think around there, because it was around a year or two into All Gen Gamers.
So it started to get a little rocky around 2011. 2012, it really shot up. That's when it went from like 150 to like 350.
Never mind. Actually, you're in my who to follow, so I found you.
In mid.
And you already followed me. Oh, okay. That'll be why you just are following me now.
Mid 2012, it went up to 550. Kept going. A year ago, it was up to like 600 something. Now it's bordering on like it held at 800 for a while. Now it's up to like 900 for loose, and I've seen it for selling for over 1,000, and that's even at conventions and stuff.
Like that's what people are asking for. Did someone actually buy it for that? Is the question.
Yeah. Well, these are price charting sold on eBay, so they always chart when they sold. And you can click on the listing and see when it's sold. So
no, I'm talking about the $1,000 one.
Oh yeah, the $1,000. Well, somebody's still buying it. Like if it's up to 900 on eBay, I could see somebody paying 1,000 off of eBay just to think that they're getting a deal. My buddy has a copy of Little Samson, and it's one that his parents bought him from like a bargain bin when it was out for like $20. And he still has the complete in-box copy. $2,300 complete price.
Yeah. Damn resellers.
Yeah, be right back.
Did you see what's his name? Tim Atwood posting his box of sealed mint in box stadium events.
Yeah.
That's pretty
I
cool.
heard people talking about that.
Took pictures of it, I guess.
It's like it's not going to do anything to the market of that value of that game because of the fact that the guy's not selling them.
Well, he said something about like I saw one of his older or more recent posts. He like ended a sealed shipping box full of like Power Punch 2 games.
Yeah.
And then he's like, soon to come stadium events. And I don't know if it's just for show or like he had apparently said like if people are going to be idiots about prices and quote unquote rare and pay extortion fees, then maybe I'll just sell some of these things to kind of ruin the market. Like it's not going to ruin it that much, but it is going to introduce a little skepticism as far as how many are out there.
I guess because if they're like, well, if he has that many, there's got to be a box of them somewhere else out there.
Yeah.
Other boxes of them somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Tons of boxes.
But those things aren't on the market. Those are speculative.
Yeah.
He has those boxes and is not showing any sign of selling them.
Yeah.
So it doesn't change the current value of the things that are marketable, and the ones that are marketable have all been bought up by collectors pretty much.
He's got a box of, what are they, like, is it 8 or 12 of them or something? Which is cool. Very cool. It's when you find, like, a flat of them, you know, you find, like, 200 of these games, then the price really...
Yeah, then the price is still going to drop.
But sealed stadium events, like, so far, this is the only box of, like, a sealed shipping box of these things were found. So...
Yeah.
Nobody else has said anything, and nobody else has found them. So, but that is, you know, it's still a theory. Like they were recalled. Some of them didn't even hit the shelves. Where did they go? They were told to destroy them, but some, you know, obviously they didn't get destroyed. So, at least that one box. So, kind of neat.
Yeah, it just doesn't affect the market. That's what people were speculating, but it's going to affect the market. It's like if he's not selling them, it's not going to affect the market.
Until he sells them, we don't know.
And even if he does, what's like affects the market for 6 people?
Yep.
Or how many boxes he's got?
Yeah. Well, it'll take some of the premium price buyers, like because there's a very fine number of people that'll buy a sealed copy for what it's worth.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, there's very few people that'll buy a stadium events for what it's worth currently loose. So
yeah,
and there aren't very many. Is it only 2 copies, like complete in box copies or boxed copies? I think one of them's complete. The other one has the box, and then one of those guys was Jay from the Nintendo Quest bought it like box with the game.
Whoa.
And the guy that had it has a complete copy.
Box one, yeah.
Yeah, that went up in price again, according to price charting.
Oh, people getting the buzz on about it.
Yeah, stadium events, 7,500 loose.
I always like to remind complete collectors of NES because they're always like, "I have a complete collection, all of them,
except for stadium events."
And then they're like, "Except for stadium events." And I just know that like bothers the crap out of them as far as like OCD or.
And in an odd case of symmetry, it's worth 7,500 loose and 75,000 complete.
They could get one if they really wanted to, though, man. All they got is like buy and sell cars for a year.
Yeah. But I always like to remind people, like, I have a complete North American release. I'm like, except stadium events, right? They're like, and then they try to listen to them, try to justify it. It's hilarious. They're like, well, I mean, that doesn't count. I mean, that wasn't even supposed to be on the shelves, and you know, I don't buy crap games or whatever. But they always try to justify it. But they know in the back of their mind.
You don't buy crap games, yet you have a complete NES collection?
Exactly. Yeah. Enough shovelware on there to fill the dump trucks. So. Yeah. I always like to throw that out there.
Mm-hmm.
Not stadium events, though, right?
Yeah.
Not
Logic? What's that?
It's got to have that
Nintendo
Nintendo
World
seal of quality. Yeah. Well, and NWC doesn't count. It's not a licensed game. It's a tournament copy.
Nintendo.
I think that's a cooler cartridge to have, like as far as the history. Again,
Yeah.
that's why I like the pirate cards because they're not official or anything. It's just it's a neat point in history for gaming, right? So you don't see that anymore. But an NWC is not licensed, so yeah, I can let them slide on that one. But no, you need that stadium events.
Yeah, it's not like you see cool pirated discs or anything that look different.
No.
Yeah.
Only cartridge.
Get a rare Sharpie.
Yeah.
Printed on the friggin' standard CD.
Little Samson. It's a pretty fun game. I don't think it's as fun as it's valued. Like it's not worth that much.
It's not that much.
Nothing's really worth that much.
Like you have to play it or whatever. They claim that it's like this great game. They put a proportion, I think, than what it really is.
There's better games that are worth far less. I think it's a good game, but it definitely has its shortcomings. The music. Like, come on. I know they probably had a small budget because it was kind of a startup studio, but you only get different music for each player you control. Like that's and it starts up every time. So if you start as Samson, then you switch to the rock guy or whatever, then you get that music every time it starts over, and then you gotta switch characters. Starts his character music over again. It's fun game mechanics. That's pretty cool. And the graphics look good. Lots of layers and depth, but I'd much rather...
DuckTales 2, much better.
It is. I don't know. It's not as good as number 1, though.
Yeah, it's one of those things I was going to mention where it's a better game than what you were talking about, but it's worse. All the 2s are worse than the first ones, but the Capcom Disney ones. From what I've heard, I haven't played all of them, which I could because of ROMs.
What are all the 2s? Chippendales, DuckTale.
I think that's it.
Never did a Darkwing Duck 2, huh?
No. That's a funny one. That's a funny one to find because you'd think it wouldn't be hard.
Well, guys, you're finally talking about video games, but I gotta go.
No worries, Trey. We'll have you out.
See you later.
That's it.
Yeah. It's gone up to 50 in the last little while. It was a pretty common game. 2011. Darkwing Duck, like $15-20. Now it's getting over 40. Just because it's a little harder to find. 92.
I'm gonna look this up even though I don't really want to. What the?
Darkwing Duck.
That's not what I meant to look up.
5 clone. Essentially, the Mega Man 5 engine put on Darkwing Duck.
Yes, there's a Atari Lynx version of Ninja Gaiden 3. That's not what I meant to look up at all.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, with that lot.
How much does Mega Man 5 go for?
It's the most expensive of all of them.
Yeah, I actually do have that one. Just loose.
Of course you do.
I had a complete box, and I'm not sure if I should have traded that. 87 loose.
Anyway, I was just
complete 510. Holy shit.
Yeah.
No.
I guess the Game Boy Mega Man 5's pretty pricey too.
Yeah, because it's a Game Boy game.
Yeah, well,
I traded.
It's unique too. Yeah.
I traded my boxes for Mega Man 5 or 2, 3, 4, and 5 for a copy of Demon's Crest. And I know that the Mega Man box for 5 is probably worth more than Demon's Crest. Again, I'm like, I don't want to hold on to the boxes. If you value them for what they are, and I can get a copy of Demon's Crest without spending $100 $20, then let's do it. So
Even
he actually
Stress is good, but not that good.
He went out and bought it at the convention. He's like,
Whoops.
sure. And I gave him the boxes. So.
Well, it probably worked out for him, obviously.
Yeah, it worked out for everybody. I didn't actually buy a single Nintendo game at Portland. I bought all Genesis stuff.
Anyway, I just wanted to look up Ninja Gaiden 3 because it's the one I don't have on NES. But I just like Ninja Gaiden, so I want to get all the 3 ones. But all
It's
3 of them,
harder,
I mean, it's like $54, $55 loose now.
An Ancient Ship of Doom, yeah, 54.
Yeah.
I found, so in that recent lot that I got, I completed my Ninja Gaiden trilogy for the NES.
Oh, nice.
Picked up
Very
number
nice.
3. And then, to top it all off, of course, I found Ninja Gaiden trilogy in the same lot. So
that's awesome, but
Ninja
it's
Gaiden 3 times
just
off.
the individuals.
Yeah.
I played a little bit of the ROM for Ninja Gaiden Trilogy. It's very cool as a find in a lot, but in terms of what it's worth, it's not worth that much in terms of actual playability for me. I tried a bit of the ROM and it did not.
It's the same game, though.
It just doesn't look that good.
Really?
It's better.
Maybe it's a bad ROM. It looks exactly like it is on the Nintendo. Sometimes a little better, I think.
No, I just mean that they changed the graphics, and I don't like that style as much.
They changed it?
Yeah, it's like a Super Mario All Stars type situation.
No, not on the copy that I got. It's exactly the same as number 1.
To the internet.
That was kind of my complaint about it. I'm like, it's not any different graphically. It's just basically the Ninja Gaiden games on a cart for the Super. Yeah, $200 there. Kind of nice.
Ninja Gaiden Trilogy gameplay. Wow. Oh, huh.
You're playing some sort of weird.
Oh, maybe what I was thinking of was the music. Because they changed the music.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see him doing
looks
that.
the same then, huh?
Huh?
Still looks the same and everything, huh?
Yeah, it looks. It's a little higher res. I don't know.
It is 1:30 a.m. for me, so I might sign off as well.
It's a good time to sign down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to test those. I want to test those Xbox games. Anyway.
Yeah. Good to see you again, Fit. We'll talk more about comics some other time.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for joining in, Kyle.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. Always fun.
No worries.
Yep.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yep.
See you guys.
You as well.